Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see, what if Deku teleported to Gravity Falls and had Harem? Part 2, Final. This story is Izuku in Gravity Falls by Tip Top 5. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe the channel if you are new so you won't miss our latest videos. Izuku. Grunkle Stan, where do I put this? He says as he is carrying a table. Grunkle. Right over there. He says as he points to the corner of the room. Grunkle. And don't drop it or you're paying for it. Izuku. Haha, okay Grunkle Stan. He laughs to himself as he goes to set up the table. Seuss. Grunkle Stan, I don't get it, why are we throwing a birthday party? Grunkle. It's not a birthday party, it's a reason for teens to spend their money here. He says with a menacing smile. Grunkle. Now go hang these posters around the town for me. Seuss. Yes sir, Grunkle Stan sir. He says as he takes the posters out of Grunkle Stan's hands and runs off. Izuku. Alright Grunkle Stan, I set up all the tables, now what? Grunkle. I don't know, why don't you decorate the place a bit? He says as he walks away. Izuku. I know the perfect person to help me with this. He says as he runs off. Meanwhile, we see Dipper talking to Mabel about things he found in the journals. Mabel. Zombies. Dipper. Yeah, it says I can bring back the dead right here. He says as he shows Mabel the journal. Mabel. Something tells me you're gonna try this. Dipper. What no? He says as he turns around. Dipper. Not yet at least. He whispers to himself. Mabel. What? Dipper. What? They both say as they stare at each other. As they stare at each other, Izuku breaks the stare as he enters the room. Izuku. Hey Dipper. He says as he walks up to Mabel. Dipper. Hey Izuku. Mabel. Hey Izuku, what are you? Before she could question him, Izuku picks her up and puts her over her shoulder. Izuku. Don't mind me, I just need her help with something. He says as he walks off. Dipper. Alright, he says as he waves to them. Dipper. Now, back to the matter at hand. He says as he looks through his journal and walks away. Mabel. Izuku, what are you doing? I was talking to Dipper. Izuku. Sorry, he says as he puts her down. Izuku. I was gonna ask if you wanted to help me decorate the party room, but I guess you don't wanna. He says as he goes to walk away. But Mabel stops him as she grabs him by the hand. Mabel. You had me at decorate. She says as she begins to drag Izuku to the party room. Izuku. She changed her mind fast. He thinks to himself as she continues to drag him away. Time skip. As the moon was in the sky, the party was on and everyone was having a good time. Izuku is with Eri and Mabel as they both see Mabel dancing like nobody's watching. Eri. Papa, I'm nervous. She says as she hugs Izuku's leg. Izuku. You're not the only one. He says as he is nervous as well. Mabel. Come on Izuku, let's dance. She says as she takes his hand and pulls him onto the dance floor. Izuku. Wait, what about Eri? He says as she drags him to the dance floor. Eri. She is standing there alone as she is trying to see where Izuku is. Eri. I'll just go sit on those chairs and wait for Papa. She says as she goes over to the chairs and sits on them. As she is sitting on the chair, she sees a lizard on someone's shoulder. Eri. You excuse me, why you have something on your shoulder? She says to the girl sitting next to her. Oh, that's my pet lizard. She says in a deep voice. Eri. She has a really deep voice. Grenda. I'm Grenda and this is Candy. She says as Eri sees the girl with forks taped to her fingers. Eri. Why do you have forks taped to your fingers? Candy. So I can do this. She says as she shoves her hand into the bucket of popcorn. She pulls her hand out and has popcorn stuck to her forks. Eri. Oh, she says as Candy sticks her hand out to Eri, giving her a piece of popcorn. Eri. Thank you, she says as she eats the piece of popcorn. Candy. So what's your name? Eri. I'm Eri. Candy. Nice to meet you Eri. She says with a smile. Grenda. Hey, what's with the horn on your head? Eri's shocked face. Oh Candy. I must ask, how did you get it to look so real? Eri. You that's cause, it is real. she says as she looks away in shame. Grenda. Whoa really? Candy. That's so cool. Eri. What? She says as she turns around facing the two girls with a shocked expression on her face. Eri. Why you think my horn is cool? Candy. Yeah, we've never met someone with a real horn on their head. Were you born with it? Eri. Why you could say that? Grenda. Can I touch it? Eri. You sure. She says as she leans her head towards Grenda. As she does, Grenda lightly touches her horn. She is slightly embarrassed as she can feel Grenda's hands touch her horn. Candy. Hey, do you want to be our friend? She asks Eri. Eri. You I don't know. I've never had a friend before. She says as she has her head down. Grenda and Candy start to feel bad for Eri but get an idea to cheer her up. Candy. Well, we can be your friends, right Grenda? Grenda. Ah yeah, she says as she jumps out of her chair and hugs Eri. Eri. Why you want to be my friends? Candy. Of course, she says as she joins in on the hug. As the three are hugging, Eri smiles to herself. Eri. My first friends. And she hugs them back. As they are hugging, Izuku is watching from a distance and smiles. Izuku. I'm glad Eri got some new friends. Mabel. Ah, they look so cute. She says as she watches them with Izuku. Mabel. Especially the lizard. Izuku. Yeah, I think Eri is gonna be fine. Mabel. Well, what do you want to do now? Izuku. I don't know. I guess I could go check on the other girls. Mabel. Alright, but when you're done come back so I can teach you how to dance. Izuku. Hey, I can dance. He says as he sees Mabel give him the look of doubt. Izuku. Sorta. Izuku. It's been months since I danced. Mabel. Still, come back when you're done, okay? She says as she kisses him on the cheek. Izuku. Alright, he says as he walks off. Mabel. Alright, what to do? She says as she walks off, trying to keep herself entertained. Meanwhile, we see Dipper outside reading his journal. He doesn't like parties so he decided to stay outside and read his journal. As he is reading his journals, he notices someone open the front door to the shack. Ugh, what kind of party is this? She says as she leans against the wall. Now I have to wait here until my ride comes, ugh. She complains as she lets out a frustrated sigh. Dipper. Hey, are you okay? No, I'm stuck here until my ride gets here and I have nothing to. Before she could finish her sentence she faces Dipper and is at a loss of words. T2. You Dipper. What's wrong? You and no, I'm okay. She says as she has a blush on his face. Dipper. Alright then, he says as he goes back to reading his journal. Dipper is sitting on the couch that's outside while the girl is standing a few feet away from him. Oh my god, he's so handsome. She thinks to herself as she holds her face flustered. She looks over to Dipper and sees him reading a journal. She looks to his side and notices there's an empty spot next to him. Perfect, she thinks to herself as she slowly walks over to Dipper and sits next to him. She sits down awkwardly and has her hands resting on her knees. Dipper. Come on, say something, she thinks to herself as she looks over to Dipper. So, what are you reading? Dipper. I'm just reading my journal. I don't like parties so I'm just staying out here until it's over. Oh, that's nice. She says as she has a small blush on her face. So, what's your name? She asks as she plays with her finger. Dipper. I'm Dipper Pines and inside is my twin sister Mabel. He says as he doesn't look away from his journal. Pacifica. Well, my name's Pacifica, it's nice to meet you. She says as she puts her hand out to Dipper. Dipper looks towards her and smiles. Dipper. It's nice to meet you too, Pacifica. He says as she shakes her hand. Pacifica. Oh god, he has such a cute smile. She thinks to herself as she blushes. Dipper. So what are you doing here? He says as he looks back to his journal. Pacifica. Well, I heard there was a party here so I came here out of curiosity. Dipper. I see, he says as he closes his journal. Dipper. Well, what do you think of it? He says as he puts his journal away in his vest. Pacifica. It was interesting. She says as she rubs the back of her head. Pacifica. But it's not really my kind of party. Dipper. I can understand why. he says as he looks through the window. He sees everyone partying like there's no tomorrow. Someone is hanging by a rope around their waist while people are riding on their back, swinging back and forth. Dipper. It's crazy in there, he says as he sits back down. Pacifica. Why yeah, it sure is. As she says that they notice the front door opening, revealing Izuku. Izuku walks out and notices Dipper and Pacifica sitting on the couch. Izuku. Hey Dipper, how you doing? Dipper. Hey, I'm doing fine. Izuku. That's good, just want to check on everyone to see how they're doing. Dipper. Oh, alright thanks. Izuku. Sure anyways, who's your little friend here? Dipper. Oh right, this is Pacifica, me and her were just talking. Izuku. Oh, well it's nice to meet a friend of Dipper's. He says as he goes to give her a handshake. Pacifica. It's nice to meet you too, she says as she shakes Izuku's hand. Izuku. So what you two talking about? Dipper. We were talking about the party. Izuku. It's fun right? Dipper. Not really. Izuku. You haven't even gone inside. Dipper. I just don't like parties. Izuku. Alright then, anyways do you know where Wendy is? Dipper. Yeah she's on the roof, you know her secret spot. Izuku. Alright thanks for telling me, I'm gonna go see how she's doing. He says as he goes back into the shack. As he opens the door, he sees Mabel run at him and they into each other. Izuku. Oh crap, are you okay? Mabel. Haha, I'm fine Izuku, she says as she rubs her forehead. Izuku. Are you sure? He says as he holds her face in his hands. Mabel. Don't worry Izuku I'm fine, I promise, she says as she holds Izuku's hands that were holding her face. Izuku. Alright then, he says as he kisses her on her forehead. Izuku. Let me know if you need anything, I'm gonna go check on Wendy. Mabel. Okay Izuku, she says as she kisses him on the cheek. Izuku smiles as she lets go of his hands and he goes back into the shack. Mabel. Alright, back to the takes at hand, she says as she walks up to Dipper. Mabel. You're gonna go in there and have fun, she says as she grabs him by the collar of his shirt. Mabel. Bin if I have to drag you, she says as she begins to drag him away. Dipper. No, let me go, he says as he struggles to break free from Mabel's grasp. Mabel. You're going and you're gonna have fun, she says as she opens the door and drags him in. Dipper. No, and the door closes as he is dragged in. Pacifica. What just happened? She asks herself as she is staring at the door. As she is about to get off of the couch, she notices something glowing on the couch. She looks over to it and picks it up. Pacifica. What is this? She says as she inspects it. It's a vial that's filled with a blue substance. Pacifica. I think Dipper dropped it when he was being dragged away, she says as she lightly shakes it. She then notices the label that's on the side of the vial, explaining what it is. Pacifica. Whoa, this stuff can make you older. She looks around as she is deciding on whether or not it actually works. Pacifica. Wait a minute, if this stuff actually works, then that means I could have a chance with Dipper, she thinks to herself as she looks at the vial that's in her hands. Pacifica. But then again, it would be pretty stupid of me to drink a random vial I just found, she thinks to herself as she notices a car pull up in front of the shack. Pacifica. Finally, she thinks to herself as she gets up off the couch. She looks towards the vial in her hand and puts it in her pocket. Pacifica. I'll decide what to do with you later, she thinks to herself as she gets in the car and leaves. Meanwhile, we see Izuku get to the roof. He opens the hatch that lead to the roof and sees Wendy, sitting on THSEDGD of the roof, staring into the night sky. Izuku. Hey Wendy, he says as he walks over to her. Wendy. Oh, hey Izuku, she says as she slightly looks behind her. Izuku. What are you doing up here? You do know the party is inside the shack right? Wendy. Hee, yeah I do. I just wanted to relax for a bit, she says as she looks up to the sky. Izuku. I see, mind if I join you? Wendy. Not at all, she says as she scoots over. Izuku sits next to her and they both stare at the night sky. Izuku. The moon looks beautiful tonight. Wendy. It does, doesn't it? She says as SHS leans her head on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku. Yeah, but not as beautiful as you and the others. He says as he lays his head on top of hers. Wendy. PFFT, that was so corny. Izuku. Haha, sorry. He says as he wraps his arm around her waist. Wendy. It's fine, I thought it was kinda sweet anyways. She says as she faces Izuku. Izuku faces her as well and they both lean towards each other. As they do, the both kiss each other on the lips, enjoying every moment they have together. As they are kissing, Wendy sits on Izuku's lap and puts her arms over Izuku's shoulders. Izuku holds her waist and breaks the kiss. Wendy. Damn, you're good. She says as she feels Izuku slide his hands towards her butt. She lays her head on Izuku's shoulder and closes her eyes, enjoying Izuku's warmth. But she is caught off guard as Izuku licks her neck. She blushes as she slowly grabs Izuku's head and holds his head against her neck. As Izuku continues to make out with her neck, she rubs her fingers through his hair as she lets out a soft moan. She covers her mouth as she doesn't want anyone to hear her moans. As Izuku kisses her neck, he slides his hands through the back of her pants, causing her to slightly jump. Wendy. Izuku, she says as she is breathing heavily. But before Izuku could continue, he stops. Izuku. Sorry, I kinda got carried away. He says as he takes his hands out of her pants. Wendy. It's okay, but I want something. She says as she moves up to Izuku's ear. Wendy. Once this party's over, me and you are gonna continue this makeout session in your room, okay? Izuku's shocked face. Okay. He says as he kisses her on the cheek. Izuku. Anyways, I should go see how the others are doing. He says as Wendy gets off of him. Wendy. Alright, but remember Izuku, this isn't over. She says as she kisses him on the lips. Izuku. I will, he says as he gets up and goes back into his shack. Wendy. Now I can't wait until this party is over. She says as she has a small blush on her face. Meanwhile, we see Izuku looking for Tambri and notices she isn't with the party. Izuku. Where would I be if I was Tambri? He thinks to himself. Izuku. Oh wait, I think I know. He thinks to himself as he goes to his room. He opens the door and sees Tamrby laying on his bed, going through her phone. And sleeping next to her is Mystique in her cat form. Izuku. Hey Tambri, he says as he closed the door behind him. Tamrby. Hey Izuku, she says as Izuku walks over to her. Izuku. What are you doing in here? He asks her as he sits down on the edge of the bed. Tamrby. I got bored. She says as she gets off of her phone. Tamrby. And, Izuku. And what? He asks her as she has a small blush on her face. Tamrby. I wanted to know if we could cuddle. She asks as she puts her face in the pillow. Izuku can't help but laugh to himself. Tamrby. What's so funny? She asks, feeling very embarrassed. Izuku. And nothing, you just look very cute when you're flustered. Tamrby. Shut up. She says as she stuffs her face in the pillow, blushing very hard. Izuku. But sure, we can. He says as he gets on the bed and hugs her from behind. Tamrby is blushing as she takes her head out of the pillow and looks towards him. Izuku. You know, you don't have to ask if you want to cuddle. He says as he kisses her on the cheek. Tamrby. Really? Izuku. Of course, he says as she turns her around. She stares into Izuku's eyes as he kisses her on the cheek again, before laying his head on her chest. Tamrby wraps her arms around Izuku as she has a small blush on her face. Izuku smiles as he feels very comfortable in the position he is in. As they are cuddling, Tamrby could feel Izuku's soft hair brush against her jaw, causing her to pet his hair. Izuku can feel her soft hand run through his hair and a small blush grows on his face. Tambri. Your hair's really soft, she says as she continues to run her fingers through his hair. Izuku. He hums as he looks up to her. Izuku. I forgot to ask, how are you doing? Tamrby. Better now that you're here, she says as she hugs Izuku's head against her chest. He smiles as he hugs her back. But then he remembers about the other girls and breaks the hug. Izuku. As much as I want to stay here all day, I gotta go see how the other girls are doing. He says as he is about to get up. Tambri. Hold on, she says as she grabs the collar of his shirt. Izuku. Before you go, see could I get a kiss? She says with a blush on his face. Izuku. Of course, he says as he lifts her chin up and kisses her on the lips. She blushes as she cups Izuku's cheeks with her hands. As they are kissing, Tamrby unconsciously slips her tongue in which catches Izuku off guard. He blushes as he can feel her wrap her legs around his waist. She then breaks the kiss, leaving a trail of saliva from both of their mouths, leaving Izuku blushing. They both stare into each other's eyes as they are both breathing heavily. Mystique. Geez, get a room you two. She says as she is in her human form, laying next to them both. They both look towards her embarrassed that she was watching them. Izuku. Sorry, he says as he lets Tamrby go. Izuku. Well I should get going. He says as he gets off of Tambri and stands up. Mystique. Hey what about me? I want a kiss too. She says as she jumps off the bed and into Izuku's arms. Izuku. Okay but please don't do that again. He says as he barely caught her. Mystique. Fine fine, she says as she cups Izuku's cheeks and kisses him. Izuku kisses her back as she wraps her legs around Izuku's waist. Izuku holds her by her thighs as he can feel her tail wrap around his hand. He breaks the kiss and has a small blush on his face. Mystique. Now you can go. She says as she licks his cheek. Izuku's shocked face okay. He says as he puts her down. Mystique transforms back into her cat form and jumps on the bed. Izuku walks out of his room and closes TH's door behind him. He stands there as he holds his face with his hands, trying to calm himself down. Izuku. I wasn't sure I could last much longer. He says as he rubs his face. He calms himself down and goes to find Najire. Time skip. Izuku. Where is she? He's looked almost everywhere and can't find her. Izuku. Maybe has seen her. He says as he goes to find Mabel. He eventually finds her on the dance floor dancing again. Izuku. Hey Mabel, he says as he goes up to her. Mabel. Oh, hey Izuku. She says as she goes up to Izuku. Mabel. Are you finally ready for the dance lessons? Izuku. No I actually need your help. Mabel. What? She says as she can't hear Izuku over the loud music. Izuku. I need your help. He shouts to her. Mabel. Oh, with what? Izuku. I can't find Najire. Mabel. Oh, she's not here. Izuku. What? He says as he can't hear her over the loud music. Mabel gets frustrated as she takes Izuku's hand and drags him outside. Once they're outside, she sits him down on the couch and sits next to him. Mabel. Okay, Najire isn't here. Izuku. What, why? Mabel. Well, Evelyn asked her as she could help her with something. Izuku. What, why didn't you tell me? Mabel. Well, I kinda forgot. Izuku. Oh, he says as he looks down. Izuku. Why didn't she ask me for help? Mabel. Because we wanted to give you a break. She says as she holds his hand. Izuku. A break? What do you mean, a break? Mabel. Look, we notices you're always helping everyone you can and we love you for that, but we noticed you're always tired and it's because you work too much. Izuku. But I like to help. Mabel. We know you do and we love you for that, but we're just worried about you. She says as she holds the side of Izuku's face. Izuku. But, Mabel. No, Izuku. Be you. Before he could say anything, she brought him into a kiss which caught him by surprise. She breaks the kiss and looks into Izuku's eyes. Mabel. No buts okay. Izuku's shocked face okay. He says as she pulls him off the couch. Mabel. Now come on, you promised me a dance. She says as she dragged him back into the shack. Izuku. Sigh alright, he says as he joins her in the party. Time skip. After hours of partying, the party ends as we see everyone leave. Eri. Bye Grenda and Candy. Candy. Bye Eri. Grenda. Bye Eri, we miss you already. Eri. I miss you too. She says as she waves goodbye to them. Izuku. Did you have fun Eri? He asks her as he picks her up. Eri. Yes Papa, I made friends. she says with a huge smile on her face. Izuku. Oh my god, I haven't seen her smile so big. He says as his heart can't take her cuteness. Izuku. I am glad you had fun. He says as he goes into the shack. He sees everyone finish cleaning the mess up the party has left behind. Mabel. How was the party, Eri? Eri. It was so much fun. She says with a huge smile. Everyone in the room smile as they see her adorable face. Grunkle. That kid is gonna give me a heart attack if she doesn't stop doing that. He thinks to himself as he holds his chest and walks out of the room. Mabel. Ah, you're so cute. She says as she takes Eri out of Izuku's arms and hugs her tight. Eri giggles as she hugs Mabel back. Izuku. I was blessed with a gift from God. He says as he begins to tear up. Tip top. I know, right? Izuku. What? Who said that? Tip top. Oh fuck, I am just a voice in your head from not getting enough sleep. Izuku. Really? Tip top. Yes, and you should get some sleep or else you'll start seeing things. Izuku. Well, now that you mention it, I am kinda tired. He says as he yawns. Tip top. Now just ignore me and get some sleep. I say as I get the fuck out of there. Izuku. The mysterious voice is right, I should get some sleep. He says as he goes to his room. Mabel. Hey Eri, do you wanna sleep with Mama tonight? Eri. With Mama. What about Papa? Izuku. Izuku needs to sleep. If he doesn't get his sleep, how is he gonna be able to have the energy to play with you? Eri. Gasp, you're right, let's go to sleep Mama. She says as she hugs her. Mabel smiles as she carries Eri to her room. Meanwhile, we see Izuku enter his room and noticing no one was here. Izuku. I guess I'm sleeping alone tonight. He says as she begins to undress himself, leaving only his shorts on. He gets in bed and goes under the covers and immediately falls asleep. Time skip. It's the middle of the night and we see Izuku sleeping in bed. As he is sleeping, the door to his room opens and someone enters the room and closes it. She then takes her shoes off and climbs into bed with Izuku. She gets under the blanket and is on top of Izuku. You're so cute when you sleep. She whispers to herself as she caresses his face. Izuku can feel someone's hand caress his cheek and slightly opens his eye to see what's going on. Izuku. Wendy. He whispers in a tired tone. Wendy. Oh, sorry Izuku, I didn't mean to wake you. Izuku. It's okay, but what are you doing? It's so late. Wendy. Don't you remember what you promised me? She says as she runs her hands over Izuku's muscles. Izuku. You I don't think so. He says as he could feel her warm hand. Wendy. Sigh, that's okay, Quace, I'm here to remind you. She says as she holds Izuku's cheek with one of her hands. Izuku. Wah. Before he could finish, Wendy pulls him into a kiss. She slips her tongue through his lips which catches Izuku by surprise. But Izuku doesn't stop her as he caresses her cheek. She breaks the kiss and looks into Izuku's eyes. Wendy. Do you remember now? Izuku. I do now. He says as he moves his hands up to her butt and grabs it. We start this chapter off as we see Stan trying to get his car out of the mud. Izuku, Eri, Mabel and Dipper watching Grunkle Stan struggle to get his car out of the mud. Izuku is holding Eri in his arms as Eri is playing with her necklace she got as a gift from the mall the other day. Izuku. Stan, do you need help? Stan. No kid, I got it. He says as he continues try and drive his car out of the mud. Izuku. Yeah, he needs help. He says as he puts Eri down. Izuku. Why don't you go check out the Pioneer Carnival, while I help Grunkle Stan get his car out of the mud? He says as he pets her head. Eri. Okay Papa, she says as she runs to Mabel. Dipper. Do you want me to help Izuku? Izuku. No, I'll be fine, just keep an eye on Eri. Even though she made new friends the other day, she's still nervous about being around big crowds. He says as he looks towards Eri and Mabel as he can see Mabel tickle Eri, making her laugh. Izuku smiles a bit as he sees that Eri is having fun. Dipper. Alright, well, make sure she's safe. He says as he walks away with Mabel and Eri. Izuku. Sigh, alright Grunkle Stan, let me help you out. He says as he goes to Stan. Meanwhile, We see Eri walking with Mabel and Dipper as they can see a bunch of people wearing pioneer outfits. Eri. What are they wearing? She asks as she is holding Mabel and Dipper's hands. Dipper. They're wearing pioneer clothes. It's what people would wear back then when technology wasn't a thing. People would travel with horses and wagons. Eri. Oh really? Dipper. Yup, times were tough back then when you could die from a simple cold. Eri. Oh wow, she says, fascinated to know how hard it was for pioneers. Mabel. Hey look over there. She points at the huge crowd. Dipper. What's going on over there? He says as he looks towards it. Mabel. Let's go check it out. She says as she picks up Mabel and drags Dipper to the crowd. Dipper. Is it me or has Mabel gotten stronger than I remember? He thinks to himself as Mabel continues to drag him. They arrive and Dipper notices a family on the stage and feels like he met one of them. Dipper. I feel like I've seen her from somewhere. He thinks to himself as he stares at the teenage girl with long blonde hair. Pacifica. Hello everyone, I'm Pacifica Northwest and welcome to this year's Pioneer Day. She says as everyone starts to cheer. Dipper. Wait, Pacifica. He is shocked to see the little girl he met at the party is now a teenager. Dipper. Wait, how did she? He thinks to himself and realizes something. Dipper. Wait, where the vial? He thinks to himself as she checks his pockets and doesn't find it. Dipper. Did she drink it? He thinks to himself and face palms himself. Dipper. How did I not notice I didn't have it? Mabel just stares at Dipper confused as hell, while Air is watching Pacifica in as she thinks she looks pretty. Dipper. I need to talk to her. He says as he waits for her to finish her speech. Meanwhile, Izuku is pushing the car with Stan. Stan. Come on kid, why won't you use your powers or whatever? He asks as he is struggling to push the car. Izuku. I can't stand people are around. Stan. There's no one here. He says as he looks around. Nobody is nearby as they are all watching Pacifica. Izuku. Sai okay, get in the car. He says as Stan nods and enters the car. Izuku. Okay, I'm gonna push the car while you drive it out, okay? Stan. Alright kid. He says as he gives Izuku a thumbs up. Izuku. Alright, he says as he gets in position. Izuku. OFA 5% full cowling. He uses OFA and begins to push the car out of the mud. Izuku. Alright now, he says as Stan starts the car and begins to drive out. The car starts to get out of the mud but the wheels splash mud at Izuku. He pushes the car and it's free from the mud and Stan stops the car. Stan. Nice job kid. He says as he gets out of the car to see Izuku covered in mud. Stan. Jesus kid. Izuku. Yeah I know. He says as he wipes the mud off his face. Izuku. And I didn't bring any extra clothes. He says as he takes his shirt off and shakes the mud off of it. He then notices his shirt is torn. Izuku. My shirt. He says as he is crying on the inside. Izuku. This was my favorite shit. He says as he drops it on the floor. Izuku. And now it's destroyed. He says as he covers the shirt with dirt. As Izuku is mourning the loss of his favorite shirt. Stan is looking at Izuku like he's stupid. Stan. You do know Mabel can fix it right. She makes all those sweaters so she probably knows how to fix your shirt kid. Izuku sits there for a moment and then begins to dig his shirt out of the ground. He gets it out of the dirt and it looks worse than before. Izuku. I'm gonna go find Mabel, and ask her if she can fix this. He says as he puts the shirt on the car and runs off. Izuku. Could you please watch it Grunkle Stan? Stan. Sure, if you got $5. He says as he holds his hand out. Izuku. Really? Stan. Yup. Izuku. Sigh okay fine. He says as he takes out his wallet and gives Stan $5. Izuku. Alright Stan, I'll be right back. He says as he runs off to find Mabel. Meanwhile, we see Dipper walking to Pacifica as Mabel and Eri follow him. Dipper sees her and goes up to her. Dipper. Hey Pacifica. He asks as he rubs the back of his head. Pacifica turns around as she sees Dipper and blushes. Pacifica shocked face, oh hey Dipper. She says as she has a nervous smile on her face. Dipper. Can we talk for a minute? Pacifica shocked face, of course. She says as she's about to leave with Dipper. Mabel. But Dipper, Izuku told us to stay with Eri. Dipper. I won't be long but here. He says as he gives Mabel his journal. Dipper. Use this to keep Eri distracted. He says as he's about to leave with Pacifica. Eri. You Ms. Pacifica. She says in a shy tone. Pacifica. Eri. I just wanted to tell you that you look pretty. She says as she is blushing. Pacifica. Aw, thank you. She says as she pets Eri's head. Eri smiles as she thinks Pacifica is nice. Dipper. Alright, let's go. He says as he takes Pacifica's hand and drags her away. Pacifica blushes as she stares at her hand that is being held by Dipper's and blushes. With Mabel and Eri alone, Mabel gives Eri the journal and looks around. Mabel. Why don't we go sit over there for a moment? She says as she points at the statue of the founder of Gravity Falls. Eri. Okay mama, she says as Mabel walks over to the statue and sits Eri down on the steps. She sits next to her and Eri starts to read the journal as she is curious to see what she could find in it. Mabel. Phew, all of this walking around has got me bushed. She says as she takes her sweater off and ties it around her waist. Mabel. Jesus, it's hot out here. As her and Eri are sitting on the floor, they see Izuku walking around shirtless as he is looking around. Mabel. Is that Izuku? She says as she has a small blush on her face. Eri. What is Papa doing? She asks as she sees Izuku look towards them. He smiles as he jogs over to them. Izuku. There you girls are, I've been looking for you. He says as he sits down between them. Mabel. Izuku, what happened to you? She asks as she wipes the dried up mud out of his hair. Izuku. I got mud on me when I pushed Grunkle Stan's car out of the mud. Mabel. Okay, but why are you shirtless? She says as she is trying hard not to stare at his rock-hard abs. I mean, who wouldn't look at em? Am I right, or am I right? Smirk. Izuku. My shirt is torn so I couldn't wear it unless I wanted to look like a zombie. He says as he laughs a little bit. Mabel. Geez, you got so much mud in your hair. She says as she is still brushing the dirt out of his hair. Izuku. It's fine, I'll just take a shower when we get back. He says as he holds her hands. Izuku. Anyways, how are you both doing? He says as he kisses her cheek. Mabel. We're doing fine Izuku, just waiting for Dipper to get back. Izuku. Oh, where is he? He said as he looked around. Mabel. He went to go talk to some girl named Pacifica. Izuku. Pacifica. I remember her, she was talking to Dipper that night at the party. Mabel. Oh really? She asks as she has a small smirk on her face. Mabel. I have something to tease him about now. She says as a teasing tone. Izuku. Hey sure. He says as he looks towards Eri. Izuku. What do you got there Eri? He asks as he looks at the pages Eri is reading. Eri. Uncle Dipper gave me this to read. She says as she shows Izuku the journal. Izuku. Huh. He takes the journal from Eri's hands and looks through the pages. Izuku. This looked like the journal I borrowed from Gideon. He says as he looks through the pages. He then stops on a page as there's a picture taped on the page. Izuku. What's this? He says as he takes the picture off the page. He flips open the picture and it has a bunch of symbols and lines all over it. Izuku. What is this? He says as he shows Mabel. Mabel. I have no idea what this is. She says as she takes the paper out of Izuku's hands. As Mabel is looking at the piece of paper with weird symbols on it, Izuku is reading the page he took the piece of paper off of. Izuku. Huh, it says here that the founder of Northwest, Nathaniel Northwest, was not the actual founder. Mabel. Wait, really? She says as she gives the piece of paper to Eri and looks at the journal with Izuku. Izuku. Yeah, it also says we could find the real founder if we can just crack the code. Mabel. Dipper would know what to do but he's busy right now so. She says as she rubs the temple of her head. Mabel. Just gotta think like Dipper. She says as she closes her eyes and starts to think. While she's doing that, Izuku goes over to Eri. Izuku. Hey Eri, can I see that really quick? Eri. Okay Papa, she says as she gives Izuku the paper. Izuku. Thank you sweetie. He says as he kisses her head. She giggles with a smile as he does. Izuku looks at the paper and sees a big triangle with symbols inside it. Izuku. Maybe the shape means something. He says as he stands up. Izuku. Hey Eri, wanna figure out this mystery? He says as he pets her head. Eri. Yes Papa, she says as she jumps into her feet. Izuku. What about you Mabel, wanna help us? He says as he sticks his hand out to her. Mabel. Of course I do. She says as she takes his hand and he pulls her up. Izuku. Alright then, let's go. He says as they run off. But what they didn't know was that someone was listening to them. Sheriff Bulbs. This is Sheriff Blubs, we've got a code sepia. He says into his walkie-talkie. Sheriff Blubs. I'm following them right now. He says as he watched the three run off. Sheriff Blubs. I understand, Blubs out. He says as he puts his walkie-talkie away. Sheriff Blubs. Deputy Durland, maintaining this cover-up is the mission we've been training for our entire careers. Are you ready, Deputy Durland? WHOOOO. He cheers as he rings his bell. Sheriff Blubs. Haha, if being cheerful was a crime, you'd be breaking the law. Deputy Durland. Let's go get em. He says as they both run off after Izuku, Eri and Mabel. Meanwhile, we see Dipper and Pacifica standing behind a building, where no one is around. Pacifica. So why did you bring me here? She asked as she has a small blush on her face. Dipper. Did you by any chance drink a vial with blue substance in it? Pacifica. Why yeah why? Dipper. Oh crap, I was right. He said as he face palms himself. Pacifica. Right about what? She asked confused to what he was talking about. Dipper. Okay, that vial you drank turned you into a teenager and you can't go back to being a kid anymore. Pacifica. Oh, I'm okay with it. She says so casually, as if it's normal to turn into a teenager. Dipper. You're fine with this? He asked confused why she's so calm about this. Dipper. How are you okay with this? Pacifica. 'Cause now I have a chance. She says to herself. Dipper. What was that? Pacifica. And nothing, she says as a small blush grows on her face. Dipper. Well, if you're okay with it then I guess I should go now. He says as he's about to leave. Pacifica. Wait, she says as she takes his hand. Dipper. What? He says as a small blush grows on his face. He could feel her hand holding his, blushing since it's the first time a girl held his hand, other than Mabel. Pacifica. See can we hang out? For a bit, she asked as she had her head slightly down with a big blush on her face. Dipper. You sure I guess. He said as he looked away with a big blush on his face. Pacifica noticed and smiled as she walked to his side. Pacifica. Well, let's go then. She says as they begin to walk together side by side. Dipper. Alright, he said as he noticed Pacifica was still holding his hand. Dipper. You Pacifica. Pacifica. Yes, she said as she looked at Dipper. Dipper. Why you're still He pointed at their hands and Pacifica looked down to notice she was still holding his hand. Pacifica's shocked face. Well. She says as she tightens her grip on his hand. Pacifica. I hope you don't mind. She says as she is blushing hard. Dipper. Don't mind. He says as he looks away blushing. Pacifica smiles as they both walk together, holding each other's hands as they do. Meanwhile, we see Izuku, Mabel and Eri in the library as they are trying to figure out what the symbols on the paper means. While Izuku is reading books about the symbols, Mabel and Eri are playing together and has made Eri a paper hat out of the paper they got out of the journal. Mabel. Hey Izuku, she says as she taps Izuku's shoulder. Izuku. He says as he looks towards them. He sees them both wearing paper hats, as Eri is wearing the paper they got out of the journal. Izuku laughs a bit as he takes a piece of paper and makes a hat for himself too. Mabel. Hey we're all matching. She says as she pulls her phone out. Mabel. Let's take a selfie. She says as she pulls Izuku and Eri to her. Mabel. Say cheese. Izuku and Eri. Cheese. And she takes the photo of the three of them, all wearing paper hats. Mabel. We look so cute together. She says as she shows them. Izuku. Haha, we do don't we? he says as he looks at the photo. As he does, he notices something on Eri's paper hat. Izuku. Hey Eri, can I see your hat real quick? Eri. Here papa, she says as she takes it off and gives it to her papa. Izuku. Thank you sweetie, he says as he pets her head. Izuku looks at the paper hat and realizes something. Izuku. Hey, this looks like a map, he says as he shows Mabel. Mabel. Oh, you're right, she says as she takes it. As they hear two people enter the library. Sheriff Blubbs. Have you seen two teens and a little girl with long white hair? Deputy Durland. We're hunting them, done for secret reasons, woo, he says as he rings his bell. Izuku. I think we should stay out of their sights. Mabel. Hey, I think I know where this map will take us, she says as she puts that paper hat back on Eri's head. She takes Izuku and Eri's hand and begins to lead them to the front door. Izuku. Wait, we gotta distract them first, he says as the two cops are standing in front of the entrance. Mabel. Okay, but how? Izuku. Don't worry, I got this, he says as he sneaks up to them. He is behind a bookshelf and they two cops are on the other side. Izuku. On my mark, we run past them, he says to Mabel and Eri as they are behind him. Mabel nods along with Eri and Izuku gets ready to jump in front of them. Izuku. Smoke screen, he shouts as he jumps in front of them and smoke blasts out of his body. Deputy Durland. Blubbs, I can't see. Sheriff Blubbs. Where did you go? Durland, he said as they both couldn't see anything. Izuku. Come on, let's go, he says as the girls ran past the cops. Izuku followed them outside and hid in the crowd. Izuku. Phew, alright, you said you knew where that map lead to. Mabel. Yeah, just give me a minute, she says as Mabel was breathing heavily. Izuku. Are you okay? He says as he is breathing normally with Eri. Mabel. How are you both not tired? She asks, looking at them so confused. Izuku. Mabel, I'm a hero. Well, was a hero. Mabel. Right, I forgot, she says as she is still breathing heavily. Mabel. But, how is Eri fine? She says as she catches her breath. Eri. Me and Papa love tag. Izuku. She really loves it. Mabel. As that's cute, she whispers to Izuku. Izuku. Yeah, it is. Mabel. Anyways, I know where it leads, she says as she takes Eri's paper hat. Mabel. Follow me, she says as she runs off with Izuku and Eri, following her from behind. Meanwhile, we see Stan sitting on his hood as he is going through his wallet, counting how much money he has to keep himself entertained. As he doesn't notice the girls taking Izuku's shirt from the hood. As they are running off, Stan notices them and chases after them. Stan. Hey, get back here, you damn kids, he shouts as he chases them to get Izuku's shirt back. Girl. Sorry old man, but we know this is that cute guy's shirt. Girl number 2. Yeah, she says as she hugs Izuku's shirt. Stan. Why are kids so weird these days? He thinks to himself as he continues to chase the two girls down. Meanwhile, we see Izuku, Eri and Mabel standing in front of a big building. Mabel. The Gravity Falls Museum of History. Izuku. Our next clue is in there. Mabel. Yup, which means we have sneak in, she says as she has a serious face. Transition. Woman. And here's your pioneer buttons, along with your blue and pink balloons, she says as she gives Eri the pink balloons and gives Mabel and Izuku the blue ones. Mabel. We're in, she says with a serious face. Izumi. Come on, he says as he takes Eri's hand and walks further in the museum with Mabel next to him. As he is walking with the paper in his hand, Eri looks around to see painting and statues of a bunch of things which has her attention. Mabel. Hey Eri, she says as Eri looks towards her. Mabel. Want some candy? She says as she holds a bag of candy to her. Eri. Yes please, she says as Mabel gives her a piece of candy. As she's about to eat it, she notices a trail of candy wrappers on the floor. Eri. Mama, you can't leave your candy wrappers on the floor, she says as Mabel realizes she was littering. Mabel. Oh right, sorry Eri, she says as she walks back to pick up the candy wrappers. Izuku. Good job Eri, he says as he pets her head. She smiles as she feels proud of herself. Izuku. Alright, it says here that the next clue should be right here. He says as he looks up to see a weird statue. Izuku. What? He says as he doesn't know what he's looking at. Mabel. This is the weirdest statue I've ever seen. She says as she sits on the bench. Eri is looking at it with Izuku and starts to look at it in different perspectives. She tries to look at it upside down and notices it looks like something. Eri. Papa, look. She says as Izuku looks at her. He sees that she's looking upside down and does the same to realize Eri's right. Izuku. Hey, you're right, Eri. He says as Mabel looks at them. Mabel. Oh, let me see. She says as she sits upside down on the bench. Mabel. Oh hey, I've seen that statue at the cemetery. She says to Izuku and Eri. Izuku. I guess we're going to the cemetery. He says to Mabel. Mabel. Yup. She says as she stands up immediately. Mabel. Ow, I sat up too fast. She says as she holds her head. Izuku. You okay? He says as he helps her stand. Mabel. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. She says as she kisses his cheek. As Izuku smiles, they hear something from the entrance of the museum. Woman. I'm sorry but we're out of pink balloons. Deputy Durland. Why did we even come? He says as he looks down. Sheriff Blubbs. It's okay, Durland. As he says this, his walkie-talkie goes off and he answers it. Sheriff Blubbs. Yes, we're close to those kids, trust me, they won't get past us. He says as he sees Izuku, Eri and Mabel run past them. Izuku. We're speed. He says as the three slide past them. Sheriff Blubbs. Hey, get back here. He says as him and Durland try and chase after them but get stuck in the doorway. Sheriff Blubbs. Dang it. He says as he tries to get free. As they are running, Eri saw that Officer Durland was upset that he couldn't get a pink balloon and stops. Eri. Hold on, Papa. She says as she runs back to the officers. Izuku. Eri, wait. He says as he chases after her. Mabel. Eri, come back. She says as she chases after her with Izuku. As the two cops are struggling to get free, they notice Eri standing in front of them. Eri. I saw that you were sad when you didn't get a pink balloon, so here. She says as she gives Durland the pink balloon. Deputy Durland. Aw, thank you. He says as he smiles. Eri smiles back as Izuku saw what Eri did. Izuku. Come on, Eri, let's go. He says as he picks her up and runs off with Mabel and Eri. Deputy Durland. That kid is so sweet. He says as he's smiling. Sheriff Blubbs. She sure is. He says as he's smiling too. Sheriff Blubbs. Oh wait, we're still stuck. He says as they continue to struggle free. Meanwhile, we see Dipper and Pacifica laughing together as they were sitting on the statue of the Gravity Falls founder. Pacifica. That actually happened. Dipper. Yeah, luckily Izuku was there to save us. He says as he looks forwards. Dipper. If it wasn't for him, Mabel would be a princess or something for the gnomes. Pacifica. You've been talking a lot about Izuku. She says as she stretches. Pacifica. Do you look up to him or something? Dipper. I do actually. He says as he looks away with a small blush on his face, embarrassed about this. Pacifica. Why are you blushing? She asked as she scooted closer to him. Dipper. No reason. He says as he could feel her shoulder touching him. Pacifica. Well, I'm glad you have someone to look up to. My parents are jerks. She says as looks down to the ground. Pacifica. When I drank that vial, I realized my parents are jerks to people here. She says as she rubs the back of her head. Dipper. Wow, really? Pacifica. Yeah, I also realized I was a jerk to people too. Dipper. But you stopped right. Pacifica. Yeah, I did. I wanna be better than them. Dipper. Well, you're doing a pretty good job so far. He says as he smiles to her. She blushes as she looks down a bit with a small smile. Pacifica. Really? She says as she looks at him. Dipper. Yeah, he says as they both look into each other's eyes. They both start to move closer to each other as they slowly close their eyes. As they are about to kiss, they hear someone screaming. As Dipper looks away to see what's going on, Pacifica accidentally kisses his cheek, making them both blush hard as they look away from each other. Stan. Dipper. Stan shouts as he is chasing the two teen girls. Stan. Help me out here, they stole Midoriya's shirt. He says as he tackles one of them. Stan. I gotcha ha ha ha. He says as he turns the girl over to see she doesn't have the shirt. Stan. What the? He looks up and sees the girl stick her tongue out and runs off. Stan. After her, he says as he's about to chase the other girl. Girl number 2. Not a chance. She says as she trips him to the ground. Stan. Dipper, don't let her get away. He shouts as he's having a tussle with the teen girl. Dipper. Alright, he says as he's about to run after her. Dipper. I'll see you later. He says as kisses her cheek and runs of blushing. As he leaves after the teen girl, Pacifica is sitting there holding her cheek in a blush. She smiles as she watches him run off. Stan. I am not afraid to punch you. Meanwhile, we see Izuku, Mabel and Eri standing in front of the statue. Izuku. This is the next clue, but what is it about? He says as he holds his chin. Eri looks at him and copies what he does. As they both are inspecting the statue, Mabel goes up to it. Mabel. Hey guys, look. She says as they both look at the statue poking her nose. Mabel. Aw help, it's got me. She says in a playful tone. Eri is giggling as Izuku laughs a bit. Izuku. Get down from there, you don't know where it's been. Mabel. Okay. She says as she's about to get down. As she does, the finger on the statue moves like a lever and the ground under Izuku and Eri start to move. Izuku picks Eri up and jumps out of the way. Izuku looks down and sees a staircase leading underground. Mabel. I'm a genius. She says as she goes to get down but forgets the statue's finger is still in her nose. Mabel. Ow okay. She says as she frees her nose. Izuku. You okay? Mabel. Yeah, just pulled my nose a little bit. She says as she rubs her nose. Izuku. Alright, let's go. He says as he has Eri in his arms and starts walking down the stairs, with Mabel following him. Once they reach the bottom of the stairs, they see a long hallway. Mabel is about to walk forward but he stops her. Izuku. Wait, my danger sense is going off. He says as he takes his phone out and shines the light in the hallway. Izuku. There's probably a trap in here, so be careful. He says as he walks carefully with them. Mabel. Alright, very careful. She says as she's about to take a step forward but sees a penny on the floor. Mabel. Ooh, a penny. She says as she goes to pick it up. Izuku. Wait, Mabel, don't. He says as he is about to stop her. But he's too late as she picks it up and they hear a click. A dart flies by Izuku's face and Eri jumps. Izuku. Run. He says as he grabs Mabel's hand and starts to run. He uses his black whip to protect them and continues to run through the hallway. He sees a tunnel and is about to jump down with them. Eri. Wait, Papa, my necklace. She says as she jumps out of his arms. She sees it on the floor and is about to grab it. Izuku. Eri, wait. He says as he jumps to her and covers her. He covers them with the black wile but a dart is able to hit Izuku's arm. He picks Eri up and grabs the necklace and jumps down the tunnel with Mabel. Once they reach the bottom of the tunnel, Izuku falls on his back with Eri on his stomach. Mabel's rolls on the floor and gets up as she sees Izuku laying on the ground with Eri on him. Mabel. Izuku. She says as she crawls to him. She sees the dart in his arm and pulls it out and throws it to the side. Mabel. Izuku, are you okay? She says as she helps him up. Izuku. NGH, I think I'm okay. He says as he's swaying a bit. Eri. I'm so sorry, Papa. She says as she's hugging him, tearing up as she does. Izuku. It's okay, Eri, I'm just glad you're okay. He says as he wipes her tears away. Izuku. Plus, I got this. He says as HW shows her the necklace. Eri. You got it. She says as she takes it. Eri. Thank you, Papa. She says as she hugs him. Izuku. Anything for you, sweetie. He says as he pets her. Mabel. Are you sure you're okay? She says as she checks his arm. Izuku. I think so, but I feel kinda weird. He says as he rubs his arm. Izuku. But I think I'll be fine. He says as he holds Mabel's hand. Mabel. You sure? She says as she holds his cheek. Izuku. Yeah, he says as he kisses her forehead. She smiles as she feels his lips press against her forehead. Izuku breaks the kiss and looks around to see where they are. The cave is dimly lit as there are a few lanterns hanging from the walls. There's sheets of paper and books everywhere as the place looked like it's been here for decades. Izuku. Wow, this place looks like it's been here for years. He says as he picks up a book from the floor. Mabel. I know right. She says as she runs her finger against the desk, wiping the dust off of it. Mabel. Geez, it's so dusty here. She says as she wipes her finger against her pants. While Izuku and Mabel are looking around, Eri is staring at a huge rectangular shape in front of her that is covered in a sheet. Eri is curious to see what's under the sheet and grabs it. She pulls it down and the sheet slides off, revealing a man in a rectangular substance. Eri. Papa. She says as she backs away from it. Izuku. He says as he looks behind him to see the man in the substance. Izuku. What the? He says as he slowly goes up to it. Mabel turns around and sees it too and is kinda disturbed by it. Mabel. You who is that? Izuku. I'm not sure. He says as he touches it. He notices it smells kinda weird. Izuku. Weird, it smells kinda sweet. Mabel. Really? She says as she walks up to it. She smells it and realizes what it is. Mabel. It's peanut brittle. Izuku. Peanut brittle, he says as he knocks on it. As he does, he accidentally breaks a piece off of it. The peanut brittle starts to crack more and more, which make Izuku and Mabel back away from it. Izuku hides Eri and Mabel behind him as he gets into a fighting stance. The peanut brittle breaks into pieces and the man inside starts to move. As the man is moving, he notices the three staring at him. Izuku. Who are you? He says as he has his guard up. Do not fear, for it is I. He says as he rips his pants off, showing his underwear. Quentin. Quentin Tremblay. Izuku. Quentin Tremblay. He says as he has no clue who that is. Quentin. The founder of Gravity Falls. Izuku. Oh, he says as he puts his guard down. Izuku. It's nice to meet you, sir. He says as he goes to shake his hand. Quentin. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. He says as he shakes his hand. Quentin. So you three were able to solve my puzzle. Izuku. Yeah, the three of us found you done here. He says as he gestures at Eri and Mabel. Mabel. Hi, it's nice to meet you. She says as she shakes his hand. Quentin. Same to you. As he is greeting Mabel, Eri walks up to him nervously. Quentin notices her and looks down to her. Quentin. And what is your name? He says as he crouches down to her. Eri. My name is Eri. She says as she sticks her hand out to him. Quentin. It's nice to meet you too, dear. He says as he shakes her hand gently. Izuku. So, why were you in peanut brittle? He asked as he rubbed his arm that the dart hit. Quentin. Peanut brittle has life-sustaining substances and I thought that if I covered myself in peanut brittle I could live through. What year is it? Mabel. 2012. Quentin. 300 years. Izuku. I guess that sorta makes sense, since you're alive. He says as he is still rubbing his arm. But for some reason he can't feel his hand touching his arm. Izuku. I can't feel my arm. He says as he is kinda panicking. Mabel. Wait, what? She says as she takes Izuku's arm. Mabel. Are you sure? She says as she pinches it. Izuku. I can't feel my arm. He says as he tries move it but can't. Quentin. You didn't happen to get hit by a dart, right? Izuku. I did, it's right there. He points at the dart that's on the floor. Quentin walks up to it and picks it up. Quentin. Oh, you were hit by my tranquilizer darts. Izuku. Tranquilizers, he says as he looks at him. Quentin. Yup, when were you hit with this? Izuku. Like a few minutes ago, I think. He says as he is swaying. Quentin. I see, in a few seconds you'll go unconscious. He says as he throws the dart to the side. Mabel. But he'll be fine, right? She says, worried about Izuku. Quentin. Yes, he'll be fine. He says as Izuku falls face first into the floor. Quentin. Mabel. Oh God, Izuku. She says as she flips him over. She puts her head to his chest and can hear him breathing normally. She lets out a sigh of relief as she starts to pick Izuku up. Mabel. So how do we get out of here? She says as she puts Izuku on her back. Quentin. He says as he looks at the pathways. He starts playing eeny meeny miny mo and ends up pointing at the one to the left. Quentin. This way, he says as he starts walking towards that direction. Mabel and Aerie look at each other nervously. Mabel. Well, I guess we should follow him. She says as they are both about to walk the direction Quentin went. Quentin. The other way. He says as his hair is on fire. Aerie. You excuse me, your hair is She says as points at his head. Quentin looks up and sees his hair is on fire and puts it out. Quentin. Thank you dear. He says as he pats her head and the three continue to walk down the path with an unconscious Izuku. Time skip. We see them at the Pioneer Festival as they finally found the exit from the cave. They were all dirty and tired and they just wanted to go to bed. Quentin. Again I must thank you for solving my puzzle and freeing me from my delicious tomb. Mabel. Yeah, glad we could help. She says as she shakes his hand with Izuku still on her back. Quentin. In return let me give you these gifts, as a thank you. He says as he pulls out a hat. Quentin. For Mabel, I give you the hat if Congress. Mabel. Oh sweet, I'm gonna legalize everything. She says as she realizes what she said. Mabel. Haha well, not everything. Quentin. As for Midoriya, I give him the key to the city, which can open any lock in America. He says as he puts it in his pocket. Mabel. Well someone's lucky. She says as she smiles at the sleeping Izuku on her back. Quentin. And as for you Aerie, I give you. He says as he reaches into his pocket. Quentin. This. He says as he pulls out a weird compass. Aerie. Wow, what is it? She says as she's never seen a compass before. Quentin. This my dear is a compass. He says as she puts it in her hand. Quentin. It shall show you where to go when you are lost. He says as Aerie stares at it. Aerie. Wow, she says as she starts to play with it. Quentin. Something tells me you will have many adventures along the way, so do not worry I will always be right here. He says as he points at Aerie's chest. Quentin. On the -$10 bill. He says as he gives her the -$10. Aerie. Wow, this is great. She says as she has a nervous smile. Quentin. Glad you like it, even if it's more than useless. He says as he backs away. Quentin. Trembly away. He says as he jumps back and lands backwards on a horse, riding away into the sunset. Aerie. Where is he going? She asked as she puts the dollar away in her pocket. Mabel. I dunno. She says as she takes Aerie's hand. Mabel. Come on let's go back to Grunkle Stan. She says as she starts to walk off with Aerie. As they are Aerie looks at the compass and smiles as she puts it in her pocket. Aerie. I wonder if Papa will like it too. She says as she continues to walk with Mabel. Meanwhile, we see Dipper chasing the teen girl through the forest. He is on her tail and is close to catching her. Dipper. Almost got her. He thinks to himself as he reaches out to her. But before he can grab her, she stops and sticks her foot out, tripping Dipper to the floor. Dipper. Oh crap, he says as he rolls on the floor and lays on his back. He is about to get up until the girl pushes him down with her foot. Girl. Not so fast. She says in a teasing tone as she throws the shirt to the side. Dipper looks at her confused. Dipper. Why did you throw it away? I thought you wanted it. Girl. No not really, he's cute and all but you. She says as she sits in his stomach. Girl. You make me blush when I look at you. She says as she holds his cheek. Dipper was blushing hard as he never expected this to happen today. Dipper. You who even are you and how do you even know me? Girl. Well my name is. She is about to answer but hears someone shouting Dipper's name. Girl. I guess I can't tell you right now but. She says as she takes a marker out and writes her number on his shirt. Girl. Give me a call when you wanna find out. She says as she kisses his cheek before jumping off of him and running off. Dipper sat up and looked at the teen girl run off. He held his cheek and had a small blush on his face. Dipper. What just happened? He asked himself as he got up and picked up the ruined shirt. Stan. Dipper where are you? He shouted as he was looking around. Dipper. I'm here, he says as he runs up to Grunkle Stan. He then notices that Grunkle Stan looks like he was hit by a truck. Dipper. Geez, what happened to you? Stan. That girl put up a fight and got away. He says as he is ashamed that he was beat up by a teenage girl. Dipper. It's all right, at least we got the shirt back. Stan. Right, let's head back to the car and wait for the others. Dipper. All right, he says as he walks next to Stan back to the car but realizes something. Dipper. Wait, oh no. He thinks to himself as he remembers Pacifica kissing his cheek. Dipper. Two girls like me. What am I gonna do? He thinks to himself as he is panicking on the inside. Dipper. Wait, Izuku. Izuku can help me. He thinks to himself as he remembers Izuku has like 5 girls. Dipper. Let's hurry, Grunkle Stan, they're probably waiting for us. He says as he starts to run. Stan. Wait kid, my side still hurts from her punches. He says as he limps after Dipper. Time skip. We see Mabel and Eri sitting on the hood of the car with a sleeping Izuku laying on the hood. Mabel. Do I look good in this hat? She asked Eri as Eri looks up to her. Eri. Mama looks beautiful. She says as she hugs her. Mabel. Aw thank you sweetie. She says as she hugs her back. As they are hugging, they notice Grunkle Stan and Dipper walk up to them, beaten up a bit. Mabel. Geez, what happened to you two? She says as her and Eri look at them both. Dipper. We could ask you the same. They said as Mabel, Eri and Izuku looked like they played in the dirt. Stan. Hey, what happened to him? He asked as he points at the sleeping Izuku on the hood. Mabel. Don't worry about it, but he's not gonna wake up for a while. She says as Dipper is upset about that. Dipper. Dang it, Stan. Well, I think it's about time we head back home. He says as everyone agrees. Dipper helps Mabel get Izuku in the car and sits next to Izuku, while Mabel sits in the front with Eri sitting on her lap. Stan. Everyone ready to go? He asked them. Everyone except Izuku. Yeah. They said very tired as Stan started the car and drive away. Time skip. Mabel open Izuku's door as she wakes Mystique up. Mystique looks at the door to see Mabel dragging an unconscious Izuku. She freaks out as she turns into a human and runs up to Mabel worried. Mystique. What happened to Izuku? She asked as she helped Mabel drag him. Mabel. I explain while we get him cleaned up. Just help me get him to the bathroom, I wanna get him cleaned up. Mystique shocked face okay. She says as she helps Mabel drag Izuku to the bathroom. Mystique. Are you sure he's gonna be okay with this? Mabel. Not like he has much of a choice. She says as realizes she has to get him naked. Mabel. I just realized we have to take his clothes off. She says blushing. Mystique. I can do it, I've seen him naked before. She says as she blushes, remembering when her and Izuku had the segs together. Mabel. Alright, I'll go fix his shirt while you clean him up. She says as she runs out of the bathroom. Mabel. Teamwork, she says as she leaves Izuku's room. Mystique. Sigh okay, she says as she starts to undress him. She was blushing as she didn't want Izuku to wake up to seeing her undress him. Once she finished undressing him, she turned on the water and made sure it was warm enough. Once she did, she slowly lifted Izuku in the tub and sat him up. Mystique. Okay, now just to clean him up, she says as she rolls up her sleeves and starts to clean his body and hair. Time skip. We see Mystique dressing Izuku up in some comfy clothes, and once she does, she drags him to the bed and lays him down on it. Mystique. Phew, finally, she says as she sits on the bed. She looks towards Izuku and sees he's still asleep. She starts to get worried since he's still asleep after all that. She crawls into his chest and hugs him. Mystique. Please wake up, she says as she licks his cheek. As she does, she hears Izuku hum in his sleep. She lets out a sigh of relief as she realizes he's fine. She takes the blanket and covers themselves in the blanket and looks up to Izuku. She smiles as she wraps her tail around Izuku and rubs her head against his cheek. Mystique. She hums as she lays her head against Izuku's, cuddling with him as she looks towards him and kisses his cheek. Mystique. I love you Izuku, she says as she lays her head against his neck and falls asleep with a small smile on her face. Meanwhile, we see Mabel finish fixing Izuku's shirt. Mabel. There, she says as she lifts the shirt up to see it. The shirt looks brand new as if she just bought it. She gets up and is about to leave to give the shirt back to Izuku. Mabel. I'll be right back Eri, just gonna give this to Izuku. Eri. Okay mama, she says as Mabel leaves. Eri is sitting on the bed and looks around to make sure she's alone. Eri. Okay, I think it's safe to come out now. She says as she takes off her necklace and holds it in her hands. It starts to glow and transforms into a small robot. The little robot is as small as her thumb. Eri. Are you okay? She asks the little robot with a worried look on her face. The robot nods as it hugs her thumb with a cute smile on its face. Eri smiles as she pets its head with her finger. The little robot giggles in a robotic-like voice as it let go of her thumb. Eri. I have had for a few days and I haven't given you a name yet. She says as she stops petting it. Eri. What should I call you? She says as she lifts it to her eye level. The robot thinks for a bit and eventually gets an idea. It uses the screen on its face to tell Eri its name. Eri looks closer to see what it says and sees what it says. Eri. Cryo. The robot nods with a big smile on its screen. Eri. Okay then, she says as lays back on the bed. Eri. Your name is Cryo. She says as Cryo hugs her nose. She giggles as she hugs it back with her finger. As they are hugging, Eri hears someone coming and freaks out. Eri. Someone's coming, she whispers to it as the robot nods and turns back into a necklace. She puts the necklace on and as soon as she's done, the door opens and she sees Dipper standing there. Dipper. Oh hey Eri. He says as he pets her head. Eri. Hi Uncle Dipper. She says as she hugs him. Dipper. Where's Mabel? He asked her as he hugged her back. Eri. Mama went to go give Papa his shirt back. Dipper. Oh alright, do you wanna go watch a movie? He says as he breaks the hug. Eri. No sorry Uncle Dipper. Dipper. It's fine, just let me know when you need something alright. He says as he pets her head again. Eri. I will, she says as Dipper stops petting her and leaves to go find Mabel. As he closes the door, Eri lets out a sigh of relief as she falls back on the bed. The necklace makes a robotic noise as if it told Eri something. Eri. Yeah, that was close. She tells Cryo as she rests her hand on her necklace. As she does, the necklace vibrates a bit, as if it was purring like a cat. Eri finds it comforting and lays on the bed, resting her hand on the necklace as she does. Meanwhile, we see Mabel enter Izuku's room to see Mystique sleeping with him in the bed. Mabel. Ah no fair. She whispers as she folds Izuku's shirt and places it on the desk. She takes her shoes off and slowly crawls under the blanket and into Izuku's arms. With Mabel laying on his arm, she nuzzles her head against his chest and closes her eyes as she starts to get tired. Mabel. I'm sure he won't mind if I stayed here for a bit. She says as she yawns, slowly falling asleep on his chest. As she falls asleep, Dipper opens the door to see Mabel and Mystique sleeping with Izuku. Dipper. Sigh I guess I'll wait until tomorrow. He says as he turns off the light and closes the door, letting them sleep. As Dipper is walking back to his room he looks down trying to think about what he's gonna do. Two girls seem to like him and he doesn't know what to do. As he is thinking he sees the phone number the girl wrote on his shirt. Dipper. He hums as he pulls his phone out. Dipper. Should I call her? He thinks to himself as he looks at his phone. After some thinking he eventually comes up with a decision. Dipper. I might as well find out who she is. He says as he dials her number. As the phone is ringing, he leans against the wall waiting for the call to be answered. And it does as he can hear her voice. Girl. Hello, Dipper. It's me. He says nervously. Girl. Oh, well in that case, why don't we meet here tomorrow night? She says as she texts him the location of where they're gonna meet. Girl. Don't be late. She says as she is about to hang up. Dipper. Wait. He says but it's too late as she hangs up. Dipper sighs as he looks at the message she sent him. Dipper. I guess I'm going there tomorrow. He thinks to himself as he walks back to his room. Izuku. Stan, are you sure this equipment is safe? He asked as he was looking up at the cart Dipper is in. Stan. Sure it's safe, I paid a lot of money for the best. Izuku. Oh, that's good. Stan. Which was $5. Izuku. What? As he says that, the cart breaks off and starts falling down. Dipper. Ah. He screams like a girl as he is falling down. Izuku. Oh shoot, he says as he runs towards under the cart. He uses his black whip and successfully catches it. Izuku. Phew, thank God. He says as he puts the cart down to the ground. Izuku. Hey Dipper, are you alright? He says as he goes to Dipper and sees him on the floor, scared. Dipper. Hey, am I dead? He asked as he was shaking. Izuku. No, you're fine. He says as he rubs the back of his head, with a nervous smile. He helps Dipper out of the cart and looks around. Izuku. I don't think anyone saw me. He says as he is making sure no one saw him use his quirk. Dipper. Gee, thanks for saving my Izuku. He says as he was slightly shaking. Izuku. No problem Dipper, I always got your back. He says as he pats his shoulder. Dipper smiles as Izuku lets his shoulder go and starts to walk away. Dipper. Oh wait, I just remembered. Dipper. Izuku. He says as he grabs his sleeve. Izuku. Yeah, Dipper. I need your help with something. Izuku. Oh, sure, what's up? Dipper. Well, it's kind of something I wanna ask you privately. Izuku. Oh sure, he says as he follows Dipper somewhere private. Meanwhile, we see Mabel and Eri playing in the living room. Eri. Faster mama, faster. She says as she was riding on her back. Mabel. I am as fast as lightning. She says as she was jumping everywhere on the furniture. Eri was giggling as she was having a lot of fun. As they are playing, they hear a knock at the front door. Mabel. Oh, someone's at the door. Eri. To the door mama. Mabel. Let's go, she says as she runs on all fours to the door. They arrive to the door and Eri opens it. Eri. Hello, she says as she sees a girl with blonde hair standing in front of the door. Pacifica. Hello, is Dipper here? She asked as she looked down to see Eri on Mabel's back. Mabel. Yup, he's somewhere over there. She points at the carnival that's currently being built. Pacifica. Oh thank you. She says as she's about to leave. Mabel. Why are you looking for Dipper? Pacifica. You she says as she has a small blush. Pacifica. I just wanted to see how he's doing. Mabel. Oh okay, she says as Pacifica leaves to the carnival. Eri closes the door and as she goes back to the living room, she has a smirk on her face. Mabel. Hey Eri. Eri. Yes mama. Mabel. Something tells me that she likes Dipper. Eri. Whoa really? How do you know? Mabel. It's just something shippers have, it makes it easier to tell who likes who. Eri. What's a shipper? Mabel. I'll tell you when you're older. She says as they continue to play together. Meanwhile, we see Dipper and Izuku walking down a dirt path in the forest. Izuku. So what did you want to ask me? He says as he was walking alongside Dipper. Dipper. Well, I need your opinion on relationships. He says as he's playing with his fingers nervously. Izuku. Relationships. What happened? Dipper. Well, do you remember Pacifica? Izuku. Yeah, she was that girl at the party right? Dipper. Yeah and I accidentally lost the vial and it turns out she drank it and now she's older. Izuku. Oh, how? Dipper. She told me I left it on the couch and I found out during the Pioneer Festival. Izuku. Alright, but I'm confused how this has anything to do with a relationship. He says as he scratched the back of his head. Dipper. Well when we met, we talked for a bit and started to hang out. After that Grunkle Stan called me and said it was time to go. Izuku. Okay, he says as he was listening closely. Dipper. But right when I was about to leave, she kissed me. He says as he blushes. Izuku. Oh, she kissed you? Dipper. Izuku. Well, what do you think about it? Dipper. Well, it felt kinda nice and she's so nice and beautiful. He says as he is looking down with a small smile on his face, along with a small blush. Izuku. Something tells me you like her back. He says as Dipper realizes what he's saying and shakes his head. Dipper. Maybe. Izuku. Sigh, I don't know a lot about relationships, but if you like her, shouldn't you just ask her out? Dipper. It's not that easy, Izuku. Izuku. I know, trust me, it's really hard to confess, but maybe you should hang out with her a bit more, find out what she likes. He says as he's never given this kind of advice before. Dipper. You're right, I should get to know her better. Izuku. Great, is there anything else you should tell me? Dipper shocked face, oh right. Well, there was this girl that stole your messy shirt and me and Grunkle Stan had to chase them down. Izuku. Wait, they what? Dipper. Anyways, as I was chasing the girl that has your shirt, she tripped me and held me to the floor. Izuku. Wait, did she hurt you? Dipper. No, she didn't hurt me. Izuku. Phew, that's good to know. He says as he lets put a sigh of relief. Dipper. Anyways, I thought she was gone try and leave, but instead she threw your shirt away and told me she only had eyes for me. He says as he rubs the back of his head. Izuku. Oh wow, that's surprising. He says as he rubs the back of his head. Dipper. Yeah, she wrote her number on my shirt and told me to call her. Izuku. Did you? Dipper. Why yeah, I was curious to find out who she is and she told me to meet her today when it gets dark. Izuku. Alright, when the time comes, I'll follow you from the trees, just in case she has something more dangerous planned for you. Dipper. Okay, thank you Izuku. Izuku. You don't gotta thank me, I'm glad you came to me for help. He says as he holds his shoulder. Izuku. Anyways, we should head back to the carnival. Dipper. Yeah, we should. He says as they both start to head back to the carnival. Time skip. We see Izuku with Wendy as they are sitting on a bench while they are eating snacks. Wendy. Hey Izuku, she says as she bites into a donut. Izuku. He hums as he looks towards her. Wendy. Where's Eri? Izuku. Oh, she's with Mabel. Wendy. Really? I wonder what they're doing right now. Izuku. I'm sure she's having a lot of fun. I've seen her and Mabel play and they always look like they're having fun. Wendy. Hey, you're right about that. She says as she leans on his shoulder. Izuku smiles as he puts his arm over her shoulder and hugs her. As they are just enjoying their time together, Izuku notices Dipper with Pacifica. He sees them laughing and having a good time with each other and smiles. Izuku. Hey Wendy. Wendy. She hums as she has her eyes closed. Izuku. Look at Dipper. He says as Wendy opens her eyes and sees Dipper with Pacifica. Wendy. Well, would you look at that, Dipper's got a girlfriend. She says in a teasing tone. Izuku. Haha, you could say that. He says as he sees them run off to play one of the games. Izuku. Hey, why don't we go play some games? He says as he rubs her shoulder. Wendy. Okay, but let's stay here a bit longer. She says as she nuzzles her head against his shoulder. Izuku. Alright, he says as he lays his head on top of hers. Meanwhile, we see Mabel and Eri running around as they have a bunch of prizes. Mabel. Ha ha ha, this is the most fun I've ever had. Eri. Ha 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 ha. Yeah mama, this is so much fun. She says as she was walking next to her. Random old man. Come one, come all. He says as he is standing on a wooden crate. His shouting gets Eri's and Mabel's attention and they walk over. Random old man. Guess the weight of a pig and it's yours. Mabel. She hums as SHS holds her chin looking at a pig. Eri does the same thing and looks at AA pig. As she does, she sees one pig that is staring at her cutely. Eri. Whoa, mama, look at that one. She says as she points at the pig. Mabel. She looks at the pig and sees it staring at them with his head tilted to the side. Mabel. Ah, that one looks so cute. Eri. Can we get it mama? Mabel. Yeah, she says as she goes up to the old man. Mabel. We want that pig. She says as she points at the pig. Old man. Ah, old 15-poundy. You can have him if you guess his weight. Mabel. Is it 15 pounds? Old man. Wow, what are you, a witch? He says as he goes to the pig. Old man. Oh well, you got it correct, here you go. He says as he gives the pig to Eri. Eri. Ah, he's so cute. She says as she hugs the pig. Mabel smiles as she sees Eri hugging the pig. Old man. And you'll be needing these. He says as he gives Mabel a knife and fork. Mabel just glares at him and shakes her head. Old man. Alright then. He says as he puts them away. Mabel. Alright Eri, let's go. Eri. Okay mama, she says as she walks next to Mabel, still holding the pig. Mabel. So what are you going to name him? Eri. She looks at the pig and it looks back at her with its head tilted. Eri. I'll name you, Waddles. She says as she smiles and hugs Waddles. Waddles oinks as if he liked the name. Mabel. I think he likes it. She says as she pets her head. Eri. Let's go show Papa. She says as she looks up to Mabel with a big smile. Mabel. Alright, let's go find him. Eri. Okay, she says as they start to look for Izuku. Meanwhile, we see Dipper and Pacifica laughing together as they are walking next to each other. Pacifica. Ha ha ha, did that actually happen? Dipper. Yeah, she was stuck there for a few days. Pacifica. How did you get her out? Dipper. I don't remember actually. He says as he holds his chin. Pacifica. It's fine, at least she's okay. Dipper. Right, he says as he feels her hug his arm. Dipper's shocked face, oh He blushes as he rubs the back of his head. Pacifica. Sorry, I can let go if it makes you uncomfortable. She says as she's about to let go of his arm. Dipper. And no, it's okay. He says as he holds her hand. Dipper. Wouldn't want to lose you in the crowd. He says as he has a small smile grow on his face. She blushes as she tightens her grip on his arm. They both had a blush on their faces and continued to walk together. Little did they know, a certain girl wearing a hood was watching them from behind. What is she doing with my Dipper? She asked herself as she continued to follow them secretly. Meanwhile, we see Izuku and Wendy walking around as they played a few games together. And as they are walking, they notice a bald man hiding behind a crate. Wendy. What is he doing? Izuku. I don't know, but he's looking suspicious. He says as he starts to walk over to him. Wendy. Right behind you. She says as she follows Izuku. Izuku. Excuse me, he says as the man looks at Izuku in shock. Izuku. What are you doing? Oh no, my position has been compromised, memory wipe. He shouts as he throws a wipe at Izuku's face. Izuku. Wendy. Izuku. This is a baby wipe. He says as he takes the wipe off his face. Darn, okay, you have me cornered. I am a time traveler. Wendy. A time traveler. That's hard to believe. Izuku. I mean, he could be telling the truth. Wendy. The truth. Izuku, there's no such things as time travelers. Izuku. You're saying that to a guy that has superpowers. Wendy. You have a point. Izuku. Still thought we need proof that you're a time traveler. He says as him and Wendy look at the time traveler. I am and I can prove it. He says as he pulls out a futuristic measure tape and pull it. He lets it go and he disappears, leaving Izuku and Wendy shocked. He comes back and is wearing old-fashioned clothing. Guess where I was, Izuku? Were you in medieval times? He says as he has stars in his eyes. No, I went back a few years where there was a costume shop right here. Izuku. Oh, that's kind of disappointing. Wendy. Okay, so you may be a time traveler, but what is a time traveler doing here? I'm here because there have been multiple time anomalies here and I have to find them. Wendy. Anomalies. Izuku. It's what isn't supposed to be in this timeline, like an event in time that shouldn't have happened. That's the short version of it. Izuku. Anyways, my name's Izuku Midoriya, nice to meet you. Blendin. I'm Blendin Benjamin Blandin. Izuku. Well, I guess we'll just leave you be. Wendy. Good luck, dude. They say as they leave Blendin alone. Blendin. They were nice. He says as he makes his clothes invisible and continues to search for the anomalies. Izuku. He hums as he holds his chin, thinking about something which catches Wendy's attention. Wendy. Whatcha thinking about? She asked as she put her arm over his shoulder. Izuku. Blendin was talking about time anomalies. That means something that shouldn't have happened in this part of time is here and now. I'm wondering what the anomaly is. Wendy. I'm sure that time guy will figure it out. She says as she kisses his cheek. Wendy. Let's go have some fun, okay. Izuku. Alright, he says as he kisses her cheek and wraps his arm around her waist. She smiles as they continue to walk and look for a game to play. Time skip. It's dark out and the carnival is nearly over. Everyone had a fun time today and they have all met up. Eri. Papa, look what Mama won for me. She says as she shows Waddles to Izuku. Izuku. Wow Eri, that's amazing. He says as he pets her head. Eri. His name is Waddles and I love him so much. She says as she hugs Waddles. Izuku. I can see that. He says as he pets Waddles. Wendy. How did you win a pig? Mabel. We had to guess his weight. Luckily the guy told us his weight and I guess he never realized it. Wendy. Huh, I guess we got a pig now. She says as she pets Waddles. Mabel. So what did you guys do? Izuku. We just played a few games here and there. He says, not telling them about the time traveler they met. Mabel. Neat, and what about you guys? She asked Dipper and Pacifica. Dipper shocked face, oh, we just played some games. Pacifica. Why yup, nothing else, she says as they both have a nervous smile. The others. Suspicious. Stan. Hey kids, he says as he's still sitting on in the dunk as no one was able to knock him down. Stan. How about one more game? No one's knocked me down yet. Izuku. What do you guys think? Wendy. Well, one more game wouldn't hurt. She says as Seuss gives them each a ball. Seuss. You got one shot dudes. He says as he gets out of the way. Dipper. I guess I'll go first. He says as he pulls his arm back and throws the ball. The ball misses the target. Dipper. Damn. Pacifica. My turn, she says as she throws the ball. The ball misses the target but was closer to the target. Pacifica. I was close. Mabel. Watch the pro. She says as she pulls her arm back and throws the ball. It hits the target but the target doesn't even budge. Mabel. What the heck? I hit it. Stan. Well, it looks like you didn't. He says as he laughs at her. Wendy. Here, let me try. She says as she pulls her arm back. She hits the target and it barely budges. Wendy. Damn it, Eri. Can I try? She asks as she looks at Izuku. Izuku. Of course you can, Eri. He says as Eri puts Waddles down. She pulls her arm back and throws the ball. Instead of hitting the target, she hit Grunkle Stan into the eye. Stan. Ah, my good eye, he says as he holds his eye. The others laugh at Grunkle Stan while Eri is apologizing for hitting him in the eye. Stan. It's fine kid, damn you have a good throwing arm. He says as he rubs his eye. Wendy. Well, this game is clearly rigged. She says as she looks at Izuku. Wendy. You got this, Izuku. Izuku. He looks at the ball and squeezes it, realizing the ball is kinda soft. He looks around making sure no one is around and drops the ball on the floor. They all just look at him confused. Dipper. What are you doing? Izuku. You'll see, he says as he holds his arm and aims his hand at the target. Izuku. Delaware smash, he says as he flicks his finger at the target. The air bullet goes right through the target and Stan falls in the water. They all look at the destroyed target in shock as Eri is cheering for Izuku. Eri. Yay, Papa did it, she says as she hugs his leg. Izuku. I think I put too much power into it, he says as he pets Eri's head. Wendy. Izuku, that was amazing, he says as they all go up to him. Dipper. How did you do that? He asked as he was amazed by how powerful it was. Mabel. Was it your quirk? Seuss. That was awesome, dude. They all were praising or asking Izuku questions which were overwhelming him. Izuku. Thank you, He couldn't handle the praise and had a blush on his face. Pacifica was just shocked as she never seen this before. They all realized Pacifica was watching and looked towards her. Dipper. You won't tell anyone about this, right? It's kind of a secret. Pacifica. I won't promise, she says as they all let out a sigh of relief. Grunkle Stan comes out of the water and is shivering. Stan. Sea cold, why is the water so cold? He asked as he was shivering. Seuss. Well, the water was out here for a while, he says as he puts a towel over him. Stan. Thanks, Seuss, he says as he starts to walk back to the shack. Izuku. Well, I think we should head back to the shack, he says as Wendy and Mabel hug his arms. Wendy. Yeah, it's getting late. Mabel. Come on, let's head back to the shack. I don't know why, but I just love saying, back to the shack, it rhymes. Dipper. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. He says as they start to leave. Mabel. Alright, but don't take too long. She says as her and Wendy start to drag Izuku away. Eri. Let's go, Waddles. She says as she picks Waddles up and runs after them. Dipper. Alright, he says as he looks towards Pacifica. Dipper. I guess you gotta go now. Pacifica. Yeah, she says as she goes up to him and hugs him. Pacifica. I had a lot of fun today. Dipper. I did too. He says as he hugs her back. Pacifica. So, I wanted to ask you something before I go. She says as she breaks the hug with a small blush. Dipper. What is it? Pacifica. Would you like to go on a date with me? She asked as she looked down to the floor, playing with her fingers in a blush. Dipper. What? He asked as a blush grew on his face. Pacifica. Why, you don't have to if you don't want to. I would understand, she said as she started to get upset. Dipper. And no, wait. He says as he takes her hand. Dipper. I would love to date you. He says as his blush grows. Pacifica. Really? She asked him with her blush growing. He nodded with a smile and she hugged him tightly. Pacifica. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She thanks him over and over while hugging him. Dipper. Why, you're welcome. He says as he hugs her back. As they are hugging, the mystery girl is watching and she is mad at Pacifica. Girl. Let him go, you bastard. She whispers to herself as she is getting jealous of Pacifica. They break the hug and they give each other their phone numbers. Dipper says goodbye and is about to leave, but Pacifica. Wait, she says as she grabs his hand. Dipper. Why, yes, he asks as he looks towards her. And gets a kiss on the cheek from her. Pacifica. Bye, she says as he runs off with a big blush on her face. Dipper just holds his cheek as he watches her run off, with a flustered smile on his face. The girl that was watching is pissed as she watched Pacifica kiss him on the cheek. Girl. Damn you, she whispers to herself as she watches Pacifica leave. She looks towards Dipper and sees him starting to walk away. Girl. That girl is gonna take him away from me. She says to herself as she gets an idea. Girl. Not if I make him mine first. She says to herself as she walks off. Time skip. We see Izuku sleeping in his room with Eri and Mabel. Waddles is sleeping on the floor, while Mystique is sleeping on Waddles' back. As Izuku is sleeping, his door creams open and the light shines against his eyes. He wakes up and sees Dipper standing there. Izuku. Dipper, he says in a tired tone as he rubs his eyes. Dipper. Sorry to wake you, Izuku, but you said you would come with me to the forest. Izuku. Oh, right, I forgot. He said as he is about to sit up but notices Eri on his chest. Izuku. Wait for me outside, I'll be right there. He says as Dipper nods and slowly closes the door as he leaves. He slowly lifts Eri up off his chest and lays her next to Mabel. He gets out of the bed and stretches a bit. He crouches to his bed and pulls out a briefcase. He opens it and reveals his vigilante suit. Izuku. Alright, I shouldn't keep him waiting. He whispers to himself as he starts to get dressed. Meanwhile, we see Dipper waiting outside for Izuku and he gets a notification on his phone. He takes his phone out and sees he got a message from Pacifica. Pacifica. I forgot to ask, when will we go on a date? She texted him. Dipper. Right, I forgot about that. He says as he starts to text her. Dipper. How about Friday? He texts her as he sits on the couch and waits for her to respond. Pacifica. That sounds great. She texts him as he smiles and texts her back. Dipper. Great, I can't wait. Pacifica. Me neither, good night. Dipper. Night. He texts her and turns his phone off. As he does, he gets up and walks off the porch of the shack and waits for Izuku. And almost on Izuku lands right next to him in his vigilante suit. Deku. Alright, are you ready? He asks as he has his mask and hood on. Dipper. Yup, he says as the girl, telling her he's ready. Immediately she texts him back and sends him the location of where they're meeting. Dipper. Oh, that's not far. He says as he shows Izuku. Deku. Alright, I'll follow you from the trees. He says as they both start to run off to the destination. Time skip. After some time, we see Dipper arrive to the destination to see the girl sitting on a log. Dipper. I'm here, he says as he sees her stand up. Girl. Good, I didn't think you would come. She says as she walks up to him. Dipper. So, are you gonna tell me who you are or? Before he could finish, the girl pins him against a tree. Girl. I'll tell you my name. She says as she takes off her hood and reveals her face. Lila. My name is Lila. She has black long hair that goes past her shoulder and dark red eyes. She has a small scar on her eyebrow and is slightly taller than Dipper. Lila. Now you know my name. Dipper. Wow, you look beautiful. He says as a small blush grows on her face. Lila. Thanks, she says as she lets him go. Dipper. So, how do you even know me? Lila. Well, flashback. Lila was leaning against the wall as she was just watching everyone dance. Lila. This party is lame and all these guys are just trying to get in some girl's pants. She says as she saw a couple making out. She was disgusted and decided to leave, but as she was about to leave, she saw Dipper being dragged by Mabel. Mabel. Come on Dipper, you can't just sit outside the whole time. Dipper. But I don't like parties. He says as she let go of him. Mabel. Okay fine, but I don't want you outside all day, it gets cold. She says as she runs to the dance floor. Dipper. Sigh alright, he says as he takes a chair and sits down. Dipper. Phew, it's hot in here. He says as he takes off his hat and runs his fingers through his hair. Lila, who was watching the whole time, blushes seeing him without his hat. Lila. Holy shit, he's hot. I know right, she says as Lila jumps in surprise. Lila. Sadie. What the hell, Sadie? Ha ha ha, sorry but you should have seen the look on your face. She says as she looks at Dipper. Sadie is shorter than Lila and has long brown hair with a ponytail, along with some freckles and brown eyes. Sadie. Damn, he's a hottie. Lila. Sigh, I know. Sadie. So are you gonna go ask him out or what? Lila. No way, I don't even know him. Sadie. Alright then, I'm gonna go ask him then. Lila. No, she says as she stops her. Sadie. Ha ha ha, you already like him. Lila. Shut it, Sadie. You could say it's love at first sight. She says in a playful tone. Lila. Shut the fuck up. She says as she has a small blush on her face. Sadie. Ha ha ha, okay I'll help you get with him alright. She says as she wipes a tear from her eye. Lila. Your ideas always go to shit. Sadie. Trust me, I got the perfect idea. She says as she pulls Lila to her. Sadie. Okay, do you see him? She says as she points at Izuku. Lila. Yeah, Sadie. Well, I've been watching him for a while and it looks like they're close friends. Lila. Okay, and how's that supposed to help? Sadie. I'll figure that out, for now I'm gonna go talk to that green-haired hottie. She says as she walks over to him. Lila. Something tells me it's gonna be embarrassing as hell. End of flashback. Dipper. Oh, but how did you find out we went to the Pioneer Festival? Sadie. That was thanks to me. She says as she jumps from behind the trees. Dipper. Ah, he screams in a girly voice and Sadie starts to laugh. Sadie. Ha ha ha, why you have such a girly scream? She says as she is laughing at Dipper. Dipper blushes in embarrassment as Lila flicks Sadie's head. Sadie. Ow, why did you do that? She asked as she rubbed her forehead. Lila. Don't laugh at Dipper. Sadie. Fine fine, I'll stop. She says as she goes up to Dipper. Sadie. I'm Sadie, the girl that planned all of this. Dipper. It's nice to meet you. He says as he shakes her hand. Sadie. So, have you both kissed yet? She asked and they both blushed to her question. Dipper. What? No. He says in a big blush. Lila. Sadie. She says in a big blush. Sadie. Hey, you're both blushing. She says in a playful tone. Dipper's blush deepens as Lila looks towards him. Lila. Cute. Dipper. Well, I guess he can see come out now. Sadie and Lila. They ask him, wondering who Dipper is talking about. Dipper. Why you can come out now? As he says that, Deku lands behind the girls. The girls jump in shock as they turn around to see Deku. Deku. So they're okay. Dipper. Why yeah. Sadie. Wait, you're that guy on TV. Deku shocked face. Oh, right, I forgot about that. He says as he rubs the back of his head. Sadie. I'm such a huge fan of you. She says as she goes up to Deku. Deku shocked face. Oh wow, I didn't know I had fans. He says as he takes a step back. Sadie. Could I get a selfie with you? It would be awesome. Deku. You sure. Sadie. Yes, she says as she takes her phone out. As they both are taking a selfie, Lila is still surprised that Deku is here. Lila. Wait, how do you know Deku? Dipper. He's a friend. He says as he has a nervous smile. Lila. Wow, that's shocking to know. She says as Sadie and Izuku finish the selfie. Sadie. Sweet, thanks. She says as she hugs Deku. Deku. Why you're welcome. He says as he pets her head. Lila. So I got a question for you Deku. She says as she crosses her arms. Lila. Who are you? Deku. You I'm sorry but I don't think I could trust you both to keep my identity. Lila. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone, wouldn't want our first vigilante in Gravity Falls to be arrested. Sadie. Yeah, that would suck. She says as she breaks the hug. Deku looks towards Dipper and sees him nod. Deku. Sigh alright, promise you will not tell anyone about this, for the safety of my friends and family, I cannot let my identity go public, do you understand? The three nod as they are ready to see his identity. Deku. Alright, he says as he slowly takes his mask and hoodie off. Once he does the two girls are shocked to see it's Izuku. Lila. Wait, you're Deku. Izuku. Haha, yeah that's me. He says with a nervous smile. Lila. Prove it, use your vine power thingy. Izuku. It's Black Whip. He says as he raises his hand and uses his Black Whip. Sadie. Wow, it looks so cool, can I touch it? Izuku. Sure. Sadie jumps in excitement and she touches the Black Whip. Sadie. Wow, it feels so solid and smooth. Izuku. Yeah, I can also make it into shapes too. He says as he makes it into a flower. Sadie. Wow, Lila. So I don't think we ever got your name. Izuku. Right, I'm Izuku Midoriya. He says as he stops using Black Whip. Sadie. This is so awesome. She says as she holds Izuku's hand. Sadie. Are you single? Izuku. I am not. He says as he has a small blush. Sadie. Dipper. But he does date 5 girls so. Sadie immediately cheers up as she realizes she has a chance. Izuku. You why you'll have to ask the other girls about that. He says as he rubs the back of his head. Sadie. Could you introduce me? Izuku. Why yeah, I think I can. Sadie. Yes, I hope they let me. She says as she hugs Izuku tightly. Izuku. We'll see. He says as he has a small blush on his face. Lila. Looks like someone found love tonight. She says as she puts her arm over Dipper. Lila. So, can we go on a date? She asked as Dipper blushed. Dipper. I don't know, how would Pacifica feel? Lila. Who's Pacifica? She asked, pretending she doesn't know who she is. Dipper. She's someone who also asked me out. He says as he blushes, remembering the kiss on the cheek. Lila. I see, could I talk to her? Dipper. I don't know, I'd have to talk to her about this. Lila. Alright then, she says as she kisses him on the cheek. Lila. Let me know when she's ready to talk. She says as she lets Dipper go. Lila. Come on Sadie, let's go. Sadie. Already, she asked as she was hugging Izuku. Lila. Yes, come on. Sadie. Okay, let me just give Izuku my number. She says as she breaks the hug and pulls out a piece of paper. She writes her number down on it and gives it to Izuku. Sadie. Let me know when they want to talk. She says as she kisses Izuku on the cheek. Sadie. Bye, she says as she runs off with Lila. Both Izuku and Dipper are left there with a blush on their faces. Izuku and Dipper. What just happened? Meanwhile, in the future, we see Blendon standing in front of Time Baby. Blendon. I'm sorry, I failed to find the anomaly. he says as he looks up to the time baby. Time baby. Silence, he says and blending goes quiet. Time baby. After some searching we found out what the anomaly is. He is a holographic picture appears in front of Blendon. Time baby. Or who the anomaly is. Blendon. Midoriya. We start this chapter off as we see Izuku, Ambry, Eri and Dipper in the arcade. Dipper. Alright, I'm gonna go play some games, wanna come Eri? Eri. Can I papa? She says as she looked up to him with puppy eyes. Izuku. Oh my heart. He thought to himself as he held his chest. Izuku's shocked face, of course sweetie. Jay just listen to Dipper and stay close to him. He says as Eri jumps with joy and runs to Dipper. Eri. I can come uncle. She says as she hugged Dipper's leg. Dipper. Alright, let's go, he says as he took her hand and started to walk with her to play games. A smile grew on Izuku's face as he was glad Eri was improving on being in public. Ambry. What are you smiling about? She says as she holds his hand. Izuku. I'm just glad to see Eri smile is all. He says as he smiles to her and kisses her forehead. Ambry giggles as she kisses him back on the nose. Izuku. I love you so much. He says as he hugs her, lifting her off the ground a bit. Ambry. I can tell. She says as she hugs him back with a big smile. Izuku. Alright, he says as he puts her down. Izuku. How about we go play a few games? He says as he holds her hand. Ambry. Oh, I know the perfect game we could play, follow me. She says as she drags Izuku by his hand. Izuku. I'm right behind you. He said as they both ran together to go play some games together. Meanwhile, we see Dipper and Eri standing in front of a game that Dipper is very familiar with. Dipper. Fight Fighters. The greatest fighting game in the world. He says as him and Eri went up to it. Eri. How do you play Uncle Dipper? She asked as she was a bit too short to see the screen. Dipper. Don't worry, I'll teach you. He says as he looked around and found a stool for Eri. He grabbed it and put it in front of the game. He picked Eri up and placed her on top of it. Dipper. Have you ever played an arcade game before? He asked as he pulled his wallet out. Eri. No, his is my first time. She says as she was bouncing in place. She couldn't contain her excitement as she was very excited to play. Dipper. Alright, you see the joysticks and buttons? He asked as he took 2 coins out of his wallet and put his wallet on the arcade. Eri. Yeah, she says as she grabbed joystick and pressed buttons. Dipper. Well, you use them to make your character move around. He says as he puts a coin in for him and Eri. Dipper. Now go ahead and pick a character, use the joystick and press the A button. He says as he picks his character. Eri was thinking as they all looked so cool but saw one that she thought looked beautiful. Eri. This one, she says as she picks her character. Dipper. Alright, the game loads and it shows the 2 characters' intros. Eri. Wow, this looks so cool. She said as she had stars in her eyes. Dipper. Okay, the fighter you picked is pretty hard to play so I'll teach you how to. Before he could finish, Eri just messed with the controls and did a combo on Dipper, taking him down to half his health. Dipper. Play, he says as he was surprised to see Eri already knowing how to play. Eri. Come on Uncle Dipper. She says as her fighter ran up to Dipper's fighter. Dipper. Alright then Eri, show me what you got. He says as his fighter ran at Eri's. Time skip. Eri. Yay, she says as she won the first round. Dipper. Wow, I didn't expect you to learn that fast. He says as he was honestly impressed how quick Eri learned. Eri. Can we go again? Can we? She asked as she wanted to play again. Dipper. Sure we see a. Robbie. Hey, he said interrupting Dipper. Dipper. Oh, it's you. He said as he didn't like Robbie, he was a jerk. Robbie. Did you seriously lose to a child? Dipper. Yeah, so. He asked as he faces Robbie. Robbie. Wow, you must suck a lot if you lost to a baby. Eri. Hey, leave Uncle Dipper alone, she says as she didn't like how he was talking to her uncle. Robbie. Or what? He says as he glared at Eri. Eri. You She was scared by him as she looked down. Robbie. Exactly, why don't you run off and play a game that's for little babies like you? he said as Eri got even more upset as she started to tremble. Dipper. Hey, what the heck are you doing? He says as he stepped in front of Eri. Dipper. She's just a kid. He says as he got mad at Robbie. Robbie. I'm just telling the baby her place, especially a freak like her. He says as he pointed at her horn. Eri covered her horn with her hand and started to tear up. Dipper noticed Eri was about to cry and was about to calm her down, but she jumped off the stool and ran off in tears. Dipper. Eri, wait, he said as he was about to go after Eri. Robbie. Hold on, we're not done here. He says as he grabbed his arm. Dipper. Yes we are. He said as he punched Robbie in the face, making him let go of his arm. Dipper. Eri, come back. He shouted as he ran after Eri. Robbie rubbed his cheek as he glared towards Dipper. Robbie. Who does he think he is? Meanwhile, we see Izuku walking to the entrance of the arcade. Izuku. How are you so good at video games? Ambry. I play a lot of games at home, especially on my phone. She says as she held his hand. Izuku. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. As they are talking, Eri runs towards them crying. Izuku notices and he immediately goes at her. Eri. Papa, she says as Izuku runs to her. He crouches down and Eri hugs him tightly, crying against his chest. Izuku. Eri, what's wrong? He asked as he pet her head. Eri didn't answer as she continued to cry in Izuku's chest. As Izuku was trying to comfort Eri, him and Ambry noticed Dipper running to them. Ambry. What happened? She asked Dipper. Dipper. It was Robbie, he said really messed up stuff about Eri. He says as he went up to Izuku, who was hugging Eri as he was still crouched on the floor. Dipper. Izuku, is she okay? He asked Izuku, who just stood up. Dipper. Izuku. Izuku didn't answer as he walked over to Ambry. Ambry. Izuku. What's wrong? She asked as Izuku have Eri to Ambry. Izuku. I need you to watch her for a sec. He said as he walked to Dipper. Izuku. Where is he? Dipper. He's over there. He says as he points to the direction Dipper and Eri came from. Izuku. Stay here, he says as he starts walking to the direction Dipper pointed to. Izuku. I need to talk to Robbie, he says as he walked past Ambry. Ambry felt a shiver go down her spine as he did, and she felt like Izuku was gonna do something he would regret. Ambry. Izuku, wait, she says as she grabs his hand. Izuku stops as he looks back to her. Ambry. I know how badly you want to hurt him, but you could get him killed, she says as Izuku looked down for a moment. Izuku. Fine, he says as he goes to Ambry and hugs her with Eri in the middle. Dipper watched as he sighed in relief. He was glad Ambry was able to calm him down. Ambry. Come on, let's go. Izuku. Okay, he says as he took Eri in her arms and petted her head. They were able to calm Eri down and she tightened her grip on Izuku's shirt. Izuku felt that and he hugged her tighter. As him and Ambry started to leave the arcade, Dipper followed them as he was looking down to the floor. Dipper. I was supposed to take care of her and instead, she got bullied by Robbie. I'm a terrible uncle, he thought to himself as he realized he left his wallet at the arcade him and Eri were at. Dipper. Crap, he cursed to himself as he looked towards Izuku and Ambry. Dipper. Guys, I left my wallet at the arcade, I'll catch up with you. Ambry. Don't take too long. Izuku. We'll meet you back at the shack, they says as they continue walking. Dipper ran back to the arcade him and Dipper were playing. Once he made it, he saw his wallet still there and grabbed it. He immediately checked and was in relief as he saw nothing was taken. He put his wallet back in his pocket and was about to leave but bumped into someone. Dipper. Oh sorry, I didn't see why. Before he could finish, he was pushed against the wall. Dipper. Ow, he said as he hit his head. Robbie. So you think you could just punch me and get away with it? He said as he had Dipper against the wall. Dipper. You're a jerk. You bullied a child, Robbie. And I should care why. Dipper. Wow, I'm starting to think why Wendy is friends with a jerk like you, he says as Robbie gets mad. Robbie. At least I have friends. Dipper. Surprisingly, he mumbles. Robbie. What was that? Dipper. I said that your parents don't count as friends, he says as Robbie gets mad and punches him in the stomach. Dipper. Ah, He falls to the ground as he holds his stomach. Robbie. You were lucky with that punch, guess you're still a scrawny little boy. Before he could finish, Dipper got mad and threw a punch at Robbie. He almost hit Robbie as Robbie fell to the floor dodging it. Robbie. Fine then, you wanna have a fight? He says as he gets up. Robbie. Then meet me at the park at 3 o'clock, be there or I'll come after you myself. He says as he walks away, leaving Dipper on the floor. Once Robbie is gone, Dipper gets up and rubs his stomach. Dipper. Great, you got yourself in a fight now. He says as he looks at the game him and Eri were playing. He remembered how Eri cried and ran away, it made him feel guilty and didn't want to see her like that again. Dipper. But I have to, for Eri. He says as he realizes he's never been in a fight before. Dipper. But how? I don't know a thing about fighting. He says as hits his head again the arcade. As he does he goes to check if he still has his wallet and realizes it fell out of his pocket. He looks around and sees his wallet on the floor next to the arcade. As he goes to grab it, he notices something written on the arcade. Dipper. What is that? He says as he wipes the dust off of it and the message more clearer. Use this combo to unlock ultimate power. He read as it showed a combination to a combo. Dipper. Well, since I'm here, I might as well. He says as he picks his wallet up. He puts a coin in the machine. Dipper. Alright, what was it? He says as she looked at the combo on the side of the machine. He started to do the secret combo and once he did, something magical and wonderful that would make any gamer cry for. The machine powered off. Dipper. Well, that's a bummer. He says as he was about to walk away. But the screen went white and almost blinded Dipper. Choose your fighter. He heard the machine say. Dipper. You are Rumble McSkirmish. As he says that, something starts to come out of the screen in a pixel-like form. Once it's done, Dipper is in awe as he sees his favorite fighter standing in front of him. Rumble. Who are you? And where am I? He said as he was bouncing in place like those fighters in a video game would. Dipper. I am Dipper, and you're at an arcade. Rumble. Interesting, where are my enemies? He says as he looked around. Dipper. Well, there. He stopped himself as he thought for a moment. Dipper. Maybe he could help me with Robbie. Dipper. There is one fighter here, who is the most feared here in Gravity Falls. Dipper. Okay, maybe not feared but he is a jerk. Rumble. Where is he? I must defeat him, he says as he punches the air. Dipper. I'll show you, but not right now, he only arrives at a certain time. Rumble. I see, I shall wait for him. Dipper. Sweet, high five. He says as he puts his hand up. Rumble high fives Dipper but Dipper winces in pain. Dipper. Ow, your pixels are pretty sharp. He says as he rubbed his hand. Time skip. We see Izuku in his room as he has Eri in bed. Eri fell asleep due to her crying herself to sleep. Izuku just sat on the edge of the bed and was petting her head. Ambry was standing next to the doorway as she was worried about Izuku. He didn't say anything the whole walk. Ambry. Izuku. Ambry. Are you okay? She asked as she went to him and sat next to him. Ambry. You were quiet the whole walk. She says as she held his cheek. Izuku. I'm fine, he says as he held her hand that rested on his cheek. Izuku. I'm just upset, he says as he looked to Eri. Izuku. She was having a great time and Robbie ruined it for her. Ambry. I know, he's always been a jerk. Izuku sighed as he stopped petting Eri's head and held both of Ambry's hands. Izuku. I know I said I would leave Robbie alone, but I can't let him get away with this. Ambry. I know, she says as she looked down. Izuku. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. Ambry. I don't care what happens to him, I just don't want you to get thrown in jail. She says as Izuku let her hand go and held her cheek. Izuku. I'm glad you care so much about me. He smiles as he kisses her cheek. Izuku. But I can't let him get away with this. Ambry. Alright then, she says as she hugs him. Izuku hugs her back as he buries his face against her neck. Ambry. Just don't go too hard on him, okay? She asks as she holds his cheek and has him look at her. Izuku. Okay, I won't hurt him that badly. he says as she smiles and kisses him on the lips. He smiles as he kisses her back. She breaks the kiss and lets Izuku go. Ambry. I'm gonna head home, give me a call okay? She asks as she's at his door. Izuku. I will, he says as she waves to him before leaving. Once she's gone, Izuku takes a sigh as looks under the bed to get his suitcase. But instead of his suitcase, he sees Waddles under the bed. Izuku. How do you even fit under there? He asked as he slightly lifted the bed and pulled Waddles out. Waddles oinks as Izuku puts him down. As Izuku pulls his suitcase out, Waddles jumps on the bed and goes to Eri. He licks her face as Eri giggles in her sleep and hugs Waddles. Izuku looks up to see what Eri was giggling about and sees her sleeping with Waddles in her arms. He smiles a bit as he opens his suitcase and sees his vigilante suit. Izuku. Alright, what time is it again? He says as he takes his phone out. He sees it's 3:22 and puts his phone away. Izuku. I wonder what Dipper is up to. He says as he starts to get dressed. Meanwhile, Dipper. Rumble stop, he shouted as he was chasing him down the street. Rumble. Never, I will defeat Robbie, he shouted as he was chasing Robbie down. Robbie. What the heck is going on? He asked as he was running away from Rumble. Rumble. You're doomed, he shouted at Robbie as he picked up a fire hydrant and threw it at Robbie, missing as it went through a window. Rumble. Get back here and face me like a warrior, you coward, he said as he continued to chase Robbie down. Dipper. Ha, ha. I need Izuku's help, he says as he takes his phone out and was about to call him. Dipper. But, he stops himself. Dipper. This is my fault, I have to fix this, he says as he puts his phone away and continues to chase Rumble. Meanwhile, we see Izuku in his hero suit. He is on top of a building looking around and is also trying to find Robbie. Deku. Where is he? Maybe he's still at the arcade. I should have asked Ambry if she knew where Robbie lived, he says as he stretches a bit. Deku. I won't rest until I find that jerk and give him a piece of my mind. But as he is standing on the roof with him and his thoughts alone, he sees an explosion in the distance. Deku. What the? That came from the park, he says as she starts running to the direction of the explosion. Deku. Oh man, I hope no one got hurt, he thinks to himself as he jumps off the roof and lands on another one, jumping from roof to roof. Meanwhile, we see Dipper as he saw Rumble holding Robbie in the air, ready to punch the living hell out of him. Dipper. Rumble stop, he said as he threw a rock at Rumble. The rock bumped off of Rumble's head and he looked back at Dipper in shock. Rumble. Why are you stopping me from defeating this fighter? He asked as he was holding Robbie up in the air still. Dipper. Because he's not a fighter. Rumble. What are you talking about? You told me yourself that he terrorized your people. Dipper. I lied, he's just a jerk. Rumble. So, you're using me. Dipper. Yes, I just wanted to teach him a lesson but this has gone too far. As he says the Rumble is looking down to the floor. He walks over to a tree and hangs Robbie's hoodie on a branch. He walks over to a stone and put his foot on top of it, doing a dramatic pose as he did. Rumble. My mentor told me not to stray on the path of evil, but this boy lead me to the path I vowed never to walk on, he says as he looks up. Rumble. But now I know that he was not the final boss, he says as he points at Robbie, struggling to get off the branch. Rumble. It is you, he yelled as he pointed at Dipper with a mad look. As he said that, a pixel-like button popped into existence by Dipper. Press start. Seuss. Dude, you don't have to do this, he said as he ran up to Dipper. Dipper. Seuss. Where did you come from? Seuss. I saw you running down the street chasing that dude, so I followed you guys and now I'm here. Dipper. Oh, well I'm sorry Seuss but I have to do it, I caused this so I have to fix it. Seuss. You sure you wouldn't rather run and hide like a coward? As Seuss said that, Dipper hit the button without looking at Seuss. Player 2 has joined the game. Seuss. Nice dude, he says as he backed away from them. Round 1. The voice said as Dipper got in a fighting stance along with Rumble. Ready, set, pummel, the voice said as Dipper and Rumble ran at each other. Rumble threw a punch at Dipper, but he was able to duck under it. Dipper. Uppercut, he says as he pulls his arm back and punches Rumble in the jaw upwards. Rumble. Ah, he said in an echoed tone as he slowly fell to the floor. Dipper looked up to Rumble's health bar to see his health and it went down an inch. Dipper. Rumble got up and ran at Dipper again. Seuss. Run dude, run, he shouted as Dipper screamed running away from Rumble. As Dipper ran, Seuss climbed up a tree and tried to swipe Rumble's health bar away. But it did nothing. Seuss. Worth a shot. As Dipper was running from Rumble, he ran up a tree and sat on the branch. Rumble. Darn, I wasn't programmed to look up, he says as he tries looking up but instead falls to the floor and goes flat. Dipper jumps off the branch and looks down to Rumble who is flat on the ground. Dipper. Ha, what are you gonna do now? He says, taunting Rumble. Rumble. Grr, raining fists of death. He shouts. Dipper. Wait what? He says as the sky goes dark. He looks up to see fists raining down on him. Dipper. Oh no, he shouts as he gets hit by them. Once the special move is done, Rumble fixes himself and was standing again. Rumble walks over to Dipper and looks down to him as Dipper is on the floor very hurt. Seuss. Dude, you have to get out of there, look at your health. He shouts as Dipper looks up to his health bar and is very close to losing. Dipper slowly gets up but is struggling to keep himself up. Dipper. W was the A all you got, he says as he put his fists up. Rumble. No, I will defeat you with my ultimate move, he says as his fist went in a flame. Dipper. Oh crud. As Rumble pulled his arm back, Dipper put his arms up, as an attempt to protect himself. Rumble jumped at Dipper and was about to punch Dipper with his super ultra something something fist of death or whatever. Dipper closed his eyes tightly, preparing himself for a world of hurt, but for some reason, he didn't feel anything. Dipper looked up and saw someone standing in front of him. Don't worry Dipper, he says as he caught Rumble's fist. You're safe now, he says as he pushes Rumble back. Dipper. Deku, he says as Izuku looks back. Deku. That's right, now get out of here. Dipper. I can't, he's after me. I'm player 2, he says as Deku looks back confused. Deku. What? As he says that, a button pops up in front of Deku. Would you like to take over for player 2? Dipper. Deku, you don't have to. Deku. Stop, he says as he looks back to Dipper and pulls his face mask down a bit. Deku. I got this, he says as he smiles to Dipper. He lifts his mask back up and pushes the button. Player 3 has taken over for player 2. The voice says as Dipper's health bar is replaced by Deku's. Rumble. You dare challenge me? Deku. If it means to protect Dipper, then so be it, he says as he gets in a fighting stance. Rumble. You think you can defeat me? Deku. Let's find out, he says as the fight starts to count down. Ready, set, pummel. The voice shouts as Deku dashes as Rumble. Rumble attacks Deku as he throws a fireball at him. Deku dodges to the side and shoots an air bullet at Rumble, hitting Rumble in the face. As Rumble is stunned by it, Deku dashes at Rumble and does a grab attack. He grabs Rumble's arm and throws him over his shoulder, throwing Rumble against a tree. As Rumble is thrown at the tree, his feet land on it and he jumps off the tree. Rumble. Flaming fist, he shouts as he throws a punch at Deku. Deku blocks it but is pushed back. Rumble goes to attack him again but Deku ducks under it. Deku. Take this, he says as punches Rumble in the stomach, sending him in the air. Deku jumps after him as he catches Rumble by the leg. Deku spins Rumble around and throws him back down to the ground. Rumble falls to the ground and Deku dashes at Rumble in the air. Rumble gets up and sees Deku coming. Deku throws a punch at him but Rumble dodges it and his fist goes into the ground. Rumble. Flaming kick, he shouts as he kicks Deku in the stomach, sending him through a tree. Deku rolls on the floor as he rubs his stomach in pain. Deku. Okay, that kinda hurt, he says as he stands up. Dipper. Come on Deku, you almost got him, he says as Deku looks up to the health bars. Deku still has half of his health left, while Rumble is very close to losing. Dipper. Finish him with your ultimate, he says as him and Seuss is cheering for him. Deku. Alright then, he says as Rumble dashes at him. Rumble throws a punch but Izuku dodges to the side and punches him in the face. Deku. Let me show you what I'm capable of, he says as he uppercuts Rumble into the air and jumps after him. He kicks Rumble back to the ground but chases after him. Deku. 25%, full cowling. Rumble looks up to Deku and sees he's about to deliver the final blow. Deku. Smash, he shouts as he kicks Rumble in the stomach. Rumble. Gah, he shouts in pain as the impact of the kick sends him flying back to the ground. K.O. the voice says as Deku lands back to the floor. Deku wins, the voice says as Rumble and the health bars pixelate from existence. Deku. Phew, haven't had a fight like that in a while. He says Dipper and Seuss run up to him. Dipper. That was so cool, he says as he recorded the whole thing. Seuss. Dude, that was incredible. Deku. Thanks, he says as he smiles under his mask. The branch Robbie is hanging off of breaks, making him fall to the floor. Deku notices Robbie and remembers why he was running around the town. Deku. You guys should get back home, he says as he starts walking to Robbie. Dipper. Okay, see you later, he says as he puts his phone back in his pocket. Seuss. Dude, we have to watch the later. Dipper. Definitely, he says as he winces and holds his leg. Seuss. I got you dude, he says as he helps Dipper walk. Dipper. Thanks Seuss, he says as they start to head back to the shack. As they are leaving, Robbie sits up and rubs his back. As he notices someone standing in front of him and looks up to see Deku. Robbie watched the whole fight and froze as he could feel Deku glaring down to him. Robbie. Gulp W. What can I do for you? He says as Deku crouches down to his eye level. Deku. I heard you said some mean stuff to a little girl. Robbie. What you mean the white-haired free? Before he could finish, Deku grabs him by the sweater and lifts and pulls him close. Deku. Finish that sentence and see what happens, he says as Robbie is shaking in fear. Robbie. W. What do you want? Deku. I want you to leave the girl alone. Robbie. And why should I? Deku. You are the dumbest idiot I ever met, he says as he twists the collar of the sweater, choking Robbie a bit. Robbie. Okay, I'll leave her alone, he says as Deku loosens his grip. Deku. If I ever see you around her again, I'll make sure that mouth of yours is shut, he says as he brings him close. Deku. Permanently, he says as Robbie could see his emerald eyes glow in his mask. Robbie is shaking hard as if he saw a monster. Deku. And just to make sure you will listen, he says as he looks up at the tilted water tower as one of his beams were broken. He starts to float up above it as he is carrying Robbie by his hood. He reaches the top and drops Robbie on the water tower. Robbie hits his head against the wall and rubs his head. He gets up and looks down to see how high he is and backs away from the edge. As Robbie is freaking out, Deku notices someone else on the water tower. He floats to them and it's Mabel. Deku. Mabel, he says as she looks up and sees Deku. Mabel. Izu Deku. Thank God you're here, she says as she had a big smile. Deku. What are you doing up here? He asked as he landed on the water tower, standing in front of her. Mabel. I was helping Grunkle Stan face his fear of heights and it worked but now I have a fear of heights. Deku. Well where is Stan? Mabel. He went to go get help, she says as she stood up but her legs were wobbly as she knew she was very high up. Deku notices and picked her up bridal style. Deku. Here let me get you down, he says as he starts to float and Mabel hugs his neck tightly. Robbie. Wait, you're not gonna leave me here. Deku. I am, you deserve it, he says, glaring at Robbie as he slowly descends down the water tower. Robbie. No, come back, he shouts as Deku leaves him on the water tower. Time skip. We see Deku as he lands in front of the shack, with Mabel still in his arms. Deku. And we're here, he says as he puts Mabel down. Mabel. Thanks for the help Deku, she says as she has a smile. Deku. Anytime, I'll see you around, he says as he dashes to the other side of the shack. Mabel. He does know he doesn't have to enter the shack like that, right? She says as she laughs a bit and enters the shack. Deku enters his room and stretches. Deku. All right, that should take care of Robbie, he says as he takes his mask off and isn't paying attention to where he's walking. Izuku. Now to get out of this and take a nice relaxing shower. He is interrupted as he trips over something and falls face first. As he is on the floor, a certain ghost peeks her head through Izuku's door. Evelyn. Izuku, are you in here? She asked as she looked to Izuku and saw him on the floor. Evelyn. Gasp Izuku, she says as she floats through the door and picks Izuku up. Evelyn. Izuku, are you okay? She asked as she looked down and saw Waddles laying on the floor, as he was the reason Izuku tripped. Evelyn. Did you do this to him? You pig, she says as she glared at Waddles. Waddles just oinked as it walked away from her. Izuku. Evelyn, I am okay, I just tripped. He says as he has rubbed his nose. Evelyn. Are you sure? She asked as she held his chin and had him look at her. Izuku. Yeah, I'm better now that you're here. He said, making her blush. Evelyn. Now's not the time to be flirting Izuku. She says as she let him go and held her face in a blush. Izuku shocked face, oh hee, sorry. He says as he rubbed the back of his head. Izuku. Anyways, what were you here for? Evelyn. Alright, she says as she looks back to him. Evelyn. I just wanted to see how you were doing since and also, wanted to know if we could spend some time together. She asked as she was playing with her finger. Izuku. Of course, it's been a while since we hung out together. He says as he hugged her from behind but went right through her. Izuku just stood there as he started to blush and felt really embarrassed. Evelyn just giggled as she hugged Izuku. Evelyn. You're so silly. She says as she kisses Izuku on the cheek. Izuku smiles as he kisses her back. Izuku. What do you wanna do? He asked her as he turned around and hugged her. Evelyn. Well, I was wondering if we could watch a movie later. Izuku. We can do that, let me just take a quick bath for a sec. Evelyn. Okay, but may I ask why you're in your vigilante suit? Izuku. Oh, I went to go look for Robbie. He said as he went to his closet. Evelyn. Why? Izuku. Well, he said some harsh stuff to Eri. She Dipper was watching her, and I made sure he would never be near her again. Evelyn. Oh, I see. She says as she felt pretty mad. Izuku. Anyways, I'll be out in just a sec. He says as he goes into the bathroom. Evelyn. Okay, she says as Izuku closes the door. Evelyn. Take your time. She says as she looked mad. Evelyn. Perhaps I should pay this Robbie a visit. She thought to herself as she floated out of Izuku's room. Time skip. We see Robbie in his room as he was mad that Deku left him on the water tower. He was lucky the fire department found him. Robbie. When I see that Deku guy again, I'll show him who he's messing with. He says as he was laying on his bed. But suddenly the lights started to flicker. Robbie. The heck, he says as he notices the power go out. Robbie. Damn it, the stupid power went out. He said to himself as he heard a knock on the window. Robbie. The heck, he says as he gets up and goes to the window. He looks out the window and sees someone standing outside in the middle of the night. Robbie. Hey, he said as he opened his window. Robbie. Get out of here before I go down there and force you to leave. But they don't move. Robbie. Are you deaf or something? Get out of here. He shouted once more and the figure started to walk away. Robbie. That's right, get lost. He said but the figure stopped moving. Robbie didn't notice as he closes his window and went back to bed. As he laid in bed he closes his eyes and was facing the ceiling. Robbie. That bastard is gonna get what's coming to him. He says as he opens his eyes. And sees someone staring at him from the ceiling. Robbie. What the foo? Before he could finish, the woman jumped down, pushing Robbie off the bed and onto the floor. Robbie. What are you? Evelyn. I am your nightmare. She said as she started crawling towards him. Robbie. Gee, get away from me. He said bah. He crawled back away from her. Evelyn. This is your punishment for harming a little girl. Robbie. What? Evelyn. Now prepare for your doom. She says as she was about to jump at him. Robbie. Wait, I already said I would leave her alone. He says as he was shaking in fear. Evelyn. A promise won't be enough to pay for the torment you caused on a small child. Robbie. Then what? Evelyn. Your soul, she said as she jumped at Robbie. Robbie was so scared that he passed out from fear. Evelyn stopped as she stared at Robbie and started to laugh at him. Evelyn. Ha ha ha, that was perfect. I'm so glad Ambry was able to tell me where Robbie lived, now I need to hurry back for my movie night with Izuku. She said as she floated through the wall and left the house. We start this chapter off as we see Izuku, Eri, the twins, Grunkle Stan and Seuss in a car as Stan parked his car. Izuku. So what is going on today? He asked as he had Eri sitting on his lap. Stan. It's Dipper and Mabel. Summerween. They said with excitement. Izuku and Eri. Summerween. Stan. It's Seuss. It's Halloween but in summer. Izuku and Eri. Ooh. They said as everyone started leaving the car. Stan. Now, before we get inside we need to be quiet and careful, this stuff is expensive. Everyone. 5 seconds later, everyone except Izuku and Eri were doing the opposite of being quiet and careful. Seuss was touching a bunch of skeleton bobble heads that made skeleton jokes. Mabel and Dipper were in a shopping cart riding down aisles and crashing into stuff. And Stan was just stealing everything he could carry. And they were all doing that while Izuku and Eri were just looking at the costumes. Eri. Papa, they all look funny. She says as she pointed at an ape costume. Izuku. Yeah, there's a lot of funny costumes here. He says as he noticed one costume that looked very familiar. Eri noticed Izuku looking at a costume and smiled. Eri. Gasped Papa, look. She says as she went up to the costume. Eri. It looks just like yours. She says as she held the costume that looked similar to Izuku's vigilante suit. Izuku. It does, but how did they get it to look so similar? He asked as he inspected it. Eri. Can we get it, Papa? It's my size. She says as she held the costume against herself. Izuku. I don't see why not. Eri. Yay. She says as she hugs Izuku. Izuku. Alright, let's go buy this and wait for the others. He says as he pets her head and takes her hand. Eri. Okay, Papa. She says as she holds the costume. They both walk over to the front of the store but stop as they both see the people they came with standing at the register. Cashier. That will be $358.12. She says as the group stares at Grunkle Stan. Stan. Scatter. He shouts as he throws a smoke bomb on the ground. Cashier. My eyes. She shouts as she rubs her eyes in pain. The twins, Grunkle Stan and Seuss run out of the store with everything they had, getting in the car and driving off. The cashier notices they're gone and sighs in frustration. Cashier. I hate Summerween. She says as she notices Izuku and Eri just standing there. Izuku. I guess we're walking home, Eri. He says as he takes the costume from Eri and puts it down for the cashier. Cashier. Sigh, that'll be $12.40. She says as Izuku takes his wallet out and pays $13. The cashier takes it and gives him some extra change. Izuku. Thanks. He says as he puts his wallet away and gives the costume to Eri. Eri. Thank you, Papa. She says as she hugs her costume. Izuku. You're welcome, sweetie. He says with a smile while he picks her up. Izuku. Now let's get back home. He says as he starts to walk off with Eri. Eri. Okay, Papa, thank you, Mrs. Cashier Lady. She says to the cashier. The cashier just waves to Eri as she watches them leave the store. Cashier. That kid is adorable. She says as she rested her head on her palm, with a small smile as seeing Eri happy just made her day. Time skip. The entire Pines family are in the living room relaxing and watching some Summerween movies, waiting for Izuku and Eri to get their costumes on. Izuku. Alright guys, are you all ready? He asked as him and Eri were behind a wall. Dipper. Yup. He says as he was eating soul candy. Mabel. I can't wait, show us. She says as she was excited to see their costumes. Izuku. Ready, Eri? Eri. Yes, Papa. She says as she put her mask on, along with Izuku. They both started to count down and the Pines were waiting with interest. Once the countdown ended, Izuku and Eri jumped into the open and showed off their costumes. Izuku and Eri. Ta-da. They said as they both did a hero pose. Dipper. Wow, you both look great. Mabel. Eri. You look so cute and scary at the same time. She says as she ran up to Eri and hugged her tightly. Eri just giggled as she hugged Mabel back. Izuku. I was a bit surprised when we found this at the store. I didn't expect my vigilante costume to be there. He says as he took his mask off. Dipper. Well, at least you don't have to buy a costume for yourself. You look great, Izuku. Izuku. Thanks, Dipper. It was kind of the only thing that I thought would look scary. He says as he rubbed the back of his head. Mabel. And it works. You both look fantastic. She says as she put Eri down. Eri. Me and Papa are gonna be the scariest trick-or-treaters ever. She says as she takes her mask off. Izuku. You're right about that, Eri. He says as he pets her head. Eri giggles as she hugs Izuku. Izuku smiles as he hugs her back and picks her up. Izuku. So what are you guys gonna do tonight? He asked them, looking to them. Mabel. Me and Dipper are gonna go trick-or-treating tonight. It's one of our favorite holidays, isn't that right, Dipper? Dipper. Yeah, we always come up with the best costumes together. Mabel. We even have photos. Wanna see them? Eri. Yeah, I wanna see them. She says as she really wanted to see what Mabel looked like. Izuku. Sure, why not? He says as he walked over to them. Mabel pulled a scrapbook out of nowhere she made and sat on the chair. Mabel. These are all the pictures of every Halloween. She says, opening the scrapbook and started showing them their pictures of themselves in Halloween costumes. Eri. Wow, Mama and Uncle Dipper look great. She says, looking at the photos with interest. Izuku. Yeah, you both look great in these. He says, looking at the photos with Eri. Mabel. Well, me and Dipper knew very well how to celebrate Halloween the right way. She says as she got up and gave the scrapbook to Eri. Mabel. Now if you'll excuse us, me and Dipper need to go get ready. She says as she walked away. Dipper. See you not in a bit. He says, walking away with Mabel. Izuku. Alright, Eri, when they're done we'll go out for trick-or-treating, okay? He asked as he pet her head. Eri. Okay, Papa, she says as Izuku smiles and walks away. Once Izuku is gone, Eri makes sure that Izuku left the living room. Eri. Okay, Cryo, it's safe to come out now. She says as she takes the necklace out from under her costume. Cryo then transforms and is smiling to Eri. Eri. Tonight is gonna be the best night ever. She says as Cryo tilts its head. Eri. Do you not know what Halloween is? She asked Cryo. Cryo shook its head and Eri gasped in surprise. Eri. This cannot stand. She says as she closed the book and jumped off the chair. Eri. I'm going to show you everything about Halloween. She says as she started to run off with Cryo in her hand. But then she noticed the bowl of candy and ran to it, taking a handful for herself. Eri. Do you want some candy too? She asked Cryo, who shook its head. Eri. Okay, she says as she started to run off with the candy she took from the bowl. But little did she realizes, someone was watching her from outside through the window. She actually took the candy. He says as he sounded surprised that Eri took the rip-off candy. Even if it was rip-off candy, she took it. Interesting. He says as he goes back into the bushes. Meanwhile, Izuku walked into his room to look for his phone. Izuku. Where did I leave it? He asked himself as he searched his room. While he was looking around, Mystique was laying on the bed watching him as she was a cat. Izuku. Hey Mystique, have you seen my phone anywhere? I can't find it, he asked as he looked under his bed. Mystique. She hummed as she transformed in her human form. Mystique. Did you check the bathroom? Izuku. Why would it be in the bathroom? Mystique. You never know, people's stuff can end up in the weirdest places. She says as she sat up. Izuku. Alright then, I'll check the bathroom. He says and starts to go to his bathroom. While he was searching the bathroom, Mystique slid her hand under Izuku's pillow and pulled out his phone. Mystique. I'm so sneaky. She whispered to herself as she went under the blanket and continued to play his phone. Izuku. It's not in the bathroom. He says, walking out of the bathroom. Izuku. Where could it be? Before he finished his sentence, he noticed Mystique hiding under the blanket and saw a glow under the blanket. Izuku. She had my phone. He thought to himself as he heard her giggle. Izuku slowly started to walk towards her while she was too distracted on the phone to hear his footsteps. Izuku. He grabs the blanket. Izuku. Got you. he says as he lifts the blanket, surprising Mystique. Izuku. Gimme my phone. He says as he reaches for his phone. Mystique. No, she says as she hugs his phone. She then rolls to her side and is facing the wall. Izuku. Mystique, I need my phone. He says as he tries to get his phone from her grip but can't as she is hugging it tightly. Mystique. No, mine. Izuku. Please, he says as he was sitting on the bed. Mystique. No, Izuku. Fine then, you leave me no choice. He says as he hugs her. Izuku. Tickle attack, he says as he starts to tickle her stomach. Mystique. And no stop. I'm too ticklish, she says laughing as she was trying to break free from his hug. Izuku. Not until you give me my phone back. Mystique shocked face. Okay. Stop, I'll give it back, she says as she was tearing up from laughter. Izuku then stopped tickling her and took his phone from Mystique. Mystique. And no fair. You cheated, she says as she was breathing heavily. Izuku. You made me do it. Mystique just pouts and crosses her arm, facing away from Izuku as she did. Izuku. Are you mad at me? Mystique. Yes, I am. Izuku. Is it 'cause I took my phone back? Mystique. Yes, Izuku. But why didn't you give me my phone when I was looking for it? Mystique. I was bored and there was a bunch of games on your phone. Izuku. If you were bored we could have done something together. Mystique. Like what? Izuku. Oh. Me, Eri and the other are going out to trick or treat together, do you wanna come with us? Mystique. You're going trick or treating? She asked as she turned around surprised. Izuku. Yeah, I thought you know. Mystique. I didn't know. Of course I wanna come with you, she says as she bouncing with joy. Izuku. Alright, do you have a costume? Mystique. I forgot a costume, she shouted as Izuku moved back from shock, almost falling off the bed. Mystique. What am I gonna do? I don't have a costume, she asked as she held her head. Izuku. Calm down Mystique, I'm sure we can come up with a costume for you. Mystique. Really, Izuku? Yeah, now let's see, he says as he looked at her. Izuku. Why don't you dress up as a cat woman? Mystique. Izuku. Well, you can turn into a cat, plus you have a tail. He says pointed at her tail. Mystique. I do, Izuku. So why don't you go as a cat woman? Mystique. That's not a bad idea. Now I just need a costume. Izuku. I think I know someone who is perfect for that. He says as he stands up. Izuku. Be right back, he says as he opens his window and jumps out. Mystique. You could have just taken the door, she shouted out the window. Izuku. It's faster this way, he shouts as he dashes away to go get someone that is an expert in all spooky things. Time skip. Evelyn. Alright, what do you think? She asked Mystique as they both were in the bathroom. Mystique. Wow, I look amazing, she says as she looked at herself in the mirror. She had a headband with cat ears along with some face paint to make it look like she had whiskers. She was also wearing a black dress shirt along with a skirt. Evelyn cut a hole in the back skirt so Mystique could fit her tail through it. Mystique. Thank you Evelyn. Evelyn. You're welcome, but you should thank Izuku, he's the one who brought me here. Mystique. Right, let's go show Izuku, she says as she runs out of the bathroom and with Evelyn following her out of the bathroom. Right, not Izuku is in the living room as him and Eri are waiting for the others. Izuku. Are you excited for tonight Eri? He asked her as Eri was eating some candy. Eri. Yes Papa, I can't wait to go. Izuku. Me too, we just have to wait for the others, he says as he sat on the chair in the living room. Eri was just sitting on the floor eating some candy from the bowl and Izuku started to realize something. Izuku. Eri, how much candy have you eaten? Eri. Izuku. Eri, he says as Eri looks away nervously. Eri. A lot, Izuku. And how much is a lot? Eri. This much, she says as she holds up 8 fingers. Izuku. Sigh, that's fine, but maybe you shouldn't eat any more candy for now, he says as he pets her head. Eri. She says looking down a bit. Izuku. Don't worry Eri, you can still eat your candy after we're done trick or treating, okay? Eri. Oh, okay papa. She says as she puts the candy she didn't open back in the bowl. Mystique. Izuku Izuku Izuku. She shouts as she runs downstairs to Izuku. Mystique. Look at my costume Evelyn made me. She says as she shows her costume off to Izuku. Izuku. Wow, you look amazing. He says as Eri was in awe. Eri. Whoa, you look so pretty. Mystique. He, thank you Eri. She giggles as she pets Eri's head. Izuku. You did a great job on her costume Evelyn. Evelyn. I just put some stuff together, it's not my best work but hey, she likes it. Izuku. She does, hey Evelyn. Evelyn. Yeah Izuku. Izuku. Do you wanna join us on trick-or-treating? Evelyn. Sure plus I have the perfect costume for this, be right back. She says as she floats through the ceiling. Mabel. Hey guys, check us out, she says as her and Dipper are in their costumes. Dipper was in a peanut butter costume, while Mabel was in a jelly costume. Mabel. He's the peanut butter. Dipper. And she's the jelly. Mabel. Put us together and we're Mabel and Dipper. Peanut butter and jelly. They say together as they both said hug each other. Izuku. Peanut butter and jelly. That's something I never thought I would see you both go as. Mabel. Well we're definitely nailing the look. Mystique. Now I'm hungry just looking at you both. She says as she rubbed her stomach. Izuku. You want me to make you something? Mystique. Peanut butter and jelly sandwich. She shouts with joy. Izuku. Alright, Eri do you want that too? Eri. Yes papa. Izuku. Okay, I'll be right back. He says as he leaves to the kitchen. Dipper. So are we all ready to go trick-or-treating? Mystique. Yup, just waiting for Evelyn. Mabel. She's coming too. Evelyn. Yup, she says as she was floating behind Dipper. Dipper screamed in a girlish voice as he was caught by surprise, causing all of the girls to laugh a bit, including Eri. Eri. Ha ha ha, Uncle has a funny scream. She says as Dipper blushes from embarrassment. Evelyn. I didn't know the costume was this scary. She says as her costume was just a blanket with 2 holes cut in it. Mabel. Well, you are a ghost. Evelyn. Yup, my costume is so great right? She says as she floats around the room. Mabel. Very original, she says as they hear a knock on the front door. Mabel. I'll get it. She says as she runs to the door. She opens it and sees 2 little girls in Halloween costumes. Candy. Hello, is Eri here? Brenda. We want Eri to trick or treat with us. She shouted as Eri heard them and was filled with joy. She ran to the door and saw them, having a big smile on her face. Eri. Candy. Brenda, she says as the 2 girls see her and smile. Candy and Brenda. Eri. They say as they run up to her and hug her. Eri. I'm so glad you both came over. She says hugging them back. Candy. Of course we would come. Brenda. We wouldn't want to spend Summerween without our favorite girl. Candy. Yeah, and wow you look amazing. They say breaking the hug. Brenda. You look so awesome. Eri. Thank you, me and Papa wanted to look as spooky as possible. Candy. And it's working. Brenda. Your costume is the coolest one we've seen so far. They say as Mabel closes the door and just can't help but grow a huge smile on her face. Mabel. Eri's friends are so cute. Why didn't she tell me she made some friends? She thought to herself as she had a big smile. Eri. Come on, I want you to meet Waddles. She says as she took their hands and dragged them to her room, which was Izuku's room. As Eri and her friends left, Mabel went back to the living room as the others noticed her huge smile. Dipper. You seem very happy, what happened? Mabel. Eri and her friends are so cute. Even if one of them had a pretty deep voice, they are still so cute. Dipper. Well at least Eri made some new friends. He says as he walked over to the bowl of candy. Dipper. I wonder what kind of candy we have. He says looking into the bowl of candy. Dipper. What the heck is this? He asked as he took a piece of candy out. Mabel. What is it? Dipper. This is rip-off loser candy. Mabel. What? Why do we have these? Stan. Hey, he says as he walked in the room, wearing a vampire costume. Stan. They were on a good discount, be grateful. He says as he turns away with his cape flowing around him and walks out of the living room. Mabel. HMPH. Dipper. I'm just gonna. He takes the bowl of candy and walks over to the trash can. Dipper. Goodbye terrible candy. He says as he starts to throw the candy in the trash. Evelyn. I mean the candy can't be that bad right? She asked as Mabel and Dipper looked at her. Evelyn. All right then, she says as Dipper continues to get rid of the candy. But little did they know, they were being watched by someone. The candy. And he was not in a happy mood. But before Dipper could throw all of the candy away, they heard a knock on the door. Mabel. That must be the trick-or-treaters. Dipper. Well, they'll want something, so I hope they like this candy. He says as he takes the bowl that has very little candy left and walks over to the front door. While he does that, Izuku comes back with 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Mystique. Gimme gimme gimme. She says as she runs over to Izuku and takes a sandwich. Izuku. Wow, you must have been hungry huh? He says as he saw Mystique already eating her sandwich. Izuku looked around for Eri to give her the sandwich he made for her but didn't see her around. Izuku. Where's Eri? Mabel. Oh, she went to your room with her friends. Izuku. Oh, she didn't tell me about her friends. Mabel. She didn't tell me either but they're so cute and nice to her. I'm glad she found some nice friends. Izuku. Yeah, I am too. He says as he started to leave. Izuku. I'm gonna go give this to her, I'll be right back. Mabel. Alright and bring her down, we're about to get going soon. Izuku. I will, he says as he leaves to his room. Once he does, Dipper comes back and puts the empty bowl down. Dipper. Alright, I think we are good to go now. He says as they hear another knock. Dipper. Sigh, I'll get it. He says as he walks to the front door to see a tall man with a paper bag. Trick or treat. Dipper. Sorry dude, we're out of candy. He says as he starts to close the door. No wait, he says as the door shuts on his face. Mabel. What the heck bro? That was messed up. Dipper. Look, I told him we were out of candy and we are. He says as they hear a knock on the door again. Mabel. But you didn't have to shut the door on him like that. She says as they start to hear banging on the door. Dipper. I'm not getting that. Mabel. Fine then, I'll get it. She says as she walks past him and opens the door. Mabel. Hello sir, sorry about my brother, he's got a case of the grumpy grumps. Silence. He shouts which makes Mabel and the others jump. You have insulted me, he says pointing at Mabel. And for this you must pay, with your lives. He says as he crouches down a bit, showing his yellow mask with a smile on it. Mabel. Oh, what a cute little mask. You're a funny guy, aren't you? She says as she pokes his mask. Funny am I? He asked as he walks inside, crouching under the door frame. As he does, another trick-or-treater walks up to the door. Gorny. Trick or treat. My name is Gorny, he says as the tall man grabs the kid by the head and lifts him up. Gorny. Ah, he shouts as the tall man opens his big mouth and eats Gorny. Gorny. Remember me, he shouts as the tall man swallows Gorny whole. Everyone screams to what had happened except for Mystique. Mystique. Gorny, no. Unless you want to end up like the child, there is only one way for you all to avoid his fate. He says as he pokes Mabel's head, making her back up from fear. I need a treat. If you can collect 500 pieces of candy and bring it to me before the last jack-o'-melon goes out, then I'll let you all live. Dipper. Are you serious? That's impossible. The choice is yours, he says as he walks outside. You must trick or treat. He shouts as he turns around to face them. Or die, he says as he jumps away with a sinister laugh, sending chills up everyone's spines. Izuku. Is everyone okay? He asked as he ran downstairs with Eri. Izuku. I heard you guys screaming and my danger sense went off. Dipper. No, we aren't. Some guy came here and ate some kid and now he'll eat us too unless we bring him 500 pieces of candy. Izuku. Are you serious? Mabel. Yes. What do we do? She asked him as she started to shake Izuku by his shoulders. Izuku. Mabel, calm down, I'm sure we can figure this out. He says as she stopped shaking him. Izuku. If he wants 500 pieces of candy, then we should start collecting candy. Mabel. You're right, let's start trick-or-treating for our lives. she says as the others were ready. Evelyn. I mean I'm already dead but okay. Mabel. All right everyone, to the streets. She shouts as they all run out the front door. Eri. Let's go papa. She says as she takes Izuku's hand, dragging him out the door. Izuku. Calm down Eri, I'm coming. He says as he put his mask and hood on. Eri saw and started to put her mask and hood on too. Eri. How do I look papa? Izuku. You look very spooky Eri. He says making Eri smile. Izuku. Now let's go get some candy. Eri. Yeah, Brenda. We're gonna trick or treat so hard. Candy. And get so much candy. Eri. Yeah, she says as they start to giggle, running ahead of Izuku. Izuku watches Eri and is glad to see Eri so happy but right now he has to focus on the mission, to get 500 pieces of candy. Times Kipperoni. It's been a few hours since they started to trick or treat and they surprisingly got a lot of candy, as it was all inside of a wheelbarrow. Izuku was counting the candy as the others were listening very closely. Izuku. We did it guys. We got 500 pieces of candy. He says as they all cheer with joy. Mabel. Now all we have to do is get this to the tall guy. Izuku. Right but, how do we find him? Mabel. I guess we just have to wait for all of the jack-o'-melons to go out. Dipper. Yeah so I guess we just have to wait. He says as they all sit on the sidewalk. Mystique. Phew, my feet hurt. Eri. Yeah, mine hurt too. Candy. But it was worth it, we got the candy. Brenda. Yeah, I hope we get to eat it. She says as she goes to take one. Candy. Brenda no, she says as she grabs her hand. Candy. It's all for the tall man, we can't take any. Brenda. Ah, Izuku. I'm sure we can get more candy somehow. Eri. Yeah, she says as they see a van start to drive past them. It slowly makes a stop in front of them. As the window rolls down Izuku sees who it is and is not happy. Robbie. Sup losers, he says as the others groan to his appearance. Izuku. Hey Robbie, he says with his arms crossed. Robbie. Are you trick-or-treating? With kids? He asked as he gets of the van. Izuku. Yeah, is that a problem? Robbie. It's hilarious that you're trick-or-treating with a bunch of kids. He says as the teens glare at him. Evelyn. If you're here to be a jerk just leave. Mystique. Yeah, Robbie. I don't have to listen to you losers. Izuku. Look just get out of here. He says as he glared at him. Robbie. Or what? He asked as he glared back at Izuku. Izuku. You know damn well I could beat your ass right here and now. He said in a quiet tone but loud enough for only Robbie to hear. Robbie. Yeah but I bet your kid wouldn't want that now would she? He says as Izuku looks at Eri. Eri is looking at Max with a mad look. Eri. Why are you so mean? She asked as Robbie looked at her. Robbie. Because I can. He says as he walked to her. Eri noticed as she started to walk back in fear but Izuku got in front of her. Izuku. Seriously, you need to leave. He says as he pushes Robbie a bit. Robbie. You can't tell me what to do. He says he notices the wheelbarrow of candy. Robbie. You guys really got a lot of candy. Mystique. Yeah and you don't get any. She says as Robbie walked up to it. Robbie. Yeah, would be a shame if it just. He says as he put his foot on the wheelbarrow. Robbie. Disappeared, he said as he pushes the wheelbarrow, making it fall downhill. The others shout. No. As it falls in the river. Evelyn. What the heck was that for? She asked as she was mad. Robbie. Sue. He shrugged as he felt the glare of all the teens. Robbie. Welp I'm gonna get going. He says as he was about to leave. But he was stopped as Izuku grabbed his shoulder. Izuku. You think I'm just gonna let you walk away? He asked as he was pissed. Robbie. Yeah, he says as Izuku started to drag him. Robbie. Hey, where are you taking me? Izuku. Shut it, he says. The other teens went to try and save what was left of the candy while the kids watched Izuku drag Robbie behind a bush. Robbie. Let me go you piece of she. The kids heard him say as they heard a loud thud behind the bushes, making them jump. They then see Izuku come out from behind the bush, dusting himself off as he took a deep breath and walked over to Eri. Eri. Are you okay papa? Izuku. Yeah I'm okay sweetie, I was just a bit mad. He says as he pet her head. Candy. What happened to that Robbie guy? Brenda. Did you, ya know? Her and Candy gesture as Izuku looks surprised. Izuku. And no I didn't do that, I just taught him a lesson is all. He said as the two girls understood what he meant. Eri was just confused what they meant. Dipper. Guys. He says as him and the others ran back to them. Mabel. We have a problem. Izuku. What is it? Evelyn. We couldn't save the candy. Mystique. All we have is this. She says as she has a single candy in her hand. Izuku. Dang it, he says as he takes the candy. Mabel. What are we gonna do? Izuku. Calm down, I'm sure we can still get more candy. He says as he gives the candy to Eri. Dipper. I don't think so, guys, look. He says as he points at the houses. They loon towards them and notice everyone starting to extinguish their jack-o'-melon. Izuku. That's not good. He says as everyone jack-o'-melon is extinguished, except for one. Mystique. Wait, look, she says as she points at an old man who is about to blow his out. Dipper. Stop him, he shouts as they all run towards him. Izuku. Sir, stop, he shouts as the old man look at them surprised. Old man Mugucket. Dipper. Don't blow out that candle. Mugucket. What, Dipper? Don't blow out that candle. He shouts again as there is a long pause. Mugucket. I am old man Mugucket. He says as he was about to blow the candle out. But Brenda stops him as she shoulder tackles him to the floor and take the jack-o'-melon. Brenda. Sorry old guy. She is old man Mugucket crawls away. Izuku. Thank God, he says as they all look at the jack-o'-melon. Dipper. That was a close one. He says as they sigh in relief. But as Brenda sighs, she accidentally extinguishes the jack-o'-melon and they all stare at it in shock. Mabel. Oh fiddlesticks, she says as they hear a sinister chuckle from a distance. They look down the street and see the tall man walk under a light post. Tall man. Hello children. He says as Brenda drops the jack-o'-melon in shock. Tall man. So, where's my candy? Dipper. We got it all but it fell in the river. We could still get it if you just go down there and get it. Tall man. I'm afraid it is too late for that. He says as he starts walking towards them. Izuku. Everyone get to the junkyard. He says as he gets in front of them. Dipper. But what about you? Izuku. I'll hold him off, get out of here. He says as he aims his fist in the tall man and shoots an air bullet at him. He hits the man and a part of him comes off, regenerating quickly as he chuckles. Tall man. You're only delaying the inevitable. He says as he grows 2 extra arms out of his sides. Izuku. I'm counting on you guys to protect the kids. He says as he puts his masks on. Izuku. Now run, he says as he dashes at the tall man. Evelyn. Let's go, she says as the others start to run off into the junkyard with her. Eri. But we can't leave Papa, she says as she tries to go back to him. Dipper. Eri, he'll be fine, but we have to run. He says as he picks her up. Mabel. He has superpowers, Eri, he'll be fine. She says as she was running next to them. Eri. I hope so. As they are running, Izuku was fighting the tall man. He shot multiple air bullets at him but they did nothing as he would keep regenerating. Deku. What is he? My air bullets aren't doing anything. He thought to himself as he activated his black whip and caught the tall man with them. As they were wrapped around the tall man, his body just went through the black whips, slipping through them as his trench coat and hat were stuck between the whips. Izuku noticed pieces of candy fall to the ground but go back into the tall man. Deku. What are you? Tall man. Why didn't you take a closer look? He ached as he took his smile mask off, revealing his face to be made of candy. Izuku. You're candy. Tall man. I am the candy that is thrown away, the ones no one likes. I am. He dashes at Deku and grabs him back the neck. Candyman. The Candyman. He says as he raises Deku in the air. Deku slammed his fist down on the Candyman's arm, breaking the Candyman's arm off and falling to the floor. Deku. No matter what you're made of, I'll still stop you from hurting my friends and family. He says as he throws a punch at the Candyman. But his fist goes through the Candyman and slowly starts to be absorbed. Candyman. Your resistance is futile. He says as he grabs Deku's head. Deku. Let me go. He shouts as his arm glows and he shoots an air bullet, big enough to blow up the Candyman. Once he is free he notices the Candyman slowly start to regenerate. Deku. He's regenerating. How can I defeat something made of candy? He thought to himself, hearing the Candyman laugh in a sinister tone. Candyman. Run while you still can, it's more fun this way. He says as he starts to run at Deku. Deku. Crap, he thinks to himself as the Candyman raises his arm. Deku puts his arms up and blocks the Candyman's swing but he is sent flying into the junkyard. Mystique. Are you sure Izuku will be okay? She asked concerned. Evelyn. I'm sure he'll be okay, I bet he's kicking its butt right now. She says as Deku crashes into a stack of crushed cars. Mystique. Izuku. She shouts as the others saw what happened. Deku. I am okay. He says as is stuck under the cars. They then hear the Candyman sinister laugh as they see what he looks like. Dipper. What the heck? Mabel. He's made of candy. Deku. He is. He says as he slowly pushes the cars off of himself. As he stands up, he feels a sharp pain in his leg and sees a piece of metal sticking out of it. Deku. Oh God, I hope I don't get tetanus from this. He thinks to himself as he sees the Candyman running at them. Mystique. Are you okay? She asks as she runs to him to help him. Deku. I'm fine, he says as he lifts a car with his black whip. Deku. But you gotta get out of here. He says as he tosses the car at him. The Candyman catches the car and throws it back at Deku. Deku. Watch out, he says as he pushes Mystique away and is hit with the car. Mystique. Izuku, she says as the Candyman laughed. Deku. Go, he says as he slowly pushed the car off. Dipper. No, you can't fight anymore. He says as he helped Deku up. Deku. Why yes I can. He says as he aimed his fist at the Candyman. He shot an air bullet but it was no use as the Candyman regenerated. Candyman. Accept your fate and die. He says as he lifted another car. Deku caught it with the black whips and threw it over him, having the car crash into the trash. Deku. It's okay guys. He says as he grabs the piece of metal in his leg. Deku. I've felt worse. He says as he pulled it out and fell to the floor in pain. Eri. Papa, she said as she ran to him in tears. The Candyman stopped as he saw Eri standing in front of Deku in tears. Eri. Get away from my papa. She says as she threw the piece of candy Deku gave to her at the Candyman. Eri. I won't let you hurt papa anymore. Candyman. Get out of my way. He says as he went to attack her. Deku saw this and got mad. Deku wrapped his arm around Eri and pulled his other arm back. Deku. Don't you dare. He says as his arm started to glow. Deku. Touch her. He shouted as he used 80% of his quirk by accident and threw his punch at the Candyman. And due to the wind pressure, the Candyman blew to pieces and sent flying away. The others felt it too and they almost fell to the ground. After that, everything went quiet as Deku looked up and noticed the Candyman was gone. Deku. Eri, he says as he looked down to her to see if she was okay. Ire was hugging him tightly as she crying into his chest. Deku sighed in relief as he hugged her neck tightly. The others started to run to him as Grenda and Candy were in shock by what they saw. Mystique, Mabel and Evelyn, Izuku. They say as they hug him tightly. Mystique. You almost died. Evelyn. You scared us so much. Mabel. Thank God you're okay. Deku. Thank you girls but, you're hurting me. He says as the girls realized he was still hurt and let him go. Mabel, Evelyn and Mystique. Sorry. Dipper. How are you still alive? You were crushed by a car. Deku. I've been through worse. He says as he took his mask off. Dipper. Do you think he's gone? Izuku. I don't know. He says as he noticed the two little girls standing with their mouths wide open. Izuku. Oh crap, he said as Eri noticed. Eri. Oh no, she says as she let go of Izuku and ran to her friends. Eri. Please don't tell anyone about Papa, she said as she was begging them. Candy. Why would we do that? Grenda. He's the real Deku, she says as the two girls started to fangirl what they watched. Eri. Nani. Candy. We are huge fans of Deku. Brenda. Yeah, he's so cool. Eri. So, will you keep this a secret? Candy. Our lips are sealed. Eri. Brenda. Yeah, we are great at keeping secrets. Eri. Thank you, she says as she hugged them both. Izuku watched with a smile as he was standing up with Dipper's help. Dipper. You gonna be okay? Izuku. I think I broke a rib, but I'll be fine. He says as Eri noticed and ran to him. Eri. Don't worry Papa, I'll help you. She saws as she hugged him. Her horn then started to glow along with her and Izuku. Izuku. Are you sure Eri? Eri. Yes Papa, she says as Izuku's injuries slowly started to heal. Everyone watched in shock as they couldn't believe what they were watching. Mabel. Whoa, Dipper. Amazing, he says as he was written something down in his journal. Candy. Our friend has superpowers. Brenda. She's so cool. They said as they both were watching with stars in their eyes. After a while, Eri let Izuku go and looked up to him. He was fully healed but and looked like he wasn't thrown into a bunch of cars. Izuku. Thank you Eri. He says as he lifted her up. Eri. Did I do good Papa? She asked as Izuku smiled. Izuku. You did a great job. He says as he kissed her forehead. Eri giggles as she hugs him. Izuku. You were such a brave little girl Eri. Candy. Yeah you were so cool. Brenda. He even froze on spot, you must have scared him. Izuku. I guess he didn't stand a chance against you. He says he hugged her. Eri. Wow, I'm like Papa now, she said as Izuku set her down on the floor. Izuku. Haha, I guess so. He says as he at her head. Izuku. Now, let's head back. He says as the others nodded and started to walk out of the junkyard. Izuku. Why did he stop? Did Eri really scare him? He thought to himself but decided to leave it be. Little did they know though, the Candyman was not defeated but was watching them. Candyman. So I was right. B says as he picked his hat and trenchcoat up off the floor. Candyman. I guess they are okay, but this will not be the last time they see me. He says as he put the trench coat and hat on. Candyman. For the Candyman will always be here. He says as he walked away. Times KIP. Right now we see Izuku open his door and walks in his room with Eri, Evelyn and Mystique. Izuku. I'm so tired. He says as Eri yawned. Eri. Me too, he says as she sat on the bed. Mystique immediately went into her car form and stretched her back. Mystique. Finally, I'm so tired, she thought to herself as she realized she still had her Halloween costume on. Mystique. Right, she thought to herself as she went into her human form and ran into the bathroom to change. Evelyn. I'm a ghost so, sucks for you guys. She says as she threw the blanket off. Izuku. Come on Eri, let's get you into your pajamas. He says as he went to his closet. Eri. Okay Papa, she says as she stood up. Evelyn. It's alright Izuku, I can do it for you. She says as she kissed his cheek. Evelyn. You go get changed, I'll get her into her pajamas. Izuku. You sure, Evelyn? Izuku. Okay then, he says as he went to go get himself changed. A short TIMESKIP. After a while, everyone was changed into some comfortable clothes. Mystique went into her cat form and went to her bed. Mystique. So tired, she thought as she yawned and laid down. Izuku. Come on Eri, let's go to bed. Eri. Okay Papa, she said as Izuku picked her up and got laid her on the bed. Izuku. Good night Eri, he says as he kissed her forehead. Eri. Good night Papa, she said in a tired tone as she slowly fell asleep. Izuku. Thanks for changing Eri for me. Evelyn. It's not problem Izuku, she's basically my daughter so why wouldn't I? She asked as she hugged Izuku. Izuku. He hummed unaware of what she said. Evelyn. Oh so you think we are a family? She asked as she looked up to him. Izuku. He says as she kissed him on the lips. Evelyn. Had to know that, now get some sleep darling. She says as Izuku laid on the bed with Eri next to him. Before he could cover himself with his blanket, Evelyn laid her head on top of his chest and kissed him on the lips. Evelyn. I love you. Izuku. I love you too. he says as he shivered himself in her with the blanket and almost immediately fell asleep. Evelyn. She hummed as she just laid there with her head. She didn't need sleep but decided to stay here in his arms. It was a day like no other, very busy. Izuku was stocking the shelves, Seuss was cleaning messes children have left behind, Wendy was helping by reading her magazine. And Eri was on cash register duty. You might be wondering why Mabel isn't on cash register duty. That's because her and Najire are having a girls' day out. Suddenly, Eri stood up on the table and started shouting. Eri, can I have your attention? She asked as the costumers looked at her, along with Izuku, Wendy and Seuss. Eri, what I hold in my hand is no ordinary bumper sticker. It's a bumper sticker from the Mystery Shack. You can do many things with this bumper sticker, like stick on the bumper of your car. Or even, she looked at her palm which had writing on it thanks to Mabel. Eri, stick on your husband's mouth, she said with a bit of confusion. But a woman laughed a bit as she walked up to Eri. Woman. Ha ha ha, if they have this many uses, then I would love to buy one. Eri. Really? Woman. Of course, how much should I pay for? She asked reaching into her purse. Eri's shocked face. Oh, you can have this one for free. She said as Stan was in his office and somehow heard someone say, free. Stan. Free, he shouted as he ran out of his office. Eri. Have a great day ma'am, she said waving to the woman who left. As the woman left, Stan ran into the shop to see the woman leave and Eri sitting in front of the cashier. Stan. You, he said pointing at Eri, who looked around and pointed at herself confused. Stan walked up to her with a mad look on his face, making Eri nervous. Stan. Did you just give that woman something for free? Eri. Why yes. Stan. Why? Eri. Because Mama Mabel said it was okay. Stan. Dang it kid. We don't give stuff to people for free, he said as he lifted Eri off of the chair. Stan. You're off of register duty. Eri. But. Stan. No buts. Now go, he said as Eri looked down and walked off. Izuku saw this and did not like how Grunkle Stan was talking to his little girl. Izuku. Mr. Pines, he said walking up to him. Izuku. I don't really like how you're talking to Eri, she's just a kid so, do you think you could be a little easy on her? Stan. You want me to be nice to the kid? Izuku. Yes. Stan. Look kid, being nice never got me anywhere. Izuku. Well you don't be nice to get stuff out of it, you do it cause it feels good to be, well good. Stan. Look just get to work kid and by the way, you're on register duty. He said and Izuku just sighed. Izuku. Yes Mr. Pines, he said as he went over to the cash register. Stan turned around and fixed his tie and went back to his office. Times KIP. Now they were all painting the Mystery Shack sign. Stan. And make sure you got the whole sign pink and full of glitter, that's what's attracting the teens here. It even attracts big birds, he said as a giant bird started attacking Seuss. Stan. See you all in a few hours, he said as he walked off. Izuku. He wants us to paint the whole thing, he asked as he was holding Eri up to paint the parts he was too short to reach. Wendy. Yeah, you know how he is, he thinks it'll bring in more people. Izuku. Does it have to be so pink? Wendy. He thinks since it's a bright color, he thinks it'll stand out more and attract more costumers. Izuku. Well it's attracting something all right, he said as he looked at Seuss who was getting jumped by a bunch of birds. Seuss. They're trying to eat my eyes, he shouted as Dipper was swatting the birds away. Izuku. Well surely there has to be better ways to attract costumers instead of this, he said as he brought Eri down. Eri. Oh. What about a mascot papa? Izuku. Yeah a mascot would be great. Seuss. I actually had an idea for a mascot, he said as he walked up to them and spat out bird feathers. Eri. Really? Seuss. Yeah, check it out dudes, he said pulling a piece of paper out of his pocket and unfolding it, showing his mascot as a giant question mark. Seuss. I call it, questiony the question mark. Izuku. That sounds great Seuss. Eri. Yeah, they look so cool. Dipper. Yeah, that's an amazing idea. Wendy. Yeah, did you show it to Pines? Seuss. I did but he said I couldn't handle it. He said looking a bit dune as he put the piece of paper back in his pocket. Izuku and Eri, he what? They shouted in anger. Seuss. Whoa dudes calm down, it's not that serious. Izuku. Of course it is. He has gone too far. Eri. Yeah, he was so mean saying that. Izuku. Me and Eri are gonna have a word with Mr. Pines. He said lifting Eri up. Eri. Yeah, let's go papa, she said hugging him. As Izuku jumped off the roof with Eri, the three were still on the roof. Dipper. So do we finish the sign or? Wendy. I'm taking my break, she said tossing the paintbrush away and walking off. Meanwhile, Stan was in his office, doing what any old man who loved scamming people out of their money. Stan. And, committing tax fraud, he said to himself signing papers. When suddenly, the door kicked open, making Stan jump in shock and see Izuku and Eri with mad faces. Izuku. How could you? He said, pointing at Stan. Stan. Look kid, it's not my fault, the tax fraud is only temporary I swear. Izuku. No, I mean the wait did you say tax frau? Eri. Why did you say that to Uncle Seuss? She asked jumping out of Izuku's arms. Stan. Say what? He asked as Eri climbed up on the chair in front of Stan's desk. Eri. You told Uncle Seuss he couldn't be questioning the question mark. Stan. Oh that, so. Eri. So, why are you being so mean? Stan. Well I had to let the kid know that all dreams never come true, especially the weird mascot thing. Eri. Well I've had it up to here, she said, raising her hand above her hand. Eri. You need to stop being so mean. Stan. Look kid it's part of being a boss, you gotta be harsh to keep everyone in line. Eri. There's always a way. Stan. Oh really, you think it's so easy being nice huh? Eri. Of course I do, she said climbing on the table and standing up on it. Stan. Alright then kid, let's make a deal then. He said was standing eye to eye with him. Eri. What's the deal? Stan. I'll let you be the boss for the mystery shack while I go on vacation. If you can get more money than me while I'm on vacation, then you win. He said leaning back on his chair. Stan. If you win, I'll admit I was wrong and you can be the boss for the rest of the summer. Eri. And if I lose? Stan. Then you'll have to. He looked around and grabbed a shirt as he got an idea. Stan. You've gotta wear this shirt that says. He said writing something on it with a Sharpie. Stan. Loser. For the rest of summer. Izuku. I'm not sure that's. Eri. Deal. Izuku. Wait Stan. Haha, alright then kid, he said taking his hat off and putting it on her head. It was clearly a little too big for her head as it covered her eyes. Eri. Hold on, I wanna add one more thing, she said lifting the hat up a bit. Eri. If I win, you have to sing a song about how wrong you are, with lyrics by me. Stan. You got yourself a deal kid, he said as he went to a timer and set it to 48 hours. Stan. You've got 48 hours kid, now I'm gonna go get ready for my sweet vacation, he said walking out of his office. Izuku watched Stan leave as Eri jumped off the table and walked up to him. Eri. Look papa, I'm the boss now, she said as her hat was a little crooked. Izuku. That's great sweetie, but I'm not sure it's really a good idea, he said crouching down to her and fixing her hat. Eri. What do you mean? Izuku. Well I'm just not sure it's a good idea to make you a boss at such a young age, it's pretty stressful being in charge of something. Eri. But I can do it papa. I swear, she said looking up to him with confidence. Izuku still wasn't sure about this but he couldn't say no to her besides, she looked really excited. Izuku. Alright then, but if you're gonna be a boss, we gotta make you look like one, he said as he lifted her up. Eri. Does that mean? Izuku. Yup, he said as Eri grew a big smile. Izuku and Eri. Dress up, he said as he ran out of the office with her. Times KIP. After a few hours, we see the office door open with Dipper, Wendy and Seuss entering. Dipper. Did you call us Grunkle Stan? They asked as they saw Izuku facing them, wearing a black and white suit with sunglasses on. Eri. Grandpa Stan didn't call you. she said as she tried to spin around in the chair but couldn't. Eri. A little help, Papa, she said, a little embarrassed. Izuku nodded as he spun the chair around for her. They saw Eri in a red business dress and was also wearing sunglasses as well. Eri. It was me, she said as Izuku went back to staring forward with his hands behind his back. Dipper. Eri. Seuss. Where's Mr. Pines? Eri. Grandpa Stan is not with us anymore. Seuss. He's dead. No, it should have been me, he said as he fell to his knees. Eri. What? No, Grandpa Stan didn't die, he's just on vacation, she said as Seuss looked up to Eri, who looked like he was crying. Seuss. Sniff tea, thank you for clarifying, he said, embarrassed by what he did and wiped his tears, standing back up. Dipper. He's on vacation. Eri. Yup, and he left me in charge. Dipper. Grunkle Stan left a 7-year-old girl to run the mystery shack. Eri. Yup, she said as Izuku nodded. Dipper. Has he finally lost it? Wendy. Wait, why you? She asked Eri, who took her shades off. Eri. Good question, Papa, can you tell them? She asked her Izuku, who nodded. Izuku. Eri and Mr. Pines made a deal on who could make the most amount of money in these 48 hours. He said and looked at his watch. Izuku. 42 hours. Dipper. Wait, you made a bet with an old man who's had years of experience of scamming people. Eri. Yup, she said with Dipper looking at her with a deadpan expression. Dipper. I need a drink. Izuku. Hey, he said lowering his sunglasses. Dipper shocked face of apple juice. He said nervously. Izuku. That's what I thought, he said, narrowing his eyes at Dipper as he put his sunglasses back on. Wendy. Well, I guess this will be fun, just imagining Mr. Pines losing to a 7-year-old is funny, she said with a grin. Eri. Yup, now let's get to work. If we wanna beat Grandpa Stan, then we gotta come up with new ideas to make our dream come true. Seuss. What's our dream? He asked, tilting his head. Eri. To see Grandpa Stan's expression of defeat. Wendy. Yeah, Eri. To show everyone what Gravity Falls' mysterious creatures that are in store for them. Dipper. Yeah, Eri. And she looked at Seuss, trying to think of something. Izuku. Mr. Pines, respect, he whispered to Eri. Eri. To get Grandpa Stan's respect, she said as Seuss looked very excited. Seuss. Yeah, he shouted as he loved the idea. Eri. Now let's go show Grandpa Stan that we can do it, she said as three shouted. Yeah. Together. Eri. Now let's get to work, she said as the three ran out. Eri had a very proud smile on her face as she sat down on the chair. Izuku. Great job, Eri, that was a wonderful speech, he said, petting her head. Eri. Thanks, Papa, I'm sure we will have no problems whatsoever, she said as she grabbed the mug that was sitting in front of her and took a sip of her Kool-Aid. Izuku. All right, Eri, may I start my shift? He asked in a serious tone, taking his security guard role very seriously. Eri. Permission granted, she said, giving him a thumbs up. Izuku. All right, call me when you need something, sweetie, he said as he bent down and kissed her forehead. Eri. He, okay, Papa, she said as Izuku walled out of the office and closing the door. Eri sighed in a relaxed time as she felt confident about this, everything would go very smoothly. As she took another sip of her Kool-Aid, Dipper walked in and Eri smiled. Eri. Hi, Uncle Dipper. Dipper. Hey, Eri, I got an idea for the mystery shack. Eri. What is it? Dipper. Since there's probably thousands of creatures in the first of Gravity Falls, I was thinking about bringing one here for people to see. Eri. Whoa, that's a great idea, Uncle Dipper. I want you to find the biggest one you can find. Dipper. Yes, I've been waiting for this moment for so long, he said, running up to the window and opening it. Eri. Wait, what are you? Dipper. Don't worry, Eri, I won't let you down, he said, jumping out the window. Eri. Gasp, Uncle Dipper, she shouted as she jumped off her chair and ran up to the window. She looked out the window and saw that Dipper landed in a bush and was relieved as he crawled out of the bushes and ran off. Eri. Phew, she closed the window and walked back to her desk. Eri. All right, now to do my part, she said as she sat there, only to realize something. Eri. What does the boss do? She asked herself. Eri. Maybe Papa would know, but he's busy right now. I'll call him when he's on his break, she said as she went back to drinking her Kool-Aid. Meanwhile, Izuku was downstairs, standing next to the cash register to keep an eye on the shop for any shoplifters. And sitting in front of the cash register was Wendy, who was watching Izuku. She never seen him in a suit and tie before and she liked what she saw. Wendy. Wow Izuku, I didn't know you could rock a suit and tie this well. Izuku's shocked face. Oh, you like it? I was kind of in a rush so I just picked out whatever fit, he said as he had a small blush. Wendy. Yeah, the only problem are those sunglasses, they're covering those beautiful emerald eyes of yours, she said, resting her head on her hand that was propped up. Izuku's blush grew more as he cleared his throat and looked away, getting a smirk from Wendy. Izuku. Wendy, please stop, I am trying to focus. Wendy. Why? It's not like anyone would want to steal from here. Besides, who would want to steal a snow globe of a miner? She asked, holding up a snow globe of a gold miner. Izuku. You never know, it could happen any moment, he said as his blush washed off and went back to observing. Wendy. She hummed as she looked forward. Wendy. Izuku. Wendy. So can I ask why you're wearing sunglasses inside? Izuku. I thought they made me look cool, he said, a little embarrassed about it. Wendy. Come on Izuku, you're already way past cool and you know it, she said as she grabbed Izuku's tie and pulled him down to her. As Izuku bent down a little to her level, she took his sunglasses off and closed them, putting them on his pocket that was next to his chest on his suit. Wendy. See, that's so much better. Izuku. Yeah, you're right, I can see so much better now, he said and looked towards the costumers, getting Wendy to chuckle. Wendy. That's not what I meant, dummy, she said as she held his cheek and faced him toward her. Wendy. I can see those beautiful eyes of yours now, she said, making Izuku blush beet red. Wendy laughed a bit to his reaction and fixed his tie that she pulled on. Izuku covered his face with his hand as he looked away from Wendy. As he did, he noticed someone acting suspicious. They seemed to be looking towards him and Wendy and them back at the shelves. Izuku couldn't tell who it was since they were wearing a hoodie and a mask. But his attention went back to Wendy, who held his cheek. Wendy. There we go, now you're twice as handsome as before, she said as she took a picture of Izuku. Wendy. Tambri would love to see this, she said as she turned her phone off. Wendy. Now give me a quick kiss before you get back to your job, she said as she caressed his cheek with her thumb. Izuku smiled a bit as he went to give her a kiss. As they both closed their eyes, expecting to feel each other's lips, it was interrupted when they heard an old woman yell. Old woman. Hey. She stole my purse, she said as the person Izuku saw run out of the shop with a purse in hand. Izuku. Ha. He laughed nervously as Wendy sighed. Wendy. Go get Izu, she said and Izuku smiled. Izuku. Thanks Wendy, he said, planting a kiss on her cheek before moving away. Izuku. Don't worry ma'am, I'll get your purse back, he said as he ran out the door to chase after the thief. Wendy watched Izuku run off with a small blush as she pulled her phone out and looks at the picture. She then sent it to Tambri. Wendy. Sigh, what a hero, she said with a smile as she went back to reading her magazine. Meanwhile, Eri was sitting in her office as Seuss was in a closet. Seuss. Eri, I'm not sure about this costume. Eri. Why not? Isn't this what you wanted? Seuss. I didn't expect it to be so. He walked out of the costume, wearing a giant question mark around his neck and only underwear. Seuss. Revealing. Eri. But this is what you wanted. Seuss. Why yeah but. Eri. But nothing, now go out there and ask questions. Follow your dreams, she said, pushing him out of the office. Seuss. You okay, he said as he walked out of the office. As he left, Eri closed the door behind him and walked back to her desk but heard Seuss talking to someone. Seuss. I'm questioning the question mark. Woman. Get away from me you creep, she shouted as Eri heard something spray, followed by Seuss screaming in pain. Eri. I am sure Uncle Seuss's fine cold sweat smile. She said, walking back to her desk. Meanwhile, Izuku was chasing after the thief in the forest. As the thief turned a sharp right, Izuku cut them off by running around the tree and tackling them to the floor. Izuku. Enough. I've got you now, thief. Now give me the purse, he said as he was pressing his knee against their back and pulling their arm. Ow ow ow. Okay, stop it, Izuku, that hurts, she said, surprising Izuku as he got off of her. Izuku. Wait a sec, he said, flipping them onto their back and pulling their face mask off. Sadie. You surprise, she said with a nervous chuckle. Izuku. Sadie. What the heck are you doing? He asked as he stood up. Sadie. What? I had to get your attention somehow. Izuku. By robbing an old lady, he asked as he crouched down to the purse and grabbed the stuff that fell out of it. Sadie. Yup, and to get you alone too, she said, pulling her hood down. Izuku. Wait, alone? Why? Before he could ask her, she pinned him against the tree. He was still crouched down, so he was looking up to Sadie with a surprised look. Sadie. Well, I wanted to see you, but I didn't realize you were with one of your girlfriends, she said, looking down to him. Izuku. Sadie, can I stand up please? He asked as a small blush grew on his face. Sadie. Not until you give me a kiss, she said, sitting down on his lap to prevent him from leaving. Izuku's blush grew even more as he looked away. Sadie. Come on, I missed you. Can't you give me just a quick kiss? Izuku. Sadie. Just right here, she said, pointing at her cheek. Izuku's shocked face. Oh, you I guess a kiss on the cheek is okay, he said with a nervous smile. As he went to kiss her cheek, Sadie grew a sinister grew as she grabbed Izuku's cheeks and planted a kiss on his lips. His eyes widened in shock. Sadie could tell he was surprised and broke the kiss, seeing his shocked and flustered expression. Sadie. Psych, she said with a smirk. Izuku. Why, you're such a liar, he said, covering his face in a blush. Sadie. Come on, I know you liked it, she said, moving his hands away from his face. Izuku. But we're not even dating. Does this count as cheating? Oh god, okay, such a terrible boyfriend. Sadie. Whoa, calm down, Izu. We don't have to tell anyone. How about we go talk with your girlfriends to see if I can join? If I can't, then we can just forget this ever happened. Izuku's shocked face. Oh, well, alright then, he said as Sadie got off of him. Izuku stood up and dusted his suit off and picked the purse off the ground. Sadie. Give me a call when you and your girlfriends have some time off, that way we can finally meet, she said as she put her hoodie back on. Izuku. I will, he said with a small blush on his face. Sadie. Great, she said, kissing his cheek. Sadie. See ya soon, she said, running off. Izuku. I really need to get her and the others to meet the others soon, he said as he started to head back to the mystery shack. Times KIP. Eri walked out of her office to check on how the shop was going, only to see the chaos that was going on in the shop. Wendy's friends were here as they had made a huge mess of the store. Nate. Hey Lee, catch, he said, throwing a ball at Lee but overshot it. Kid. Hey, what's this? He asked, turning around holding a box, only to get a baseball to the face. The kid immediately started to cry as his mother ran up to her child. Lady. Oh great heavens, your beautiful face is ruined, she said as Eri ran up to the woman with a jar full of money. Eri. I am so sorry ma'am. Here, have a refund, she said as she gave the woman some money. But the woman stuffed her hand in the jar and took extra money, before taking her son's hand and walking out with a mad expression. Eri. Oh geez, she said as she heard a crash and turned to see a stand fall over. Eri. Hey, she said as she put the jar down and ran up to the stand to stand it back up. She then walked back to the jar and picked it up. She noticed how loud and messy Wendy's friends were getting and walked up to them. Eri. Excuse me, she said, hugging the jar. Nate. Oh, hey Eri. Lee. Yo, it's Eri, what up girl, he said as he gave her a high five. Eri. Hi, I was wondering if you could possibly clean up your mess, please, she asked as she looked down a bit. Wendy. Oh, sure Eri, Sorry about the mess. She said, petting her head. Robbie. Oh come on, why do we have to listen to her? He asked as Tambry smacked the back of his head. Tambry. Because she's right, you dingus, now shut it and help us clean up. She said as she grabbed a broom and shoved it against Robbie's chest, who grumbled and took it. Lee and Nate happily grabbed some cleaning supplies from nowhere and started to clean up together, while Wendy and Tambry turned off the music and helped clean up. Eri smiled as she put the jar back up and left to go check on Dipper. As everyone got busy, Robbie was about to start cleaning up but noticed the jar with a fat wad of cash inside. He made sure no one was looking and took a lot of money out of it. Robbie. Hey, suckers. He thought as he started to clean. Shortly after Eri left, Izuku entered the store to see his friends cleaning up. Before he could talk to them, he forgot he still had the purse and looked around for the old lady. Izuku. Oh, excuse me ma'am. He said as he found the old lady and walked up to her. Izuku. Here's your purse. Old woman. Oh, thank you so much young man. She said taking the purse. Izuku. You're welcome ma'am, hopefully this doesn't happen again. Old woman. I hope so too, have a good day young man. She said as she walked off. Izuku. Alright, now let's go see how they're doing. He said walking up to his friends. Meanwhile, Eri looked around to see many creatures put on display, even if they were fake. But as she continued moving, she noticed Dipper talking to two people with a giant monster in the cage. Dipper. And did you know that if you look into its eyes, you can see your worst nightmare? He said as the couple looked into the creature's eyes. They probably shouldn't have done that though. 20 minutes later, the couple were now being carried off by the paramedics as they had been traumatized by what they had saw. Dipper. Sorry, he said as he waved to the couple. Dipper. Hope you come again, I work for tips. He said with a nervous smile as the paramedics left. Dipper. Maybe it wasn't the best idea to bring something like that. He said as he walked back inside, noticing Izuku standing next to the front door, including Tambry and Wendy messing with him. Wendy. Come on Izuku, the three of us can watch movies together and cuddle. She said hugging his arm. Tambry. Yeah, we know you getting bored just standing here, come join us. She said poking his cheek. Izuku. And no thank you girls, I made a promise to Eri and I intend to follow it. He said with a blush on his face, trying to ignore their antics. Wendy. I'm sure Eri wouldn't mind if you took a break. Izuku. Sorry girls but I guess you'll just have to watch the movie without me, as the only bodyguard here, I can't take any breaks. He said crossing his arms as the girls were still hugging his arm. Tambry. Ah boo, she said looking down. Wendy. It's gonna be real boring without you. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll join you when the day's over okay. He said as he kissed their heads. Wendy. Alright, I can wait. Tambry. Me too, she said as she kissed his cheek. Izuku. Alright, now I'm gonna focus on my job by standing here and doing nothing. Wendy. Alright, good luck. She said as she let his arm go. Tambry. Bye Izu, see you soon. She said as she let his arm go, walking away with Wendy as Izuku leaned against the wall. Izuku. I'm the best bodyguard there is. He said as he heard a thud. Izuku. The heck, he said as he felt the thuds get louder and the building shaking under his feet. Suddenly, his danger sense started to go off crazy and looked at the wall Dipper was standing in front. Izuku. Dipper move, he shouted as Dipper looed at him confused. Dipper. What, why? And suddenly, the wall bursted open with the giant monster Dipper caught. Dipper. He stared up at the monster that looked down at Dipper, looking more angry as it saw Dipper. Dipper. Is it too late to say sorry? He asked with a nervous smile. The monster roared in his face as it grabbed Dipper and threw him. Dipper. I said I was sorry. He shouted as he flew through the window. Izuku. Dipper. He shouted as he looked back at the monster in anger. Izuku. You'll pay for hurting Dipper. He said as the monster roared at Izuku. Every costumer immediately ran out of the shop in fear as the monster tried to attack the people. But thanks to Izuku, he shoulder tackled the monster through the wall, letting the costumers escape safely. Izuku. Is everyone okay? he asked as Wendy and her friends were hiding in terror. Robbie. What the heck is that thing? He asked as he was using Wendy as a body shield. Wendy. Let me go. She said, shaking Robbie off of her. Wendy. And I'm pretty sure that's the creature Dipper brought. Izuku. He what? Tambri. He thought it would help the business. Izuku. Dang it, he said as Dipper ran back into the shop, covered in glass. Izuku. Dipper, are you alright? Dipper. Why yeah, I'm good, just a few cuts. He said as he took a piece of glass out of his hat. Izuku. Okay, good, so what were you thinking? He shouted as he shook Dipper by his shoulders violently. Dipper. I thought it was a good idea at first. He said as he started to get dizzy. Dipper. P+, Eri thought it was a good idea too. He said as Izuku stopped shaking him. Izuku. Wait, oh my god, where's Eri? He shouted in a panic as the monster got back up and roared at Izuku. Izuku. Tambri, go look for Eri. Tambri shocked face okay. She said as she got up and ran off. Izuku. Dipper, tell me what its weaknesses are. Dipper. Alright, he said taking his journal out to look for answers. Izuku. Wendy, make sure Robbie doesn't get hurt. Wendy. Are you kidding me? Izuku. No, just do it please. Wendy. Fine. She said grabbing Robbie's wrist and pulling him away to hide him. Robbie. What? No way I can take this thing on. He said as the monster roared loudly, looking directly at Robbie. Robbie. Okay never mind hide me. He shouted as Wendy was getting irritated. Izuku. Lee, Nate. Nate and Lee. Yes Izubro. Izuku. Do what you do best and distract them. Nate. Gasp dude, this is our moment. Lee. It's what we've been waiting for. Nate. It's our destiny to annoy the crap out OD that thing. Lee. Let's do it bro. He said as they both pulled out their brooms. Nate. Yeah, he said as they both ran at the monster. Izuku. We can't let this thing get away. He shouted as he ran at the monster too. Izuku. Nate and Lee. Charge. They shouted as the monster roared at them loudly. Meanwhile, Tambri was looking for Eri, worries if she got hurt because of that monster. But she then heard sniffling and walked to where it was coming from and saw Eri hiding behind a statue of a mantelope. Tambri. Eri, she said as Eri looked at her scared. Eri. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault, she said as she scooted away from her. Tambri. What do you mean, it's your fault? She asked as she slowly crouched down to Eri. Eri. It's my fault he's out. She said hugging her knees. Tambri. Wait, you mean? Eri. Yes, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. She said as Tambri could tell she was starting to cry. Tambri. Oh Eri, she said as she noticed blood on Eri's hand. Tambri. Oh my god, Eri what happened to your hand? She asked taking her hand. Eri. I fell. She said looking down a bit. Tambri. Come on, you can explain what had happened later, for now let's fix your little cut. She said picking Eri up in her arms. Eri. Where's Papa? Tambri. He's fighting the monster that ran out, don't worry though, I'm sure he'll do just fine. She said running off to patch Eri up. Meanwhile, Izuku was struggling to fight the creature, everything he threw at him felt like it did nothing to it. Nate. This thing is taking our hits like nothing. He said throwing a chair at it. Lee. What do we do Izubro? He asked as he smacked it over the head with the broom. Izuku. Dipper. Have you found anything? He asked as he shot an air bullet at the creature. Dipped. Oh wait I do. It says right here to use water. He said as Lee threw a bucket of water at the creature. Dipped. But only as a last resort as water will make the creature more angrier and aggressive. The 4. Who the heck writes sentences like that? That date as RHE creature roared. As Lee swung his brook stick at the creature caught the broomstick, glaring at Lee as he laughed nervously. Lee. Haha, I'm sorry, he said as the creature roared in his face, making him scream like a girl as the creature grabbed his arm and threw him at Nate. Nate. I got you bro. He said opening his arm to catch him, not realizing how fast he was coming and getting them both to crash into a rack. Izuku. Lee. Nate. He said as the creature grabbed him and held him in a bear hug, trapping his arms to his sides. Dipper watched as Izuku struggled to break free. He didn't know how to help Izuku. Dipper. Izuku. Don't look into its eyes, he said as Izuku closed his eyes. Izuku. Dipper G, go get help. Call Nejire. Hurry, he said as the creature squeezed Izuku, making him wince in pain as he tried to keep his eyes closed. Dipper. Where is it? Izuku. My room. He felt the crush him even more, making Dipper panic. Dipper shocked face. Okay. Just hold on, he said running off. Izuku. Hurry, he shouted as he could feel it getting harder to breath. As the creature was crushing Izuku between its arms, it felt something get thrown at the back of its head. It turned around to see Wendy holding a hatchet. Wendy. Get your hands off my boyfriend, she shouted as she threw her hatchet at its face. The hatchet buried into the creature's face, causing it to roar in pain and drop Izuku. As Izuku landed on the floor, he gasped for air as Wendy ran to him. Wendy. Come on Izuku, get up, she said as she helped Izuku up. The creature pulled the hatchet out of its face and roared in pain as it saw Wendy and Izuku. Izuku, finally able to breathe, noticed the creature and aimed his hand at it, trapping it in his black whips. Izuku. I won't be able to hold it long. Where's Robbie? Wendy. I hid him in a closet, but where the heck are Nate and Lee? Izuku. Oh crap, they're over there, go see if they're okay. Wendy. Alright, she said as she leaned Izuku against the counter. She ran to Lee and Nate, who has the wind knocked out of them. They were tangled in the rack and looked like they were playing Twister. Wendy. Geez, you both look like you having fun, she said as she started to help them out. Izuku. Hurry Dipper, this thing could break out any moment, he thought as he found it getting harder to contain the creature. Meanwhile, Nejire and Mabel were hanging out in the mall. Right now they were eating and talking. But their conversation was interrupted when Nejire got a phone call. She looked at her phone and saw it was Izuku, as she had him under, broccoli boy. Nejire. Oh, it's Izu, she said answering it. Nejire. Hell, Dipper. Nejire, help. Izuku's in trouble, hurry. Nejire. What do you mean? Dipper. Hurry, please, I don't know how much longer he can. But then they heard a massive roar and the call ended. Nejire. Mabel. Nejire. What's wrong? Nejire. We gotta get back to the shack, she said as she grabbed Mabel's wrist and pulled her. Mabel. But I wasn't finished with my French fries, she said as she grabbed her French fries and drink. Nejire. We don't have time, come on, she said dragging Mabel. Meanwhile, Dipper ran downstairs and into the shop to see the creature having Izuku pinned to the ground as Wendy, Lee and Nate hiding behind the counter. Wendy wanted to help but Nate and Lee held her back since Izuku told them to stop her. Izuku struggled to break free but the creature forced Izuku to open his eyes as it grabbed his face and forced him to look into its eyes. Izuku's eyes glowed yellow as he looked like he was in a trance. Dipper. No, he shouted as he grabbed a broomstick that was on the floor and smacked it in the face. It did nothing however as the creature was focused on Izuku. Dipper. What do I do? He said as he looked around, trying to find something that could save Izuku. He then saw a cracked mirror on the floor. It was a product that Stan used and made people think they would go invisible if they looked into it. It was obviously fake though. He then looked at the creature and got an idea. He picked up the mirror and placed it in front of the creature. The creature could see itself in the mirror and accidentally looked into its own eyes, causing itself to see its worst fears. The monster's head. It saw itself in the mirror and looked in horror as it realized something. Monster. You've turned into you father. Back to reality. The monster roared in fear as it let Izuku go and covered its eyes. Dipper dropped the mirror and helped Izuku up. Izuku. Where's Nejire? Dipper. I don't know. She should be here any minute. Suddenly the door bursted open with Nejire and Mabel. Nejire. Eat this sucker, she shouted as she blasted the monster through the roof, sending it into the forest screaming. Mabel ran out from behind Nejire and looked scared as they both saw the wrecked shop in our mystery shack. Mabel. What the heck happened here? She shouted as a broken board fell from the ceiling. Dipper. Past problem, he said as Izuku, Wendy and the two bros groaned in pain. Nejire. We need an explanation. They said with their arms crossed. Mabel. Now, times KIP. After a long explanation of what had happened and how it all ended up like this, they were all sitting in Izuku's room. Najire. Let me get this straight. Mr. Pines made a deal with Eri and left her alone to take care of S business. Mabel. And Eri thought Dipper's idea to let him bring a monster here that can show people their greatest fears. Najire. And you all thought this was a good idea, why? She asked as they all looked down. Wendy. She. Dot was very confident about this so. Izuku. We couldn't say no. Dipper. Yeah, they realized how dumb they were about letting Eri run a business. Eri. I'm sorry, she said, sitting on the bed with Waddles laying on her lap. Tambri. It's all right Eri, you were just doing what you thought was right sweetie, we all make mistakes. She said as she was sitting behind her, running her fingers through her hair to give her some comfort. Eri. If I didn't let that creature go, this wouldn't have happened. She said as she hugged Waddles. Izuku. It's okay Eri, you didn't know this would happen. He said as he got up and sat on the bed next to her. Eri. He looked tea-trapped and I thought it was a good idea. I'm sorry Papa, she said tearing up. Izuku. Shish, it's okay sweetie. He said as he gently pulled her into a hug and ran his fingers through her hair to calm her down. Najire. Well it's over now, she said as she rubbed Eri's back. Mabel. But how are we gonna get this place fixed? If Grunkle Stan gets back and sees this, we all might get into some serious trouble. She said as Dipper stood up. Dipper. And we've only got a few more hours before he gets back. Wendy. And we don't have enough money for repairs. She said looking at the barely filled jar of money. Izuku. Maybe we could try to pitch in whatever money we have left. He said as they all started to check their pockets. Izuku only had $5, Eri had a dime, Wendy had $20, Tambri had $14, Dipper had $1, Mabel had $18. Wendy. What about you guys? She asked Stan and Nate who reached into their pockets and pulled out. Lee and Nate. Lint. They all sighed frustrated as it wasn't enough. Lee. I knew I shouldn't have spent the $100 on a poster. Nate. It looks cool though. Lee. Yeah, it does. He said as they both chuckled. Izuku. Sigh, look I'll take the blame for this. He said as they all looked at him surprised. Everyone. What, Izuku? It would be more logical to him, I'll just say that my quirk went crazy and I caused all this. Najire. Come on Izuku, there gotta be another way. Wendy. Yeah this wasn't your fault, it was all of ours. She said as Eri felt even more guilty as Izuku was gonna get in trouble because of her. As they all tried talking Izuku out of it, Eri held Waddles close as she started to think of a way to fix all of this, if only there was a way to rewind all of this. Eri. Wait a minute. She whispered to herself as she let Waddles go. Eri. Papa, I have an idea. Izuku. Eri, I'm not sure. Eri. Please listen to me Papa. I think this can work. She said as she went up to Izuku. Izuku stared down at her, unsure if he should listen to her, but the way she looked up at him, the determination he saw in her eyes, he couldn't say no. Izuku. All right, he said as he crouched down to her. Izuku. What's the plan? He asked as they others listened to her as well. Eri. Well, times KIP. After a few hours, Stan walked into the shack and saw his workers doing work. Izuku was on the register and Wendy was being Wendy. Izuku. Oh, hello Mr. Pines. He greeted Stan as Wendy just gave him a small wave. Stan. Hey kids, how has business been going? Wendy. It's been pretty smooth, just staying open in case anyone shows up. Izuku. How was your vacations Mr. Pines? Stan. It went great, I won $1 billion. He said as Izuku and Wendy looked at him in surprise. Izuku and Wendy. You what? Stan. Yup, I became a billionaire, but I lost it all. He said looking down. Izuku. I would ask why but I feel like I already know our answer. Wendy. Same, well. I guess that means Eri wins. She said as Stan looked at them. Stan. Wait what? Izuku. Yup, if Stan lost everything, then that means Eri won. Stan. How much did she get? Wendy. Oh, I don't know, just about. She said as Izuku pulled out a jar full of cash. Izuku. A whopping $100. He said as Stan looked at the jar in shock. Stan. No way did she get that much. Wendy. Totally, she's just that good at this. Stan. Well, I guess that means she's in charge for the rest of the summer. He said as Izuku and Wendy shouted, no. In a panic, making Stan jump in shock. Izuku. I mean. Eri said it's fine. He said rubbing the back of his head. Wendy. Yeah, she said she felt bad for you so decided not to be in charge for summer. Stan. Oh, alright then. He said walking back to his office. Izuku. Wait, didn't Eri say something about your end of the deal if she did succeed? He said and Stan froze on spot. Stan. And no, I don't remember that at all. He said nervously as a bead of sweat went down his forehead. Izuku. No, I'm sure she did. He said as Stan and Izuku looked at each other, before Stan dashed towards his office. Izuku. Get back her Mr. Pines. He shouted as he chased after him. Stan. You'll never catch me. I've ran from the cops multiple times. Izuku. What is it that you do? He asked as Wendy watched them leave her sight and chuckled. Wendy. Alright, I'll give this to Eri. She said as she left to Izuku's room with the jar of money. As she entered, she saw Tambri, Najire and Mabel sitting on Izuku's bed with Eri who was sleeping on Najire's lap. Wendy. I didn't know her quirk could fix an entire building like that. Najire. Yeah, she's super strong but it took so much out of her. She said petting her head. Mabel. Well, at least no one got hurt too badly today. Tambri. Yeah, talk about getting lucky. She said as Wendy placed the jar on the table. Tambri. I'm still surprised Robbie had that much money in his wallet. Wendy. He was probably gonna use it to buy spray cans, as usual. Mabel. Speaking of Robbie, where did he go? She asked as the girls looked at each other and shrugged. Meanwhile, Robbie. Hello, he said as he was in a closet. Robbie. Is it safe so come out now? Hello, he said as he heard someone breathing behind him and turned around to see Seuss. Robbie. What the, Seuss? Shish. He shushed Robbie as he covered his mouth. Seuss. I know you're scared, but it's okay, your bro Seuss is here. He said as he pulled Robbie into a hug. Robbie. Get me out of here. Times KIP. It was the middle of the night. Mabel and Dipper went to sleep in their room. Najire went back home with Tambri as they were roommates until Najire found a place to live. And Izuku was sleeping in his bed with Eri next to him. Mystique was sleeping on the floor on top of Waddles' back and it was very quiet. Izuku was sound asleep, dreaming about Katsuden as he hasn't had any ever since he ended up in Gravity Falls. But suddenly, his smile slowly faded as he started to move in his sleep, muttering something. It's all your fault Midoriya. Izuku. And no, I am dead because of you Midoriya. Izuku. I am sorry. If you just stayed, I would still be alive, but you wanted to play hero and save the world. Izuku. Now how long will it take before they die too? Izuku. Stop. How long before they start to see how useless you truly are and leave you to die? Izuku. Stop it. Admit it, you're nothing but a useless, Deku. Izuku. Just leave me alone. He shouted as he sat up in sweating as his breathing was heavy. His shouting woke up Eri and Waddles. Waddles jumped up and accidentally forced Mystique off his back and making her fall on the floor, waking her up as well. Eri. Papa, are you okay? She asked sitting up and could tell something scared Izuku. Izuku. I think I'm okay, he said, calming himself down as he held his face. Eri watched as Izuku got out of bed. Eri. Where are you going? Izuku. Don't worry Eri, just gonna get something to drink is all. He said as he walked out of his room. As Eri watched him leave, Mystique jumped on the bed and looked at the door confused. Mystique. What happened with Izuku? She asked as she sat next to Eri. Eri. I think Papa just had a nightmare. Mystique. I've never seen him have a nightmare that bad, what the heck happened today? Eri. I think you should ask Papa that, but where did you go? Mystique. Oh, I wanted to go stretch my legs so I went into the city. I saw a lot of weird stuff, Like an old man turning a trash can into a heater, that was pretty cool. She said as she went into her human form and hugged Eri. Mystique. But if something was wrong, Izuku knows we are here for him, alright. Eri. Okay mama. She said as she hugged her back with a smile. Mystique. Now let's get some sleep, I'm tired. She said as she laid back, still hugging Eri. Eri. Good night mama, she said and cuddled up to her. Mystique. Night Eri, she whispered and immediately fell asleep. After some time, Izuku came back and saw Mystique and Eri sleeping with each other. Izuku smiled to himself as he crawled into bed and hugged Mystique from behind. Izuku. Good night girls, he whispered as he kissed Mystique's cheek and went to Eri and kissed her forehead. Izuku. Yawn time to catch some Z's. He whispered and slowly went to sleep. Ah, summer, such a great time to enjoy the warmth of the sun and have a great time, is what Izuku would say if him and his friends weren't suffering in the burning heat as they were all hating summer right now. Izuku groaned as he was laying on the carpet, sweating as Eri holding a tiny fan to keep herself cool that didn't really do much. Izuku. Geez, Todoroki would be really helpful right now, he said as his friends were laying on the floor or sitting on the chair as they all were suffering. Dipper. Grunkle Stan, why can't you buy an air conditioner again? He asked as he was using his hat to fan himself. Stan. They're expensive and we don't need it, we are perfectly fine. Mabel. Grunkle Stan, your skin is attached to the floor, she said as Grunkle Stan was laying on his back. Grunkle. I'm perfectly fine, he said, and Mystique was laying on the floor next to Izuku in her human form as it was too hot to be in the form. Mystique. I wish there was somewhere we could go to cool off, she said as she was upset that it was too hot to cuddle up with Izuku. Commercial guy. Do you want to go somewhere you can cool off? They heard the guy in the TV say and all looked at the TV. Everyone. Yeah, commercial guy. Then come on down to the public pool that is now open to everyone in Gravity Falls, he said, and they all grew wide smiles. Mabel. Dipper. I know what we're gonna do today, she yelled and jumped to her feet. Everyone. To the pool. They yelled and all ran outside. Grunkle Stan. Wait, don't leave me here, he yelled to them and tried to get up off the floor. Grunkle Stan. Kids. Employees. Anyone. Help Grunkle Stan, he yelled, reaching his hand out the door as his hand fell to the floor. Grunkle Stan. It's hot. I had to put it in, it's too good to leave out. We arrived to the public pool and see everyone wearing their swimming clothes as Mabel and Dipper ran in with Mystique. Whole Izuku was holding Eri in his arms next to Wendy. Whole Grunkle Stan and Seuss were holding everything. Izuku. You both sure you don't even need help? Seuss. We got it Izubro. He gave Izuku a thumbs up and dropped everything. Grunkle Stan. Come on kid, I'm not that old, he said and bent down to pick up the sunscreen but his back gave out. Grunkle Stan. Mother fu. Izuku. Seuss and Wendy covered his mouth in shock and Eri looked confused. Grunkle Stan just screamed in their hands with pain as Izuku put Eri down. Izuku. Go with Mabel and Dipper. Eri, I'll be there in a bit, he said as he went behind Grunkle Stan to help pop his back into place thanks to his knowledge of popping bones back into place thanks to Recovery Girl for teaching him how to since he broke his bones all the time. While Izuku was trying to pop Grunkle Stan's spine back in place, Eri ran to the pool, excited to jump in but jumped hearing a whistle. Wendy. Slow down Eri, she yelled to Eri who smiled widely to Wendy. Eri. Hi mama, she waved to Wendy who smiled to Eri and waved back. Eri then was about to go into the water but froze when she realized she couldn't swim. She looked around as she did want to get in the water but was a little scared. Eri. Maybe Papa will help me, she said and looked back to Izuku who has Stan laying on his stomach. Izuku. Grunkle Stan, hold still, I can't put it back in if you're thrashing around, he yelled while Soon was holding Grunkle Stan down and Izuku was pulling his arms with his foot on Grunkle Stan's spine. Grunkle Stan. Help, these kids are trying to kill me. Seuss. It's for your own good Mr. Pines. Grunkle Stan. Let me go and I'll give you a raise of 1 penny. Seuss smiled happily but Izuku got his attention and shook his head. Seuss. Oh, sorry Mr. Pines, he said and they heard a crack. Grunkle Stan. Inhale, SSSSHHIIII. Izuku. GRUNKLE Stan no. He covers Grunkle Stan's mouth, not wanting any kids or Eri hearing an old man swear. Eri. Papa's busy. She said and looked around to see if Uncle Mabel and Dipper were anywhere but she couldn't find them. Eri. She looked at the water and sat on the edge, putting her feet in the water but stopped when she couldn't see the bottom and sweated nervously. She then noticed a boy who was holding a pool floaty. He seemed to be in the deep end of the pool and walked over to him. Eri. You excuse me. The boy looks up at Eri and blushes seeing her. Oh, who must you be? Eri. My name's Eri. She said and played with her finger. Mermando. Well, my name is Mermando. He said and smiled up to her. Eri. It's nice to meet you too. She said and smiled nervously to him. Eri. But, can I ask what you're doing in the deep part of the pool? Papa says it's dangerous to be there. Mermando. Oh, well I like being here, enough room to swim without anyone disturbing me. Eri. Why you can swim? Mermando. Yes, I am an excellent swimmer, not to brag of course. He said and with a smug smile that Eri didn't notice. Eri. Whoa, do why you think you can teach me to swim? She asked and sat on the edge of the pool. Mermando. Oh, you cannot swim. Eri. And no. Papa said he was gonna teach me today. But he's busy, she said and looked at Izuku who was tackled into the pool by an angry old man named Grunkle Stan. Izuku. I said I was sorry. He screamed as Grunkle Stan was strangling him. Grunkle Stan. You could have killed me kid. He yelled as Seuss was in the pool trying to calm Grunkle Stan down. Seuss. Mr. Pines. The kids. The KIIIDS. He yelled and hugged Grunkle Stan from behind. Grunkle Stan. Fuck them kids. He yelled and jumped back in the pool, going underwater with Seuss. Izuku. GRUNKLE Stan. He yelled and went underwater after them. Mermando. Oh, I see, he said as Wendy was sitting on the lifeguard chair, or whatever it's called, and laughing at the scene. Eri. Grunkle Stans is swearing again. This is the 12th time today. She said and imagined show full the swear jar would be. Mermando. Your friends are quite noisy. Eri. They're my family. She said and watched as the lifeguard jumped into the pool and strangling Grunkle Stan who was strangling Izuku who was trying to be saved by Seuss. Mermando. Weird family. Eri. Let's get started. She said as she slowly went in the water but quickly grabbed the floaty a little scared. Mermando. Whoa, if you are learning then perhaps you should go somewhere more comfortable for you. He said and started to move to the more shallow part of the pool so Eri doesn't drown by accident. Eri. Oh okay, she said and held onto the floaty tightly. After some hours of learning to swim with Eri and Mermando and the violent encounter with the 4 adults, it was getting dark now. The sun has set and everyone has begun to leave. Right now we see Eri climb out of the pool with the towel around her. Eri. Thank you for today Mermando. I had so much fun today. Mermando. It was nothing, you should be glad you found someone so excellent in swimming. Eri. But how? How are you so good at swimming? Mermando. Well, can you keep a secret? Eri. Of course, I'm great at keeping secrets. Mermando. Well, I am. He moved the floaty out of the way. Mermando. A mermaid. Eri. Whoa, that explains your name a little. Mermando. Yes, it is irregular I know. Eri. But, if you're a mermaid, how did you get here? Mermaids can't walk on land, can they? Mermando. No, but I will explain my tragic backstory. He said and pulled his guitar from underwater. As he strung the strings of the guitar, he grumbled as he shook the water out of it. I may have forgotten all of the details so if I get anything wrong then. I dunno, correct me. Mermando. It all began, a week ago. He said and strummed his guitar. He then began to explain how he was taken away by his dolphin family by fishers, but as he was in a truck that was on its way to a fish store or something he managed to escape but rolled into the public pool by accident. Mermando. I've tried escaping many times, but to no avail, I fear I am forever trapped here. He said and looked down. Eri. Oh Mermando, I'm so sorry to hear that. She said and felt bad for Mermando. But as she looked down to him, She began to think of a way to make her friend feel better and got an idea. Eri. Oh, Mermando, she said and sat on the edge of the pool. Eri. I can help you, she said with a smile. Mermando. You can help me. But how? Eri. I'll figure something out. Maybe Papa could help me too. Mermando. Eri. He held her hands. Mermando. I have never met anyone as kind as you. Eri. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Mermando, but don't worry, I'll get you home safely so you can see your dolphin family again, she said and smiles down to him. Seeing her smile, Mermando can't help but blush seeing her smile. Mermando. Thank you, Eri, he said and smiled back up to her. Meanwhile, while the two kids were talking, Izuku was watching from behind the fence and did not like what he was seeing one bit. Izuku. Who is Eri talking to? He thought to himself as he saw them holding hands. Izuku. Eri is too young to be holding hands, he thought as Grunkle Stan and Seuss were playing Uno in the grass. Seuss. +4 Mr. Pines. He threw the card down and Grunkle Stan stared at it. Grunkle. Ha. He threw down another +4. Seuss. Ah. He went to pick up 8 cards. Grunkle. I pick green. Like money. Seuss. Mr. Pines, I'm not sure I'm ready to lose my red choo-choo train, he said as he was now holding 32 cards in his deck. Grunkle. Well, how about you trade in something as valuable? Seuss. Like what, Mr. Pines? Grunkle. How much money you got? Seuss. $50, Mr. Pines. Grunkle. Great, I'll take that money, he said and reached his hand out. Seuss. Wow, that sounds very fair, he said and gave him the $50. Grunkle. Haha, yup. A very fair trade. Hey Midoriya. Wanna join? My wallet is still feeling hungry. Izuku. Mr. Pines, there's something going on that is more important than being scammed, he yelled with anger as he was squeezing the gate in his hands. Grunkle. Vandalism. Izuku. That kid over there is flirting with my baby, he said and saw Eri giggling. Izuku. She's too young to be dating. I gotta stop this, he said and ran inside. Grunkle. Back to our game, he yelled and threw a green 7. Seuss. I thought it was my turn. Grunkle. Nope, it's my turn, see, he said and held up the rule sheet that said, it's Grunkle Stan's turn, scribbled on by a pen. Seuss. Oh, well, can't argue with the rules. As they both continued playing their totally fair game, Mermando noticed Izuku standing behind Eri and he did not look happy. Izuku. Eri, he said and Eri looked behind her to see Izuku. Eri. Oh, hi Papa, she said with a big smile and stood up, hugging Izuku who hugged her back. Izuku. So, who is this Eri? He asked and glared at Mermando. Eri. Oh Papa, this is my friend Mermando. Izuku. Mermando, he said and looked down to Mermando who waved to him nervously. Mermando. It is a pleasure to meet you, sir. Izuku. Likewise, he said and lifted Eri up. Eri. He has been reaching me to swim, Papa. Izuku. Has he now? He said and started walking away. Eri. Yeah, she said and noticed Izuku was carrying her away from the pool. Eri. Wait, Papa, where are we going? Izuku. It's getting late, Eri, it's time we went back home. Eri. Oh. Well, can we come back tomorrow? Izuku. I dunno, Eri, he said as they left the gate. Eri looked back and waved to Mermando who waved back. Mermando. I will see you again, Eri. Eri. Bye Mermando, she said and left the public pool. Izuku. Let's go guys, he said to Grunkle Stan and Seuss. Grunkle. Hold on, I'm close to taking this kid's entire wallet. Izuku. You can finish at home, he said as Izuku felt his phone vibrate and took it out to see he got a message from Mabel. Mabel. Me and Dipper are at the shack, Izu. We just got back from meeting Dipper's girlfriend, Pacifica. Izuku. So that's where they went, he said and texted her back. Izuku. K, I'll see you later. Mabel. K, see ya soon, she texted and Izuku sighed. Izuku. Alright, now where's Mystique? He said as he hasn't seen her the whole day since this morning. Eri. Oh, went home, she said she was tired. Izuku. Oh, why didn't she tell me? He asked Eri who just shrugged. Izuku. Well, let's just get going, someone needs to get to bed. He said and tickled Eri's stomach, who giggled and held Izuku's hand. Eri. Haha, Papa, stop, it tickles. Her giggling got Izuku to smile. Seeing her bright smile and hearing her giggle made him feel warm. Izuku. Hey, alright, I'll stop. He said and kissed her head. Grunkle. Alright, let's get back to the shack, there's a chair calling my name. He said as they all started heading back home. Eri. Uncle Seuss. Seuss. Yeah, Eri. Eri. Where are your clothes? Seuss was only wearing his underwear and hat, holding his tiny red choo-choo train. Seuss. Oh, Mr. Pines said my clothes would pay good money more than my choo-choo train. Grunkle. Totally, he said as he chuckled with Seuss's stuff in his arms. Eri. Izuku. It's best not to try, sweetie. He said and pet her head. A few hours later, Izuku was brushing his teeth in the bathroom, and when he finished, he entered his room to see Mystique in her cat form, sleeping on Eri's lap, who was watching cartoons. Izuku. Alrighty, sweetie, it's time for bed. He said and turned off the TV. Eri. Okay, Papa, she said and got comfortable as Izuku got in the bed. Eri. I can't wait for tomorrow. Me and Mermando are going to do so much tomorrow. Izuku. Actually, Eri looked up to him with a raised eyebrow. Izuku. I don't think we'll be going to the public pool tomorrow. Eri. What? But Papa, I promised Mermando I would help him. Izuku. With what? Eri. To help him, She just remembered that she had to keep Mermando's secret, a secret, and looked down. Eri. It's supposed to be a secret. Izuku didn't like the sound of that one bit. Eri never kept secrets from him. What is it she was hiding? Izuku. Eri, is there something you wanna tell me? Eri. I promised Mermando I would keep it a secret. She said, and Izuku started to get worried. Izuku. Eri, did he do something to you? Eri. What? No, Papa. Izuku. Eri, I can tell you're lying about something. Eri. I can't tell, Papa. I promised it would be a secret. Izuku. Sigh, Eri. He rubbed his eyes. Izuku. I don't wanna see you around Mermando. Eri. What? Why, Papa? Izuku. I don't like how he's acting around you, Eri. Eri. But he's my friend, Papa. Izuku. Please, Eri. He held her shoulders. Izuku. I don't feel comfortable with you being around him. Eri. Okay, Papa, she said and laid down, facing away from Izuku, who looked down to her and sighed. Izuku. I'm sorry, Eri. He said, but Eri didn't say anything. Izuku. Good night, sweetie. He said and kissed her head before laying down. Izuku knew what he was doing was mean, but seeing Eri with a boy that definitely had a thing for her did not feel right to Izuku. An hour later, Izuku finally fell asleep with Mystique between his arms, since she felt more comfortable in his arms. But as Izuku was asleep, Eri slowly looked over her shoulder and saw Izuku and Mystique asleep. Eri. Finally, she thought, and slowly snuck out of bed. She went to the closets and put on her shoes and jacket, still wearing her pajamas, and picked up her backpack, grabbing a flashlight. As she put the backpack on, Eri looked over to see them sleeping. Eri. I am sorry, Papa, but Mermando needs my help. She thought and went up to him, kissing his forehead. Eri. I'll be back soon, Papa. She then went to Waddles and tapped his forehead, waking him up as cryo flew up to her face. Eri. Alright, let's hurry to the pool. She whispered and walked out of Izuku's room with Waddles and cryo following. She noticed Dipper and Mabel's door was open and crouched down a little, putting her finger to her mouth to let Waddles and cryo know to stay quiet. The three snuck past the door and soon slowly crept downstairs, noticing Grunkle Stan was watching TV. Eri. Dang it, Grandpa is awake, how am I gonna get past him? As she was thinking of a way to get past him without getting caught, Cryo tapped her cheek and she looked at him to see Cryo holding a penny. Eri. Oh, you're a genius, Cryo, she whispered and took the penny. She then threw it past Grunkle Stan, and as soon as it hit the wooden floor, Grunkle Stan immediately heard the sound of a singular penny hit the floor and looked straight at it. Grunkle. Free money, he yelled and jumped after the penny, but miscalculated his jump and well. Anyways, using this opportunity to her advantage. Eri. Hurry, she whispered to her friends as the three snuck out the front door. She then sat on Waddles' back and pet Waddles' head. Eri. Mush Waddles. Mush, she yelled as Waddles squealed and started running with Eri on top of him. While Eri was off to the public pool to help her friend home, Izuku and Mystique woke up to the sound of an old man searching for a penny. Izuku. NGH, not again, it's too early. He said and buried his face in Mystique's neck. Mystique. Izu. I'm thirsty. Izuku. Alright, give me a sec. He said and sat up as Mystique sat up as well and stretched. As Izuku rubbed his eyes and looked to see if Eri was still asleep, he realized that Eri wasn't even in bed. Izuku. Mystique, where's Eri? He asked and lifted the blanket, seeing Eri wasn't there. Mystique. Eri, she was just here wasn't she? She asked and looked around to see Eri wasn't here. Izuku then saw the closet was open, seeing her backpack and Waddles were missing. Izuku. She didn't. He thought and got out of bed. He ran into the bathroom and saw she wasn't there either, rushing out of the bathroom and going into his closet. Mystique. What is it, Izuku? She asked, getting up and watching as Izuku put his pants and jacket on. Izuku. I think Eri ran away. He said and grabbed his mask. Mystique. Ran away, but why? She asked with worry in her eyes as she didn't think Eri would do such a thing. Izuku. It's my fault, I told her she couldn't see her friend anymore. He said and rushed out of the room. Mystique. Izuku wait, she shouted after him and put on her jacket as well, running after Izuku. As Izuku rushed downstairs, he saw Grunkle stand inside the wall. Grunkle. Kid, Midoriya, help me out here, I need that penny. Izuku. Later Grunkle stan. He yelled and ran out of the house. Mystique. Izuku wait for me. She yelled and ran out with him. Grunkle. Sigh, when I get out of here, you're gonna have a new home in my wallet. He said and after a few seconds, he fell asleep inside the wall. Meanwhile with Eri just arrived to the public pool but when she tried to open the gate, it was locked. Eri. She hummed and looked at Waddles. Eri. Give me a boost Waddles. Waddles squealed and went to the gate while Eri climbed on top of him. Eri. Okay, hold still Waddles, she said and jumped up, grabbing onto the fence and struggling to pull herself over. So Waddles decided to lift her up a bit more, giving her more leverage so she could successfully get over the fence. Once she got over, she fell on the floor but quickly got up. Eri. Okay Cryo, get the gate open while I get Mermando. She said and Cryo saluted to her before going to the lock of the gate and shrinking to go inside the lock. While Cryo was trying to get the gate open, Eri ran over to the pool and saw Mermando sleeping on his floaty. Eri. Mermando, she called out to him and waved her hands to him. Mermando. Eri. He slowly looked up and rubbed his eyes and looked at Eri who was waving her hands at the other side of the pool. Eri. Mermando, come here hurry, she said as Mermando was surprised to see Eri at this time of night. Mermando. Eri. What are you doing here? He asked and swam over to her. Eri. Papa said I can't see you anymore, but I promised I would get you home, so I'm getting you put of here. She said and kneeled down to him. Mermando. Really? But how? He asked as his tail swayed side to side with excitement. Eri. I don't know. She didn't really think this far and with no plan she realized it would be pretty hard to carry a mermaid around who can't breathe air. Eri. Give me a sec to think. She said and sat down with her legs crisscross. While she was thinking, Cryo got the gate open at last and Waddles walked in, smelling something delicious and as a pig he decided to go and find what it was and probably eat it. Cryo went over to Eri and saw she was thinking, he then looked at the mermaid and scanned him, freaking Mermando out a little. Cryo then finished the scan and got an idea for transporting Mermando. He pulled onto Eri's shirt and getting her attention. Eri. Oh, do you have a plan Cryo? Cryo nodded and flew into the water. Eri. Cryo, where are you going? She asked and looked into the water, wondering what her little friend had planned. She then saw a giant tank float out of the water, scooping up some water and including Mermando who was holding on tightly. Eri. Whoa, Cryo you're a genius, she said and pet Cryo's head that was in front of the tank. Eri. Alright, now we just have to get to the lake. she said and started walking out of the gate. But she realized Cryo wasn't following her. Eri. Cryo. Come on, we don't have much time, she said and went up to Cryo, seeing he was struggling to keep this form. Eri. Can you not move? She asked and Cryo nodded to her. Eri. Dang it, she said and looked around, seeing what she can do to get Cryo to follow her. While she was looking around, she saw one of the ring bayous hanging off the lifeguard chair, where Waddles was also standing next to and eating some old potato chips in a bag. Eri, I have an idea, she smiled to the idea she got and ran over to Waddles. Meanwhile with Izuku was running down the dirt path, hoping to find Eri and blaming himself for what was happening. Mystique. Izuku, please, slow down, I can't keep up, she said and grabbed his arm. Izuku. I can't. Eri ran away because of me, if she gets hurt then it's my fault. Mystique. She'll be okay, Izu. Just calm down, we'll find her, she said and held his hands. Mystique. Eri is a smart girl, she'll be okay, she said and kissed his cheek. Izuku. Why yeah, he said and sighed, calming down a little. Mystique. Now, do you have any idea where she might be? Izuku. Oh, the public pool, he said and let her hands go. Izuku. Eri kept telling me about this boy she had met at the public pool, she might be there. Mystique. Then let's hurry. I'm still tired and I wanna go back to cuddling, she said and jumped onto his back. Izuku. Right, and then I can apologize to her. Mystique. Yeah, but she's still grounded. Izuku. Definitely. Back with Eri. Eri. There we go. She just finished tying a rope around Waddles' body and pet his head. Eri. Now, mush my mighty steed, mush, she yelled, pointing forward as she was ready to move, but Waddles was still eating the potato chips. Eri. Waddles, come on. We gotta move. Mermando. Perhaps he is not in the mood, he said, watching Waddles eat the potato chips. Eri. HMPH. She crossed her arms and just sat there in silence, only the sound of munching was filling the silence. As she was waiting though, she could see Izuku running towards them in the distance and went white with fear. Eri. Papa's coming, she yelled and shook Waddles' head. Eri. Waddles, please, we have to go. She tried to get Waddles to move but Waddles wouldn't budge. Cryo then got a brilliant idea, extending a claw and picking up the bag of chips. Waddles squealed as Cryo held up the chips in front of Waddles, who started to chase after it, making Eri smile as they began to make their way to the lake with quick speed, running down the gate that was now on the floor thanks to Waddles. It's a surprise what a pig can do when they're hungry. As they sped off to the lake with surprising speed, Izuku and Mystique arrived at the public pool to see the broken down fence Waddles ran over. Izuku. Let's move, he said and ran after them. Eri. Don't worry, Mermando. We're getting you home safely. Mermando. I am rather grateful for your help, but I think your father is not too fond of this, he said, looking behind to see Izuku running after them with his mask on. Gotta keep his identity a secret. Izuku and Mystique. Eri. They yelled after her with anger in their voices. Eri. Faster, Waddles, faster, she yelled in fear as Waddles squealed and was running after Thar bag of potato chips like it was the last one in the world. Mystique. You are so grounded, young lady. Izuku. Stop running. Mermando. Eri's dad. I am sorry for this, but he threw a water balloon at Izuku, hitting him straight in the face and blinding him. Izuku. Ah, chlorine in my eyes, he yelled and stopped to wipe his eyes while Mystique was covered in water. Mystique. It's cold. Eri. Sorry Mama and Papa, she yelled as they turned the corner. The four continued their journey to the lake and eventually arrived to the lake. Eri. Quickly, Cryo. Get Mermando into the water. As Cryo was about to, he couldn't keep his form in control anymore and turned back into a tiny robot, almost getting crushed by Mermando, who fell into the dirt. Eri. Mermando. She ran up to him. Mermando. I don't think I'm going to make it, Eri. Eri. But it's just right there. Mermando. You must carry on without me, Eri, he said as he was gasping for air. Eri. But it's right there, she said and felt Mermando hold her hands. Mermando. You did your best, but before I go, I must tell you something, he said and squeezed her hands. Mermando. I love. Eri just pushed Mermando into the water with her foot, watching him fall into the water. Mermando. Eri, you have saved me, he said and held onto the dock. Eri. I'm happy to help Mermando, she said and sat on her knees. Mermando. Now, I must call my family so they can come to me, he said and made dolphin noises but failed. Eri. That doesn't sound good, Mermando. Mermando. Darn, I've been at the pool for so long that I can't call my family. Eri. Oh no. Cryo, can you think of anything? She asked Cryo, who was sleeping on the floor. He was too exhausted to stay up anymore, even robots need their sleep. Eri. Darn, I'm so sorry, Mermando, she said and looked down. Mermando. It is all right, Eri, you got me back to sea, I'm sure I'll find my family eventually, he said and held her hands. Eri. Are you sure? She asked and felt Mermando fingers intertwine with hers. Mermando. Yes, Eri, I will find my family soon. Eri. Well, I hope you do, she said and smiles down to him. Mermando smiled and went to kiss her on the lips. Izuku. No you don't, he yelled and dives, landing on the dock and putting his hand between their faces and felt Mermando lips on his hand. Eri. Papa, she said as she had no idea what Mermando was trying to do. Izuku. Thank God I arrived on time, he said as he moved his hand away and wiped it on his shirt. Mystique. Do you have any idea how worried you made us? She asked and held Eri's shoulders. Eri. I know. I'm sorry, Mama, she said and looked down. Izuku. It's okay, Eri, we're just glad you're okay, he said and pet her, letting her know that they still loved her, even if she did run away in the middle of the night. Eri. I'm really sorry. I just wanted to help Mermando home. Mystique. Mermando. They then heard Mermando clear his throat, looking down to him to see him in the water. Mermando. That is me. Mystique. A mermaid. Mermando. Yes, you see, Eri said she would help me back to the sea and I am grateful she did. Mystique. Oh, well isn't that sweet, she said and hugged Eri. Izuku. Is that why you wouldn't tell me what was going on? Eri. I promised Mermando to keep his secret. Izuku. Sigh, well aren't you a little hero, he said and kissed her head. Mystique. Guess you could say she saved the day. Eri giggled hearing that and Izuku smiled. Izuku. I guess she did, he said and Eri smiled up to Izuku. Mermando. I must be going now, my family must be worried about my absence, he said as he was about to swim off. Izuku. Hold on, he said and grabbed Mermando by his shoulder. Izuku. Do you need a lift? Mermando. I beg your pardon. Mystique. Izuki. Eri. Mermando. Mermando. Ah, Izuku. He'll be fine, smiley face, he said as he dusted his hands off. Izuku. Now, let's get home, he said as he seemed much better after chucking a child to sea. Mystique. Hopefully, she said as Eri ran over to Cryo and picked him up. Izuku. Eri, what did you pick up? Eri. Oh, nothing, Papa. She lied to Izuku, smiling nervously and hiding her hands behind her back. Izuku. Show me Eri. Eri. You Mystique. It's okay, Eri, she said and pet his head. Eri. See Cryo. Izuku. Who? Eri sighed, looking down as she showed Cryo who was sleeping in her hands. Izuku. Is that a little robot? Eri. Yeah, but he's my friend. He helped me all the time, she said and closed her hands. Eri. Don't take him away from me, Papa. He's nice. Izuku. Izuku could tell Eri was scared for Cryo. She was holding on to Cryo like it was one of her favorite plushies back home. Eri. Please, Papa. Izuku. He looked over to Mystique who smiled to him and pet Eri's head. Izuku. Sigh, alright. Eri. Really, Papa? Izuku. Just don't run away again, you scared me, he said and pet her head. Eri. Thank you, Papa, she said and hugged him tightly. Izuku. You're welcome, Eri, he said with a smile and kissed her head. Mystique. Now let's go home. I'm tired and I want cuddles, she said and hugged the two. Izuku. Yeah, me too, what about you, sweetie? He looked down and saw Eri sleeping in his arms. Izuku. Hey, it was bound to happen, she's just a little kid. He said and lifted her up in his arms. Mystique. Our little kid. She said and hugged his arm. Izuku. Yeah, he said and felt Mystique kiss his cheek. Mystique. Waddles. Let's go, she said as the three began to leave home. Waddles squealed as he was digging in the garbage, coming out with a donut in his mouth and waddled after them. After a few hours, they finally came back to the shack, exhausted and tired as they went to the stairs, walking past Dipper, Mabel and Seuss who were trying to free Grunkle Stan from the wall. Grunkle. Kids stop, my old body is too big. Mabel. Just suck it in Grunkle Stan. She yelled and was pushing while the others were pushing. Dipper. Mabel, you're supposed to pull. Izuku sighed from the loud noise and gave Eri to Mystique, walking up to Grunkle Stan and using 5% of One for All, putting his foot against Grunkle Stan's butt and easily pushing him through. Well, he made the wall collapse on Grunkle Stan but he was free. Izuku. Yawn night guys. He said and went upstairs with Mystique. Dipper. But, it's the middle of the day. Grunkle. You kids wouldn't understand the pain of being a parent. He said, getting up and dusting himself off. Mabel. Why, were you a parent? She joked as the three chuckled. Grunkle. WHO told you. Was it Betty? He yelled but the three just looked at him shocked. Grunkle. You WWRE joking weren't you? Mabel nodded with her mouth wide open. Grunkle. Not a word to anyone. He narrowed his eyes to them, picking up his penny and walking away. Dipper and Seuss. Stan, Mr. Pines has a kid. Mabel. He liked someone. Back to the sleepy trio. Izuku opened the room door and Mystique stumbled on, laying Eri down on the bed and throwing her jacket to the floor before she climbed into bed with Eri. Izuku. Gosh, I'm yawn so tired. He said and threw his shoes off, along with his jacket and mask before laying in bed and hugged Mystique from behind. Mystique. Let's just sleep. She said, feeling Izuku's face in her neck. Izuku. That just sounds perfect. The both slowly began to fall asleep and just as the felt smiles on their faces. Evelyn. Morning guys. She yelled through a microphone, making the two jump up in shock. Izuku and Mystique. Evelyn. Evelyn. Ha ha ha, I got you both good. She laughed even more as she was too busy laughing to see the two go up to them. Evelyn. Ha ha hey hey, eh. She noticed a shadow over her and looked up to see Izuku and Mystique, glaring down to her with Izuku's eyes glowing in the dark and Mystique with his claws out. Evelyn. She slowly went through the floor and was no longer in the room. Izuku and Mystique slowly went back to bed and laid down, going back into the same position they were in with Mystique holding Eri and Izuku holding Mystique. They both yawned as closed their eyes, enjoying the warm embrace in each other's arms and smile. Mystique. Your yawn still grounded sweetie. And they both fell asleep. Ah yes, another good day in Gravity Falls, the sun is shining. Creatures of the unknown running around Gravity Falls, it was a pretty nice day out. Right now Eri was sitting in the living room and forcing a sweater down on Waddles and finally got it on him. Eri. The RW you go Waddles, now you're a handsome and well-dressed pig. She said and pet his head and Waddles squealed chewing on a shoe. Izuku. Looks like he loves it Eri. Eri. Thank you for helping me make it papa. Izuku. Yeah, he looked at his hands that were full of cuts and band-aids. Izuku. You're welcome sweetie. Evelyn. I didn't know you could knit. She was floating above Izuku and leaned on top of his head. Izuku. I can't. Evelyn then noticed his hands and winced. Evelyn. Geez, they're just as bad as your arms. Izuku. I know, he said and laid back on the chair. Evelyn. Why did I come here again? Oh right, she used her ghostly powers to lift Izuku up off the chair. Izuku. Whoa wait. What are you doing? Eri. Look Waddles. Papa's flying. She giggled, hugging Waddles who was chewing on his sweater. Evelyn. Well remember that promise you made me about working in my shop. Izuku. Yeah. Evelyn. Great, so where have you been? She yelled and opened the door with the force, I guess. Ghost powers confuse me, like I've seen a bunch of movies with ghosts being able to do all this goofy shit or just be scary as fuck. I am still trying to think what Evelyn can and can't do so, let's see where this goes. Or you all can just give me ideas for what she can do and what she can't. Izuku. I am sorry. I've just been really busy. I am sorry. Evelyn. You're gonna be sorry soon, right now we got work to do. She dragged Izuku out of the shack and the door shut. Eri. Hee, Papa and Ghost Mama are funny. She giggled and started to watch TV with Waddles. As she was watching TV, Mabel entered the room and looked at Eri. Mabel. You both look so cute. She sat on her knees and pulled Waddles and Eri together in a hug. Eri giggled and hugged her back as Waddles squeals, jumping out of her arms and running into the kitchen. Grunkle. Get this bucket of bacon away from my pancakes. Mabel. He's fine, she said and saw an ad appear on the TV. Commercial guy. You've heard of baby carriers, but have you heard of pig carriers? The two looked at the TV with their full attention. Commercial guy. Well, you can come get it now at the general store in Gravity Falls, for only $50. Mabel quickly checked her wallet, taking her money out to count it all as Eri was watching with anticipation. Mabel. Dang it, I'm only $5 short. Eri. They both frowned sadly but then saw Izuku's wallet sitting on the chair. Mabel. Is that Izuku's wallet? Eri. Papa must have left it behind. She ran up to the chair and picked up the wallet. She gave it to Mabel, who opened it and awed when she saw a picture of Izuku running down the beach with Eri on his back. I don't own the art, but look at these two, it's just adorable. Mabel. Look at you two. You look so cute. Eri. We made sand castles and Mr. Denki almost drowned. It was so much fun. Mabel found $12.35 in his wallet and she took $5. Eri. Hey, that is stealing. Papa said stealing is bad. Mabel. Sweetie, relax. It's not stealing if I pay him back. Eri. You'll pay Papa back. Mabel. Yeah, I'll even leave a note. Eri. Well, okay, but who is gonna watch Waddles while we are gone? Mabel hums, holding her chin as Eri copied her, then hearing the angry yelling of an old man gave Mabel the answer she needed. Grunkle. Get this shit off me. He yelled at Waddles, who was dragging Grunkle Stan out of the kitchen. Mabel. He's perfect. 5 minutes later. Grunkle. Why'd I have to watch him? Mabel. Because no one else is here and you both lost each other. Eri. Yeah, I watch you play tag together all the time, Grandpa. Grunkle. And he's always it. Mabel. You'll be fine. She picked Eri up and rushed to the door and opened it. Mabel. Well, be back soon. Eri. Bye, Grandpa. She waved to Grunkle Stan and Mabel rushed outside and slammed the door closed. Grunkle Stan looked at Waddles, who disappeared by his. Grunkle. Where did you? He then hears an oink from the kitchen. Grunkle. No, not my pancakes. He rushed into the kitchen to see Waddles with his face covered in syrup. Grunkle. You bucket of bacon. I am gonna kill you. He yelled and chased after Waddles, who jumped off the table and began to run around the shack. Meanwhile, Dipper along with Seuss and surprisingly Pacifica, were sitting on a branch, looking through binoculars together. Pacifica. So, why are we staring at a piece of steak in the middle of the forest? Seuss. Dinosaur hunting. Pacifica. What, Dipper? It's not a dinosaur, we're just trying to get a picture of this creature flying around Gravity Falls. Pacifica. You boys need hobbies. Dipper and Seuss. This is our hobby. She sighs and just sits there as they continue to wait for their trap to go off. Pacifica glanced to Dipper and slowly scooted closer to him and rested her head on his shoulder. He jumped to the contact, blushing a bit as he glanced to her, seeing her look up to him with a small smile. She held his hand, blushing a bit, and they both slowly leaned into each other, closing their eyes to enjoy each other's embrace. But it was quickly interrupted as the creature flew by them quickly, making the three lose balance. Seuss. Brace for impact. He yelled and the three fell off the branch screaming. Seuss landed in a bush full of thorns while Dipper fell on the ground with Pacifica landing on top of him, knocking the wind out of him. Seuss screamed in pain and jumped out of the bush, covered in thorns, and fell on the floor. Seuss. Haha, I am in incredible pain. Pacifica groaned and sat up. Pacifica. Ow, I think I cut myself. Dipper. Why, you got lucky. He said under Pacifica, who got up off him. Pacifica. Gasped. Boys, look. She pointed at the tree stump and the stake was now missing. Dipper. It took the bait. Get the cameras, Pacifica. I need a moment. Pacifica. Alright. She got up as quickly ran up to the cameras that were tapes on the trees. 3 hours later, Dipper was looking at the photos with Pacifica keeping an ice pack on his head while Seuss was a band-aid mummy. Dipper. Dang it, they only got parts of the creature. Pacifica. Don't worry. She pecked his cheek. Pacifica. I am sure you'll get it, but you seriously need to be careful. Dipper. Hypocrite. Pacifica. Hey, I only followed you boys. Seuss. Hey dudes, my nose is itchy, can you guys scratch it? Pacifica. Oh, I got it. She gave the ice pack to Dipper and walked over to Seuss. Dipper sighed, putting the ice pack on his head. Dipper. Even if they did get the creature, they're all too blurry to see it properly. Pacifica. Maybe you should record it instead of trying to get a picture. She suggested and scratched Seuss's nose for him. Seuss. Thanks dude. Pacifica. Anytime Seuss. Dipper. You're right, it'll look better if we record it. Pacifica. Yeah, don't know why you didn't think of this before. Dipper. We thought a picture would be better. He rubbed the back of his head as Pacifica giggled and pecked his chirk. Pacifica. It's alright, now let's record your monster. Dipper. Yeah, let's go. They both ran out of the room with their phones in hand. Seuss. Wait, what about me dudes? He asked and waddled after them but fell on the floor. Dipper and Pacifica quickly ran back into the room and picked up Seuss. Pacifica. Now we can go. Seuss. Let's do it dudes. He said as they dragged him out of the room. Meanwhile, Grunkle. There, he slammed his hammer down on a metal spike, tying a rope around it. Grunkle. Now you can't bother me anymore. Waddles was eating out of trash as he had a rope around his neck and didn't really seem bothered he was tied up. Grunkle. Now I don't have to worry about the responsibilities about taking care my granddaughter's pig. He took a single step away from Waddles and felt a gush of wind fly past him, and he quickly turned around to see the rope torn off and Waddles being carried away by a pterodactyl. Grunkle. Oh fuck. As Waddles and the pterodactyl disappeared into the forest, Grunkle saw Mabel and Airy pull up in a cart and quickly picked up the spike and threw it into the forest. Mabel. Grunkle. We're back, Airy. And we got the pig carrier. She said with a huge smile while holding a box. Grunkle. Oh, hey, nice you got it. Well, I should get going before karma comes back for me. Airy. Wait, Grunkpa. Where's Waddles? Mabel. Yeah, we have to make sure it fits for him. Grunkle. Oh well. He looked them both, seeing the bright smiles made it hard for him to lie. Grunkle. A dinosaur took him. Airy and Mabel. Airy dropped the box in shock. Airy and Mabel. What? They yelled in a panic. Airy. Waddles was taken away. Mabel. We have to save my pig baby. They yelled while Dipper, Pacifica and Seuss came out. Dipper. Dang it, I didn't catch it. Seuss. Me either dude. He held his phone out to the side as he was unable to move his limbs, still stuck in the cast. Pacifica. Don't worry, I am sure we'll get another chance, I only got a pig. She looked at the video with confusion. Airy and Mabel. Waddles. They looked at the video and saw which way the dinosaur took Waddles. Airy. We have to save him. Grunkle. Sorry kid, but that pig is probably. Airy looked up at Grunkle, her tears threatening to come out. Grunkle. Still alive. Yeah, still alive. Mabel. To the cart. She yelled, but as soon as they all got in the cart, it fell to the floor and the wheels popped off. Mabel. To Seuss's truck. Pacifica. But he can't drive. She said as Seuss was still trapped in his bandages. Mabel. We have Grunkle Stan. She yelled as Airy took Seuss's keys from his pocket and gave it to Airy. Drive us Grunkle Stan. Grunkle. Kid, even if I do, I don't know where we'll find that pig of yours. He said as Dipper noticed a yarn trail leading into the forest. Dipper. Would that help? He pointed at the trail as Mabel and Airy gasped. Airy. It's his sweater, Papa made for him. Mabel. That must be where Waddles went. If we follow the yarn we find Waddles. Pacifica. Sounds like a plan then. Airy. Drive Grandpa Stan. Drive. Stan. I should have stayed in bed. Smiling face with tear, he says, starting the truck and driving, following the yarn and the passenger's backseat driving the whole time. Meanwhile, Izuku was in the break room and ready to sip his coffee until he was hugged from behind by Evelyn and flinched, nearly spilling his coffee and himself but gripping the mug tightly. Evelyn. Hee, did I scare you? Izuku. Why yes, Izuku said with a blush, standing up and phasing through her ghostly arms. Izuku. Your arms are cold. Evelyn. I know, but it's still fun to see you jump in fear even if I can't touch you. You're too easy to spook, she said, phasing her arm through his chest. Izuku. Stop, he said as she giggled and took her arm out. Evelyn. Now get back to work. Money isn't made with you doing nothing. Izuku. I haven't even finished my coffee. Evelyn. Don't care. She slapped the mug out of his hand and it shattered all over the floor. Izuku. You're mean. Smiling face with tear. Evelyn. I can be meaner in other ways, she whispered, blowing cold air against his ear that sent shivers up his spine and a blush across his face. Suddenly, his phone went off with a ping, notifying Izuku and Evelyn as Izuku pulled away and took his phone out. Mabel. Going dinosaur hunting for Waddles. Wanna join? The text said with a selfie of the group shouting, probably backseat driving and telling Grunkle Stan drive to drive and following a red yarn string, with Sue sticking out the window and hitting branches on the way. Izuku. Dinosaurs. Evelyn. So that's what I saw fly by last night. Sick. Izuku. I should probably go help, especially with Eri there, it's dangerous. Izuku went to leave the gas station but Evelyn went in front of him. Evelyn. They're fine, Izuku, she said, pressing her hands against his chest and pushing him back gently. Izuku. Evelyn. She has grown adults with her, they will protect her, besides, you owe me all of those times you skipped work. Izuku. But, Evelyn. Do not complain with me, they will keep her safe, and you will keep working until the end of the day. Izuku. I'm sorry but, Eri is more important than a job, he said, slipping past her and ran out of the gas station, leaving Evelyn frustrated while she crossed her arms. Evelyn. Fine, I have other employees, she said and closed the gas station door and flipped the open side to closed, before flying through the roof to go find her other employees. Meanwhile, they followed the yarn trail and led inside an old church. Pacifica. Yay, a spooky church. Stan. Thank God I am not religious, he said as Eri and Mabel ran into the church. Dipper. Girls wait, who knows what's in there? Mabel. Don't care, Eri. It has Waddles, she yelled as they both kicked the door open and held to sticks like swords, ready to fight the thing that kidnapped their pig, but it was just filled with broken benches and a giant hole in the middle of the room. Eri. Darn, she threw her stick to the ground. Mabel. Don't worry Eri, that thing will get what's coming, she said as the others followed in. Pacifica. You know Mabel, the next time you charge in with no idea of what is there and we get in some kind of trouble, I'm gonna say I told you so, she said with her arms crossed as Mabel and Eri looked over the hole. Mabel. Well, joke's on you. My bravery in charging in with no hesitation has led us to another clue, she said and pointed at the hole with a string of yarn leading into it. Eri. He must be down there. Mabel. Then we follow. She picked Eri up and W is about to jump in. Dipper. Mabel way to SEC. Pacifica. Slow down you psycho. They yelled and pulled Mabel back. Dipper. Do you not see how deep that is? Mabel. Relax Dipper, if my legs still work after then I'm fine. Besides, I've got the legs. I work out more than you do anyways you nerd. Dipper. That was unnecessarily hurtful, he said with a mad frown as Pacifica bonked Mabel's head. Pacifica. Give me your phone, she asked Mabel and stuck her hand out. Mabel. Why, Pacifica? 'Cause it's how I'm gonna prevent you from breaking your legs and hurting Eri. Eri. Hey, if Mama Mabel can do it then I can too, she said as Mabel gave Pacifica her phone. Pacifica. Thanks, she turned the flashlight on and then dripped the phone in the hole. Mabel. No, my photos of Waddle in baby clothes, she yelled, reaching into the hole as her phone hit the ground and shattered. Pacifica. We're gonna need rope. she said as Mabel and Eri cried over the hole. Mabel. We got him to chew on a PACIFER in one of those photos, you demon. Magucket. I am as beautiful as a baby. Everyone. Ah. They yelled in shock and hugged each other. Magucket. Ha 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 ha. Meanwhile, Izuku arrived to the mystery shack and broken golf cart and tire tracks that led into the forest on a dirt path. Izuku. This must be the others, but where are they going? He asked, and as a trail of red yarn that followed the tire track. Izuku. I should follow the trail, I should find them this way. He said and ran into the forest to follow the trail. Izuku. Just gotta help get Waddles from dinosaurs and figure out how to make it up to Evelyn. How did I get from fighting villains to fighting dinosaurs? Smiling face with tear, he asked himself as he continued to find his friends and child. Meanwhile, Tambri was on her phone and listening to music in bed, and she was bored out of her mind. She sighed and laid her arms out. Usually she would be entertained just by being on her phone, but it just didn't feel the same anymore. She decided to give Izuku a call, but before he could, Evelyn's face poked through the phone. Evelyn. Tambri. Ah, what the fuck? She yelled and her phone slipped out of her hand and landing on her face as Evelyn giggled, floating above Tambri. Tambri. Ow, what the fuck, Evelyn? Evelyn. I am sorry, but I need help. Izuku left me to go save a pig and now I don't have anyone to help work at my store. She told Tambri and picked up her phone from Tambri's face. Tambri. And how is that my problem? Evelyn. 'Cause you're my best friend who will help me with anything. Tambri. You want me to go work at your store, don't you? Evelyn. See, we're already thinking the same thing. Now I already got you a uniform, so get up and come help a girl out. Tambri. Nah. She took her phone back. Evelyn. It'll come with pay. Tambri. How much? She asked and looked up to her from her phone. Evelyn. $12 an hour. Tambri. Fine, but don't expect me to be all smiles like Izuku. She said and got up. Evelyn. Great, I'll meet you there, she said and flew through the wall. Tambri. Izuku is gonna owe me for this, she said with an annoyed groan as she slowly pulled herself up out of bed. Meanwhile, the gang were looking down the hole. They saw a dangling piece of rope hanging in the hole. Mabel. This rope would be perfect to climb down. Pacifica. Will it even hold us? Mabel. Let's find out, she said and pulled on the rope, getting THR reserve and looking for something to tie it on. Mabel. Maybe. She walks up to one of the broken benches and untied it up. Mabel. Perfect, she said as she threw the rope down in the hole. Dipper. Mabel, I am not sure a broken bench is a good idea. Mabel. Come on bro, when have I ever been wrong? She asked as she held the rope and started to climb down, hearing the rope creak. Mabel. Okay guys, it's holding. Eri looked down, unsure if she could climb down the rope. Grunkle Stan. Don't worry kid, just hold on to me, I am an experting when it comes to climbing stuff. Eri. Are you sure? She asked as she was picked up by Grunkle Stan and was put on his back. Grunkle Stan. Course I did this all the time back then, and I still do. Dipper. Wait, what do you mean? Grunkle Stan. No time to explain, we have a pig to save. He yelled, grabbing the rope and began to climb down with Eri on his back. Eri. We're coming Waddles. Mabel. We're coming to save you my beautiful back and bucket child. She yelled and slid down her rope. Pacifica. Is there like any hand sanitizer we could use on the rope? Dipper. Just go down the rope _ Pacifica. Hey, I don't rush you into things. Seuss. Hurry dudes, I wanna go down the rope like a fireman. He said as Dipper and Pacifica went down the rope, and once they had gotten to the bottom, Seuss looked excited as he held the rope. Seuss. Can I jump down? Dipper. What, Seuss? I wanna jump down, I'll feel like that one cool adventurer dude who explores cool places. Pacifica. No you big dork. You can't even move properly, she said as they all watched Seuss. Seuss. I am gonna do it. Dipper record me. Dipper. Seuss no, yout gonna hurt yourself even more. Seuss. I'll be fine dude. My mom says I have a high pain tolerance. Dipper. Seuss don't do this. Seuss. It'll be fine dude. Just record me, I wanna watch this later. Pacifica. Dipper stop him. Dipper. He already had his phone out. Pacifica. Grunkle. If he dies I am taking his hat. Mabel and Airy. Grunkle. They lightly slapped his head. Grunkle. Ow, stop, I could make a profit. He yelled and covered his head. Seuss then jumped and held the rope by one hand. Seuss. Whoa, check me out dudes, I am like Spider-Ma. He slammed into the wall of the cave and fell down, landing on a platform and rolling off as he laid on his stomach, the rope landing on his back as he groaned in pain, the landing causing his casted body to break apart and free his body. Seuss. Ow, I can't feel my legs dudes. Mabel. Oh my god, Seuss. She yelled as they rushed up to him. Airy. Are you okay? Seuss. Dipper, did I look cool? Dipper. Dipper looked at the camera and wasn't able to press record in time. Dipper. Gee totally Seuss. Seuss. Awesome, he said and passed out. Pacifica. Great, not only is Seuss hurt but now we gotta know way to get back up. Grunkle. Welp, there's only one way to survive, I say we all eat the biggest guy first. Mabel and Airy. No. Pacifica. We are not going to cannibalism. Grunkle. What? No, I mean the biggest guy chocolate bar. He took a few chocolate bars out and gave them. Grunkle. They're officially the Mystery Shack chocolate bars, you eat one and you're full. That's why named M. The biggest guy, they're so good, you'll want more than one and be the biggest guy. Dipper. That's a stretch no. Grunkle. Zip it nerd. He threw a chocolate at his face. Dipper. Oh no, I am hurt underscore. He said and watched McGucket light up a lantern. McGucket. Why this place looks just as dark as my junkyard. He said as he began to walk deeper into the cave. Mabel. Wait up, we all have to stay close. She yelled as she dragged Grunkle along with her and Airy still on his back. Pacifica. Sue, what are we gonna do about Seuss? Dipper. We can't leave him here. Pacifica. Dipper, you expect us to be able to carry him? He's bigger than my dad's ego. Dipper. Well, either we stay here with him or we carry him. Pacifica. Fine. We'll stay, she said and sat down on a rock but Winston jumped up. Pacifica. Ah, what the heck, she yells and saw the broken pieces of Mabel's phone. Dipper. Are you gonna pay for that? Pacifica. Duh, what do you think I am? A monster. Dipper. Medusa, he said with a smirk and she just looked at him with a frown. Pacifica. Shut it nerd, she said and sat back down on a different rock. Dipper. Well, hopefully they find Waddles or Izuku gets here, won't be long now before he gets here so. He sat next to her, both in total silence as the water droplets that fall on the cold rocks fill the cave's deafening silence. Deku. He stares at the ruined church, unsure if he was on the right trail but then saw Seuss's truck and hums. Deku. This has to be the place, he said and walked inside. On his way inside he saw benches growing old and growing into wooden floors, including the giant rope hanging on the edge of the hole that was tied to one of the benches. Deku. They must have went down there, he said to himself while walking to the edge to see the rope cut. Deku. He looked down but was too dark to see much, jumping down and landing to some of the rope and a broken phone. Deku. Wait, he kneeled down and picked it up, seeing the thousands of bright stickers on the shattered phone case. Deku. This is Mabel's phone. Something definitely happened, he said and quickly got up. Deku. Mabel, yell if you're in trouble. He yelled into the cave and heard a loud screech and a group yell. Deku. Oh god, I am coming. He yelled and dashed further into the cave. 10 minutes or maybe more so ago. Grunkle. Girls, my legs are hurting and I am hungry. Mabel. Don't worry Grunkle, once we find Waddles we're gonna get a lot of food. Airy. Yeah, Waddles must be starving. Grunkle. That pig. He grumbled but stopped. The four came to a stop when they saw large amber blocks that glowed due to McGucket's lantern. McGucket. Well, what do we have here? Butter. Mabel. That is weird looking butter, she said as Grunkle hummed. Grunkle. This much butter and I can get millions. I can see it now, cave butter. The coldest and probably the soggiest butter in Gravity Falls. Airy. Grunkle, I don't think it's butter, she mumbled as McGucket bit into it but yelled. McGucket. Holy TOLITO. That is hard, he yelled, holding his mouth as the lantern shined further and showed a velociraptor. Mabel. A dinosaur. Airy. Quick, take a picture for our scrapbook. Mabel. Yes, I gotta. Oh, that's right. She frowned, remembering her phone was destroyed thanks to Pacifica. Mabel. Grunkle, let me borrow your phone. Grunkle. Sure, for $20. He said and held his hand out as she grumbled and took her makeshift wallet out and gave him $20 and taking his phone. Mabel. It's a flip phone. Grunkle. The old is better than the new. Mabel. That is not true at all. She yelled but grumbled as she took a few pictures of the dinosaur. Mabel. I don't even know how you can send photos on this. Grunkle. You'll figure it out, now give me back my phone. Mabel. No, I have more pictures to take. Grunkle. No, give me my phone. As they both began to argue, Airy got off of Grunkle's back and walked up to the large orange stone that incas the large dinosaur. Airy. What is this stuff? McGucket. Why all of this is tree sap? Airy. Tree sap. McGucket. Yeah, it must have frozen over the years. Airy. Oh, she mumbled while her necklace shook and turned into the little robot known as Cryo. Airy. What are you doing? She asked Cryo, who was touching the amber and small drills left its fingertips before digging into the tree sap and taking a piece of it. Airy. See, Cryo, no. Don't do that. She picked up Cryo, who hid the amber away in its chest cavity and turned back into a necklace in her hand. McGucket. Whatcha got there, kid? Airy jumped from the sudden noise and held the necklace to her chest. Airy. You, my necklace. McGucket. Well, that's one interesting necklace. But I feel like I seen it somewhere before. Airy. Really? McGucket. Yeah, but I can't put my finger on it. As McGucket was chatting with Airy, Grunkle Stan was looking at the dinosaur stuck in the tree sap. He chuckled, rubbing his hands together. Grunkle. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. I could make millions with these. I should have tied that pig up a long time ago, he said as Mabel was standing behind him. Mabel. You what, Grunkle? Oh, Mabel. You told me the dinosaur broke in and stole Waddles. She yelled as Airy overheard the commotion. Airy. What's going on? Grunkle. Airy. Mabel. Grunkle put Waddles outside. That's why he was taken in the first place. Airy. Wait, what? She looked mad as Grunkle chuckled nervously. Grunkle. Listen, kids. I didn't know some dinosaur would take away Waddles. He was just eating the merchandise. Mabel. That shouldn't matter. You left Waddles alone and now he could be dead. Airy. Waddles could be dead. Grunkle. Of course not. We'll FND that dumb pig and you both won't hate me anymore. Mabel. No, no more, Grunkle Stan. I will never talk to you, ever again. Airy. Me too, she yelled as they both turned away and crossed their arms. Grunkle. What, you can't just ignore me forever. Mabel. You hear something, Airy? Airy. No, only a big meanie. Mabel. Yeah, Grunkle. Girls, come on, he said, and as he was trying to get them to talk to him they all heard a low yet loud groan from the cave and all paused. Mabel. What is th? Grunkle. It's a dinosaur, kids. Throw the hilly billy, he yelled, picking up McGucket and throwing him towards the noise. Airy. Hey, she yelled as she was pulled close to Mabel, who hid behind Grunkle. As McGucket dusted himself off, he picked up his lantern and shined it in the dark, only to see Seuss being carried by Dipper and Pacifica, who were struggling. Dipper. Can someone help us? He is really heavy. Seuss. How long have we been walking, dudes? I am so tired. Pacifica. You're not even walking. Stop dragging your feet, she yelled, and the three fell to the floor. Grunkle. Phew, oh good, it's just my employees. Mabel. Grunkle. She grumbled as Grunkle looked at her. Grunkle. What? It's a defense mechanism. McGucket. Well darn, I wanted to see one of those flying birds, he said, as a large pterodactyl ate him in one bite. They all screamed in unison as they watched McGucket get swallowed and the pterodactyl screech at them. Grunkle. Everyone scatter. Seuss. Distract it with your big body. Seuss. You got it, Mr. Pines, he said, but Dipper and Pacifica grabbed his very huggable arms and dragged him off. Dipper. You are not a sacrifice. Seuss. Come on dudes. It's my calling. Pacifica. Your calling is fixing things. Not being dinner, she yelled as the pterodactyl chased after them. Present time. Basically now. Grunkle. Run run, he yelled as they ran out of the tunnel and hid behind a few rocks, hearing the pterodactyl fly past them and all sighed with relief. Dipper. Okay, how are we gonna get out of this? Pacifica. Didn't you call Midoriya Mabel? Mabel. I did, but you threw my hone down here and I can't call him again. Grunkle. Stop arguing. I have an idea, Pacifica. And that is. Grunkle. We use Seuss as bait. He's bug and chubby enough to look like a pig, so all we gotta do is have him be the bait. Seuss. I like it. Grunkle. Mabel, make Seuss a pig outfit with your yarn, it'll be more convincing. Seuss. Yes, Mabel. HMPH. She crossed her arms and faced away as Eri mimicked her as well. Grunkle. Girls, seriously, come on, he said as Seuss, Dipper and Pacifica sat there, watching as Grunkle was trying to get the attention once more. Pacifica. Your family is loud. Dipper. You get used to it. As the bickering continues, they all hear an oink that came from deeper within the cave and look over to see a nest on the other side of the old and shaky rail that acted as a bridge. But inside the nest was none other than the big, fat, pink and lovable pig, Waddles. Mabel. Gasp. Eri. Gasp. Mabel and Eri. Waddles. They yelled with bright smiles as they rushed out from behind the rock and ran across the dangerous rail. Dipper. What are you doing, BG? Grunkle. Get back here right now, you crazy kids. He yelled, chasing after them as Dipper and Pacifica sighed and got up. Pacifica. Stay Seuss. Seuss. You got it. He said, staying behind the rock as he looked at the rocks. Seuss. Heh, that one looks like a rock. Meanwhile, Izuku rushed in the cave to see the dinosaur stuck in the frozen tree sap and was in awe. Izuku. They weren't kidding. I can't believe the prehistoric age of dinosaurs lives right under Gravity Falls. This place just got so much cooler. He said. He already couldn't wait to write in his journal about this, but right now he had to focus, rushing ahead and paused seeing the several forks in the road. Izuku. He looked at the several paths, unsure which would lead where. It could take hours to find where his friends went, maybe even days or yay. Grunkle. Get back here right now, you crazy kids. Or just follow the yelling. Izuku. That way, he said and rushed into the tunnel. Back to the group, Mabel and Eri jumped in the nest with bright smiles. Waddles oinked seeing them as the two girls smiled and hugged him tightly. Eri. Waddles. Mabel. Thank all the unicorns you're okay. She said as she took her backpack off and took out the baby pig carrier and put Waddles in it. Dipper. Waddles is alive. Pacifica. I thought that thing would have eaten him by now. Grunkle. Who cares? Grab the pig and let's get out of here. He yelled as the pterodactyl screeched loudly, scaring Waddles as he squealed and jumped out of Mabel and Eri's arms. Eri. Waddles no. But Waddles ran towards Grunkle Stan, who looked disturbed. Grunkle. Stay back, you disgusting pig. He yelled, but Waddles jumped into him and forced Grunkle Stan onto his back, landing on the old rail. Grunkle. Get off of me, you fat pig. He yelled as the pterodactyl dove towards Grunkle Stan and hit the rail, making it fall apart as Grunkle Stan and Waddles fell. Grunkle. Waddles. Ooh I-I-I-I-N-K. They yelled as they held each of it and continued to fall. Mabel. Grunkle Stan. Eri. Waddles. They yelled as the pterodactyl dove to go get the two, probably to eat them. Mabel. We have to go save them. Is there any rope around here? She asked as they searches the nest, but then they heard the giant egg crack and paused, all looking at it in shock as they watched the egg begin to hatch. Pacifica. What do we do? Dipper. I don't know. Just don't move, I guess. The egg hatched and out came a large baby pterodactyl poke its head out. Eri. It's adorable. She said as Mabel was in awe. Mabel. You're right. It's adorable. Have to take a picture. She said and took out Grunkle's flip phone she never gave back. Dipper. Mabel, don't. You'll scare it. Mabel. No, I won't. I am a gentle woman. I can take a quick picture of this beautiful baby. It bit her arm. Mabel. Inhales. Meanwhile with Grunkle and Waddles. Grunkle, Stan and Waddles were hiding in a small opening, hiding from the pterodactyl that was very hungry for some old man with the side of bacon. Grunkle. Well, as survival of the fittest goes, it's either me or you, and it's gonna be me. He said and moved the pig out a bit. Grunkle. He pushed Waddles further out and watched the pig, who looked back at him. Grunkle. Don't look at me like that. Waddles. Grunkle. Look, it's not my fault the girls love your disgusting face, so what if they ignore for the rest of my life? I can live without them. He said as Waddles was still watching. Grunkle. I can live without them always making me laugh, and how they come up with those dumb dances and bright smiles. He said as Waddles oinked. Grunkle. He picked up the baby pig carrier and put Waddles in it, buckling the carrier up around him and Waddles on his chest. Grunkle. What am I doing? He asked as he saw the pterodactyl dive down towards Grunkle Stan. Grunkle. All right, you prehistoric trash, if you want this gross pig then you gotta get through me first. And I am one angry old man. He yelled and ran towards the pterodactyl as it screeched at him. Grunkle. Fiiiiightmeee. Pterodactyl. Ka www. Wait tf. That's not it. Meh, whatever, they're birds anyways but no feathers. Meanwhile, Izuku had arrived and sighed. Izuku. Where are they? He said and hears Seuss talking behind the rock, looking over to see Seuss talking to the rocks. Izuku. Seuss. What's Ray you doing? Seuss. Oh, Dipper told me to stay here. Izuku. Really? Where are they? Seuss. Oh, they're over there trying to get Mabel free. He pointed at the nest in the middle of the cave, seeing Mabel being flinged around as Dipper, Pacifica and Eri holding her legs as Mabel was screaming, half of her body already being swallowed. Izuku. Oh God, I am coming. He yelled and fashed over using float. Seuss. I am putting this in the dino nugget pile. He said, picking up a rock and placing it in one of the 12 piles. Izuku landed in the nest and grabbed baby pterodactyl's jaws. Dipper. Midoriya. Pacifica. It's about time you showed up. Eri. Papa. Izuku. I am so sorry. I got lost, he said and pried the jaws open, the others pulling Mabel out as the pterodactyl gagged and went to the other side of the nest. Mabel. Eeeew. I am covered in dinosaur saliva. She said and wiped it off her face. Mabel. Oh no. The phone. My pictures. She yelled as the baby pterodactyl's belly vibrated. Mabel. Ah, man. She grumbled as Izuku helped her up and wiped her face with his shirt. Izuku. Is everyone okay? Dipper. Yeah, Seuss is hurt so I told him to wait over by the rocks. Izuku. Alright, where's Grunkle Stan? Eri. He fell down with Waddles. Izuku. Are you serious? I gotta go get them. He said and was about to jump out of the nest but a pterodactyl swooped up in front of him, pushing him back and the 5 all saw Grunkle Stan and Waddles, riding on the pterodactyl's back while Grunkle was punching its eye. Pacifica. What the? Mabel. Grunkle Stan is okay. Eri. And he has Waddles. Dipper. And he's fighting the dinosaur. Pacifica. What kind of family is this? She yelled as Izuku grabbed everyone and used his black whip. Izuku. We can talk about how cool Grunkle Stan is later. We need to go, he said and jumped out of the nest and used float to the exit. Grunkle. Eat my hammer of death you wide-eyed freak. He yelled and slammed his fists down on the dinosaur's head, making it fly down and slam into the wall, but Grunkle jumped off and held the edge as the pterodactyl fell down. They all rushed over to help him up and as they did, Mabel, Dipper and Eri hugged him. Mabel. Thank God you're okay. Dipper. You actually fought a dinosaur. That is amazing Grunkle Stan. Grunkle. Hey, well I am pretty amazing kiddos but here, I think someone wants to see you girls. He said and turned around to show Waddles on his back. Eri. Waddles, she said as Grunkle took the carrier off and gave Waddles to Eri who hugged him tightly. Eri. You're okay. She said as Mabel pet Waddles and smiled to Grunkle. Mabel. You saved Waddles. Grunkle. Well, what can I say? The freak wouldn't leave me alone so I did what I did. Mabel. Thanks Grunkle. She smiled as Grunkle smiled. Grunkle. It's all good kid, it was easy too. Izuku. Well, maybe we should get going right. He said and helped Seuss up. Seuss. Thanks dude, I was losing count of how many looked like nuggets. He said and they were all heading inside but the pterodactyl crawled back up and swung at them. Grunkle. It's still alive. Izuku. Go, he yelled, using his black whip to push the pterodactyl off the cliff and led the others out. The pterodactyl screeched at them angrily and flew after them. Soon, they reached the cave and looked up to see the entrance. Pacifica. How do we get out of here? Izuku. I can lift us all out, just hold on. He wrapped his black whips around them and began to lift them to the exit. As they were nearly out, the pterodactyl slammed into Izuku, slamming him against the wall and making the black whips weaken. Eri. Papa, she yelled as the pterodactyl bit at Izuku but he dodged it and elbowed its eye, dazing it as he lifted them out. Grunkle. Come on kid. Move it, he yelled as Izuku was about to jump out but the pterodactyl bit at Izuku. Izuku squatted down, ducking under the pterodactyl and reeled his arm back. Izuku. Leave us alone already. He yelled and punched it right in the gut. The pterodactyl gasped and flew back, hitting the wall as it then gagged and oked out Magucket. Magucket. Whoa, is that how newborns feel? He asked as he laughed. Izuku. Magucket. Dipper. Grab him and go. He yelled as Izuku picked up Magucket and jumped out of the hole. Once he was out, he landed and quickly used the benches that were in the old church to block the hole. Izuku. Everyone out, I gotta make sure they don't escape, he said as everyone quickly rushed out. Izuku shot the ceiling with his air bullet and quickly rushed out as the building began to fall apart, landing and destroying the benches in the process, fully blocking the hole as they all watched the old church collapse and sighed with relief. They all were exhausted, tired, hurt, hungry, and wanted a shower. Grunkle. Welp, let's go home, he said as Izuku picked Eri up as Mabel took Waddles. Izuku. You okay Eri? Eri. She mumbled, snuggling up to Izuku who kissed her head and carried her away, watching the others get in the car. Izuku. I'll meet you all back at the shack okay, he said as they all nodded. Grunkle. Dipper, you drive. Dipper. Why me? Grunkle. 'Cause I am too sore to move my limbs. Dipper. Size cool, he said and got in the driver's seat as Pacifica sat in the passenger seat. Mabel. Later Izuku, she said with Waddles in his arms, kissing Izuku's cheek and getting in the car. As they drove off, Izuku sighed while looking back at the destroyed church. Izuku. Today was a weird day, he said and dashed back to the shack. Izuku. Get back to the shack, put Eri to bed, and head back to the store, he said, planning to do his shift like he had promised. Meanwhile, Tambri was on her phone, watching videos to pass the time while Evelyn was floating around. Then, she saw the time and smiled. Evelyn. Closing time, she said, floating to the door and flipping the sign to say, closed. Tambri. Finally. I can't force a smile anymore. Evelyn. Welp, thanks for helping. You can leave now. Tambri. Can I get paid? Evelyn. Tambri. Tambri now found herself outside. Evelyn kicked her out and now Tambri was pissed. Not only did she waste her time but was lied about getting paid. Tambri. I am gonna crash out, she said but rubbed her face to control herself and walked off. Tambri. Need Izuku, she said, on her way to the shack but Izuku appeared in front of her, making her fall back from the force of his speed. Izuku. Oh crap, I am so sorry Tambri, he said, helping her up but she pulled her hand away and dusted herself off. Izuku. Evelyn just texted me what happened and I am so sorry about having TK leave early. Mabel called me saying there was a dinosaur THST kidnapped Waddles and I had to go help but I had to leave the store and Evelyn is mad at me. No wand, I'm pretty sure you're mad too and I am so sorry. She placed a finger on his lips, a tired expression on her face as she had bags under her eyes, a tired frown on her lips as she moved her finger away and pressed her forehead against his shoulder. Tambri. I want cuddles. Izuku. I can do that, he smiled, picking her up in a bridal position and ran off to the shack. It has been a long day for everyone. It was early in the morning. Eri was sleeping in Izuku's arms and snoring softly with Mystique laying on Izuku's side and curled up. However, Eri yawned and woke up, her eyes flickering open as she rubbed her tired eyes and sat up, stretching and noticed the sun was up and smiled. Eri. Morning. I need to get up. She whispered with excitement, slowly climbing out of bed and her feet setting down on the soft carpet. As she walked over to the closet and opened the small drawer that had her clothes, she changed into some comfy clothes and picked up Cryo as in their necklace form and rubbed it. Eri. Morning Cryo. It's time to wake up. She whispered as Cryo glowed a bit, Eri smiling while putting the necklace on and rushed out of the bedroom. Meanwhile, Grunkle was watching TV in the living room with Dipper and Mabel, both looking a bit bored as Dipper yawned. Grunkle stand glancing down to him with a raised eyebrow and hump. Grunkle. Dipper. Dipper. Why yeah, Grunkle. Get me a soda from the fridge. Dipper. Why me? Why can't Mabel get it? Dipper. 'Cause I told you, now get up and get me a soda. Dipper sighed and reluctantly got up, going into the kitchen as Mabel watched Dipper leave and frowned a bit. Mabel. Grunkle Stan, why are you so mean to Dipper? Grunkle. He's easy to push around. Mabel. Come on Grunkle. Grunkle sighed, rolling his eyes as Dipper came back and gave Grunkle Stan his soda, sitting back down next to Mabel to watch the TV. Eri entered the living room and sat down between Mabel and Dipper, who noticed her and smiled. Mabel. Morning Eri. And here I thought Izuku would be up first. Eri. I thought so too. But he works all the time so he stays asleep a lot longer. Dipper. Yeah, Evelyn keeps forcing him to work all the time so that's the main reason. Mabel. At least he has some help, so he isn't exactly working by himself. Dipper. Still, Izuku needs to talk with her. Mabel. Like he could, she can be really scary when she's mad, she even got blackmail on me 'cause I ate in the store. Grunkle. Ha, she is one evil spirit, I respect her. He laughed as Dipper got up and stretched his back. Dipper. Alright, I am heading out. Mabel. Where are you going? Gonna go on a date with Pacifica. She asked, which made his face grow red but looked away to hide it. Dipper. It's not a date Mabel. We're just hanging out. Mabel. Dipper, why are you still so shy about it? Everyone knows you and Pacifica are together. She's the jelly and you're the peanut butter. Dipper. I don't know, but cut it out. He yelled, and as he opened the front door, he saw Gideon was holding a lockpick. Dipper. Gideon. Dipper. What the foo? Gideon reacted fast and punched Dipper in the crotch, who yelped and fell to the floor holding his crotch. Gideon. Haha, you're such an idiot, Dipper pines. He laughed until he heard knuckles crack and glanced up to see Mabel glaring down at Gideon. Gideon. I thought no one else was here. Cold sweat smile. Mabel. How dare you hit my brother there? She yelled and picked Gideon up. Mabel. I am gonna make you pay for that. She yelled and spun him around by his hair like a lasso and threw him out. Gideon yelled and landed in the dirt. Grunkle and Eri went to the front door as Gideon got up and dusted his suit off. Gideon. Gr. I will get in that shack and find that deed. Grunkle. Ha, in your dreams kid, not even Dipper can figure out the combination, and he's a bigger nerd than you. Dipper. Gee, thanks I guess. He mumbled with a frown as Eri helped Dipper up with Mabel halsing a mystery shack snow globe. Mabel. Get out of here, you albino turd. She threw the snow globe at Gideon, who yelped in fear and ran off as Mabel frowned and crossed her arms. Mabel. You okay, Dipper. Yup, I'll just walk it off. He chuckled as Eri frowned seeing Gideon run away. Eri. Why is he such a jerk? Grunkle. Was probably born from hell or some other disgusting pit of darkness. Like the bottomless pit, he said, and sipped his soda before going back inside. Eri. Will he come back? Dipper. And nope, he is terrified of Mabel, so I don't think he'll come back anytime soon. He mumbled and went back inside to get some ice. For someone so small and shaped like Waddles, it was a shock to Dipper how strong that little midget was. A few hours later, Gideon was sitting in a small open space in the forest of Gravity Falls, frowning as he made a sort of ritual space, pulling out a book with a golden six-fingered handprint on the front cover. Gideon. They may have stumped me again, but they won't be able to stop me with my new minion. He grinned as he opened the book to find the summoning ritual. As he was, Mabel and Eri were playing with Waddles outside, running F around as the TQO girls were laughing trying to catch Waddles who was covered in oil. However, as they were chasing Waddles, they heard chanting from the forest and both paused. Eri, what is that? She looked up to Mabel who was looking FQT the forest and hummed curiously. Mabel, I am gonna go find out, could you take Waddles inside and give him a bath? Eri, what, but he hates baths. She frowned but Mabel pet her head and smiled. Mabel, don't worry Snowball, if he causes trouble I'll beg Izuku to make you candy apples. Eri, candy apples, oh okay I'll go. She smiled brightly while chasing after Waddles. Eri, Waddles come here. We need to give you a bath. She yelled as Waddles squealed on fear and aim away from her. Eri, hey, Waddles come back. She chased after the pig who was pretty fast for someone who kind of did nothing most of the time. As Eri chased after Waddles laughing, Mabel went over to the forest to see what was going on and as she made her way through the bushes, she peeked her head out to see Gideon who was holding one of the books Dipper had and was chanting some pretty evil sounding words. Mabel, what are you doing? She mumbled with a raised eyebrow until she saw his eyes glow and the world turn gray and freeze, stopping the creatures and birds from moving including the wind that pushed the leaves and branches on trees. Mabel, what just happened? She saw a squirrel next to her frozen while eating an acorn and poked it, seeing it fall to its side and gasped. Mabel, that's so cool. She smiled but heard something laughing and looked back to see a yellow Doridio-looking person pop out. It wore a black top hat and had one single eye. Mabel, that's kinda cute. She smiled to herself and watched Gideon and the triangle speak further on. Hello albino pig, the name's Bill Cipher. Why did you summon me? Want me to turn people into bacon? Gideon. Hey, I am not an albino pig. I am Gideon, the graded mind reader in all of Gravity Falls. Bill. Oh, do you tell yourself that to make yourself feel special? Your hair is enough. He laughed at Gideon whose face turned red with anger. Gideon. Stop laughing. Obey me minion. Bill. Hey, I may be yellow but you're as short as them. He lowered down to Gideon and noticed the height and frowned. Bill. Okay maybe I am the most minion looking guy here, what do you want anyways? Gideon. Finally, now listen good. I need you to go into Stanford Pine's mind and find the safe code to the deed to the mystery shack. Mabel. What? She whispered and leaned in close to listen. Bill. Wait, Stanford Pines. He rubbed his hands together and turned away from Gideon to think. Bill. Alright shorty, I'll get that code for you. But in return you gotta help me out with something I've been working on. Gideon. Deal. Bill. Wonderful. He reached his hand out and it lit up in blue flames, Gideon taking his hand and as he shook it. Bill. Alright I gotta bounce. Goodbye. Blah 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 and buy gold. Bye. He teleported away in a flash, making Gideon and Mabel wince and rub their eyes. Mabel. Holy moly, I gotta tell the others. She whispered and ran off to warn the others about Gideon's plan. Gideon. Now to let my minion do all the work. He smiled and walked off to go relax and let his new minion deal with everything else. Meanwhile, Eri had finished giving Waddles a bath and sat him down on Grunkle Stan's couch and smiled. Eri. There, all clean and you smell like peaches. Right Cryo? She asked Cryo who showed a holographic sign of a thumb up from her necklace. Eri. Why is Papa not up yet? I am gonna go check up on him. Stay right here and I'll bring a treat. Waddles heard treat which is enough to make him obey and sat down. As Eri went upstairs to check up on Izuku, Grunkle Stan walked into the living room and frowned. Grunkle. Hey, get up. Waddles looked up at him and then back at the TV. Grunkle. He sighed and came up with an idea to make them both happy. Meanwhile, Dipper was hanging out with Pacifica and Seuss. The three were watching Dipper trying to beat Seuss's high score on arcade game but Dipper's phone began to ring. Dipper. Oh, Pacifica could you get that? I am on a streak. Pacifica. Oh, yeah I got it. Seuss. Yo, chill out dude, you're gonna make me cry myself to sleep if 2 beat my score. Dipper. Then hydrate cause you're gonna be crying all night long. Seuss. Ouch dude. Dipper. Sorry was that 2. He got distracted and was killed on the game. Dipper. What? No wait UGAAAAAHHH. He yelled and fell to his knees in defeat as Seuss cheered victoriously, while Pacifica answered the phone. Pacifica. Mabel, what's you? Mabel. Tell Dipper the shack is in trouble. And Grunkle Stan. Hurry, we don't have much time. That Dorito is probably already in Grunkle's mind. Pacifica. Mabel, did you eat those very old dog candies again? Mabel. No, I am out. Just tell Dipper to hurry. She ended the call and Pacifica sighed. Pacifica. Boys, time to head back to the shack. Seuss and Dipper. Ah, what dude? Dipper. We were just about to G against each other. Seuss. One more game. Pacifica. Guys, I've got all the quarters YPU can use, after we get back. They both groaned angrily and followed Pacifica reluctantly. They wanted one more game. Smiling face with tear. Shortly after, Mabel arrived, bursting through the front door and rushed to the living room. Mabel. Grunklesta. She momentarily forgot why she was panicking as she saw Grunkle Stan sleeping with Waddles curled up on his lap. Mabel. I gotta get a picture. She quickly took her phone out and snapped a photo. Mabel. Ah, this is 100% going on the scrapbook. She smiled and Ari came down. Ari. Mabel, what's wrong? Mabel. Huh, Ari. Why are you yelling? Mabel. Ari. Mabel, it's on the tip of my tongue. Ari. Ah, Grunkle and Waddles are cuddling. She whispered happily and Mabel giggled. Mabel. Don't worry, I already snapped a photo before, oh my glob, I remember. She put her phone away and grabbed Grunkle by the arms. Mabel. Grunkle, wake up. There's a yellow Dorito coming to run around in your dreams. She shook him violently, but when that didn't wake him up, one good ol' smack to the face still didn't wake him. Mabel. Why aren't you this heavy of a sleeper when I am up getting midnight snacks? She frowned, wondering if that thing already got to him, but thankfully Dipper, Seuss, and Pacifica arrived and rushed inside. Dipper. Mabel, what a wrong? Pacifica. Yeah, you sounded pretty concerned. Seuss. Is Waddles stuck in the fridge again? Mabel. No, I was eavesdropping on Gideon when I heard him chanting these weird words while I was playing with Ari and Waddles. When I got there, this yellow Dorito guy with one eye and a top hat popped up and they both made a deal. If that triangle thing goes into Grunkle Stan's mind and steals the safe code from his brain, then Gideon will set him free. She said and took a deep breath to catch her breath. Mabel. But I think it already got in Grunkle Stan's mind. What do we do? Dipper. I am sure I can figure something out with the book, I'll go get it real quick. He said and rushed upstairs into their room. Pacifica. That kid needs to take a chill pill sometime, does he not have a life or something? Seuss. Haha, dude's been off the chill pill. He mumbled and Dipper came back downstairs and Ari picked up Waddles from Grunkle Stan's lap. Ari. Come on Waddles, I'll get you that trawat you wanted. She smiled and Waddles squealed happily. Dipper. First, he went to Grunkle Stan and slapped him. Mabel. Dipper. Dipper. What? I thought he was just still asleep. Pacifica. Focus Dippy, what do we gotta do? Dipper. Alright. Okay Mabel, that triangle guy, his name is Bill Cipher and it says to never let him go into your mind. Pacifica. I don't think we can prevent that part. She mumbled and Dipper flipped a page. Dipper. Okay, it says here that in order to save their mind from total chaos, you can follow Bill by chanting these words. Mabel. Well, let's hurry and go in. Dipper. Great, why is it always me that has to do something for him? Mabel, Seuss, and Pacifica. Dipper. Dipper. Okay, let's go. He put his hand on Grunkle's forehead with Mabel, Seuss, and Pacifica. Ari. Wait for me. She rushed up to them with Waddles in her arms and put her hand on Grunkle's forehead. Ari. I wanna help Grandpa Stan too. Dipper. Ari, it's gonna be dangerous. Mabel. Yeah sweetie, maybe sit this one out. Ari. No, I am coming and so is Waddles. Pacifica. You heard her, kid is stubborn. Seuss. What's the harm in her coming? We can keep her safe. Dipper. He looked to Mabel who sighed and picked her up and Seuss lifted up Waddles. Mabel. Let's not waste any more time, come on. She smiled and as Airy put her hand on Grunkle Stan's head, and Seuss helped Waddles put his little hoof on Grunkle's head, Dipper began the chant, their eyes glowing blue as the lights turned off and in a sudden moment, they all fell to the floor, now in Grunkle Stan's mind, to save him and prevent the mind demon from taking the safe code. The end. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.